Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the CEA Collegiate and Championship Series. My name is Fear Dragon, and I'm joined here by the extremely lovely, handsome individual, Kwame Tempo Mensa. What's up, dude?
Oh, man, it's a beautiful day once again to chill inside and gas some C2, baby.
Absolutely. Apparently,
I'm doing good, though.
I got so distracted because I love talking with you in the pre-show stuff that I totally forgot to get your camera actually properly set up.
Oh, no, it's all good.
Yeah, now we gotcha. But sweet. So for those who don't know what the CEA is or how it works and everything, first of all, you joined at a really awesome time. This is the playoffs for both the Collegiate and the Championship Series. And what that means is that we are getting very close to the end. And in the Collegiate side of things, which is what we're going to be starting with today with Peely versus Silky, it is the round of 8. Both of these players, as well as all the other players in the round of 8, are playing for a bunch of scholarship money. And I think like the great way that someone put it was that if you get first place in the CEA Collegiate Series, you actually win more than the GSL second place finisher. So it's a lot of money on the line over here for all of the players that are involved right now. And actually even all the way down to round of 16, players are getting a little bit of scholarship money as well. So really awesome. These players are already in the money, and it's going to be a pretty fun one. I am super looking forward to this first match. Kwame, I know that you know both of these players also very well. Peely and Silky. Break it down for me, man.
Oh, it's so good. It always warms my heart to see this guy come back, Mr. Peely, you know. He was one of those players back in the day that he would stream a lot. He had some of the most funkiest Protoss builds, and you know, I think he's a little bit more busy nowadays, but he's still damn good at the game, and I think he probably keeps the same mentality as well. So when you compare him to somebody like Silky, who is more by the book, right? A lot of the times when you watch Silky, you're going to be expecting Starcraft the way that it was meant to be played, quote unquote.
Yeah.
You know, when people say, you know, oh, learn how to play whenever you lose to something, or whenever they lose to something that might not necessarily be standard.
Yeah.
So it should be a nice clash of styles here, PvZ matchup.
No, I'm definitely with you on that. I think that it's a really good way of putting the matchup, is that Peely is probably going to be the trickier one here. Silky is usually going to be, with a few mix-ins here and there, especially in a best of 7 that we're going to be jumping into, is going to be the more standard player. Taking a look at their match history, they have played a few times, and honestly, they've played a lot more than this just on the ladder and various other things. But in competitive tournaments, they have only played 5 times. It's pretty even for the most part. Silky did win the last 2 times in both in 2020 though, 2-0, and I do think that Silky is pretty favored coming into this just in terms of form. Peely has been playing, he's been streaming, he's kind of been getting back into Starcraft and everything.
Oh, good then.
Is he really at that super top-notch level where he was when he made runs at like IEM Katowice and stuff? I would say probably
best
not.
Of 69.
Yeah, best of 69 versus Jon Snow. That was the turning point of his career where he decided to retire.
We forced him into retirement, man.
Yeah, man.
Jon Snow did it. It wasn't us.
That's
we'll blame
true.
Jon Snow
35 and 14.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. No, but I think that Peely still has a shot, absolutely. And I think that one of Silky's greatest problems in StarCraft would be Protoss bullshit. And let's just put it this way. Peely is a master of Protoss shenaniganry.
Grandmaster, even.
Yeah.
I love it. Peely, when it comes down to shenaniganery and just his character, oh, if you ever meet this guy, he's a great person to be around. You know, it's just, I don't know. He was one of those people where I used to think that he was this kind of little, you know, kid that just was in his room playing, tiny little kid, you know, maybe like 4'11" or something like that. And then I meet him in real life, and he's taller than me. I think he's like 6 foot.
He is like very tall. That is so true.
But he's a very humble dude. Yeah, he'll let his opinions be known, especially on Twitter, in a very fun kind of way. But yeah, I love his style. He has a lot of variety to his play style, and I think you guys are going to be in for a treat. I mean, I know for a fact you will be in for a treat in this best of 7.
Absolutely.
We'll be able to see a lot of cool things, man.
And what's also really cool is that we have 4 different best of 7s that are lined up for today between Peely versus Silky. This is just the starting point over here with a really sick match. For the rest of this actual day, we're going to be moving into the championship series, which is going to be over on, Raytheon versus GM Crew Ready in the round of 16. That's the 8th seed versus the 9th seed, so it should be a pretty close match. And then the Bloomzergs are facing off versus the Facebook Linkstagrams, which should also be another really fun match. It's the 7th seed versus the 10th seed. After that, we're going to be going into another one of these collegiate matches to close things out with Star Killer versus Masa. We'll take a look at the bracket and see who our semifinalists and our finalists are for next week's finale for the collegiate series. But Tempo, I think we're getting started. With the first series.
That beautiful sound of the countdown makes me happy every time. So we're going to be going into Eternal Empire first here in this best of 7 series. So what are you thinking? Well, you said that Silky might be more informed, but does that matter when, you refine a build and it just happens to work? Or do you believe that Pili Pili could take it to, more of a late game scenario if it came to that?
So the way that I still think that there are late game scenarios that Pili Pili can find edges against Silky with, but I do think that they are things that a lot of people would look at and be like, oh my god, you turtled up to, 3 bases on a certain map like Golden Wall and then went for like 2-2 carriers or something. Like, this is ridiculous. Those kinds of things I could see Pili Pili going into. I feel like the more normal, super standard macro games, Pili Pili has the capabilities to pull something out, but a Silky I'm definitely going to give an edge for.
You'd give the edge to, yeah. I would agree with that too. It all depends on how we get to that late game as well, right? So, here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? In the bottom left-hand corner, he is representing Storm Gaming, one of the best NA Starcraft 2 teams ever to exist on the planet. The Red Zerg player, give it up for Silky.
And wow, up here in the top right-hand corner of the map, former member of Storm Gaming
too?
No, former member. Now he's in the Bear Me clan, though. It is a good old Pili Pili. And their respective universities, by the way, are going to be California State Long Beach for Pili Pili, and Silky attending good old UC Berkeley. Although not so much right now. Not so much in the UC Berkeley, because we're actually just talking with him. He's out in Southern California, back at home, because coronavirus lockdown and everything. And he was talking about how bad the allergies were and everything. He was like, is it still that bad in the Bay Area? It's been terrible down here. The answer is yes, wow. It's been horrible up in the Bay Area.
Yeah, I never really asked you about that as far as, how you guys are dealing with it.
Oh, no, I just mean allergies, like seasonal allergies.
Oh, in general, like trees and...
Yeah. Oh, my God, the allergies. Seasonal...
Myself,
no, that's been fine. Seasonal allergies are horrible right now, though.
Oh, no. Yeah, we are going to go into that springtime, almost summer. I don't know if you have any specific allergies. Like my nephew has an oak allergy, and my brother and my sister-in-law just moved to an area where they're surrounded by oaks.
Oh,
so it's been kind of a struggle.
Yeah, I can imagine that being a little bit of a problem. I haven't actually had too many of those kind of issues.
Okay, this is a little bit of an interesting start. I didn't see if the probe was being annoying from Pili Pili. But Silky decided to take his natural at the third base location on Eternal Empire.
Yeah, I think one of the things about Silky is that he is one of those players that just says, oh, the probe's being annoying. I'm just not even going to deal with it. Like, take your take your natural at the third base instead. Don't worry about it. We'll take our natural later on and deal with the consequences. I think he just doesn't want to get tilted by it.
Exactly. And I've noticed a lot of Zerg players do that. Whoop. Well, Lings are going to get in here, but I was going to say that I've noticed a lot of Zerg players do that, where they don't do the dance with the probe at all, because it's not worth it. Again, a lot of the times you kind of give your opponent the benefit of the doubt that they're not going to slip up and allow you to put your hatchery down. So instead of dealing with that, you just go ahead and take it at a less than favorable position for your natural, but it's not the worst. Definitely not.
So I was going to say, one of the most common things in the PvZ meta right now are these resonating glaive adept openings. These are unbelievably common these days. And I actually think that was one of the big periods of time where Pili Pili really came up as a player, is when these kind of builds were popular a few years ago. And it's cool to see them return. And I do actually think that does give Peely Peely a little bit of an edge. I feel like when I think of Peely Peely's victories, oftentimes they are heavily incorporated with Adepts. Yes.
Yes. Oh, he loved that unit so much, and the fact that they are making a comeback, I can totally see what you're talking about. Man, I forgot. Peely Peely was like a master of Adepts, though.
He really was. These are only 4 gateways right now. So he does have the ability to transition out. There's going to be some pressure. He's definitely going to want to get some damage done. He's going to follow this up with the Dark Shrine as well, which is another really common follow-up. I know Hearthstone has even done like a guide and stuff on this, but look at that from Silky, already just pumping out roaches, preemptively expecting this.
Yeah, he does not want to die to this, and it's not about just having the amount of roaches that you need to defend it. You need to have these roaches in the position where you assume that these Adepts are going to shade to. So if you can push these Adepts back, hey, you better go to that net. Oh, okay. Good job. It's so tricky to notice where they're actually going to go to. And as a player, it's even more tricky because you're like, do I chase them off of the creep? And then what if the shade finishes inside of my third?
Oh,
so
man.
Smartly, Silky put them there.
This is a really bad start so far for Peely Peely. Like, of course, it's okay if you don't necessarily get tons of damage done, but he didn't actually grab the third base during all of this. The Dark Shrine's going to finish up, and that's going to give the second wave of hope. But Spore Crawlers are already finishing as well, and the lair is already halfway done. By the time the DTs even come out, I think the lair should be nearing completion, and Overseer could get started.
Yeah, well, Peely Peely did let one of the shades finish, so he's going to get into the natural base of Silky, killing at least 3 drones so far. And now he cancels the shade into the main base, and notice that he's targeting down the Spore Crawler because he knows once those DTs come out, if there's no Overseer on the map, he should be able to get a free kill on this base.
Yeah, but 2 Overseers already started, and guess what? The DTs are only just now over at the third base. They're actually going after some of the roaches as the Adepts also cover their tracks. The Spore Crawler is technically vulnerable, but at the same time, there's another Overseer that morphs on in. And it looks like, even though a few workers lost over here for Silky, and yes, Silky is at a very low worker count, remember, there's still no third base over here for Peely Peely, who is banking a lot of resources as well.
Yeah, and he's gonna... Oh, he misplaced the Nexus, and now he's gonna re-put it there. And I agree, like, you usually want to get a bit more damage if you're not... Well, a lot of bit more damage if you're gonna be not going for your third base. However, yeah, he ended up getting a little, a couple of drone kills here and there. I think he got 6 in total. 9 in total, actually. So that's not horrible. But Silky did cut a lot of drones in order to mount that defense. So I think it kind of evens out. Usually, you would favor the Zerg here.
I think I would
still favor the Zerg.
Yeah, I'd still give a little bit of favoritism. It's not necessarily something that Peely Peely can't, with a really nice Adept run by or something like this, start to come back from, but... Yeah, he's going to have to focus fire down a few workers over here. Does manage to get maybe 4 or 5 workers. 4 workers total killed. It's something. I think if he manages to get like 1 really good run by in, I think he can just actually even out or even take an edge in this game. But for right now, I think he's a bit behind.
Yeah, the fact that the third base only started maybe a couple of, 30 or so seconds ago. I love that he's being so active with the DTs. But like I was saying, the fact that the third base was so delayed, it does mean that he is a bit behind. Luckily for him, though, he was continuing to make probes. So it wasn't like he cut probes in order to make that happen. It's just a matter of where those probes were going to be mining from.
Yep.
But now he got it.
And we do have, like you said, that War Prism still trying to stay active, but Silky is now on top of it and not letting anything happen. But Silky stops at 58 workers for a bit, powers out a few more roaches, and with +1 missile attack on the way, a Bailey Nest on the way, I do wonder if he's looking to get a bit aggressive. Oh, losing the War Prism and the 2 DTs inside. That does hurt.
Does. Like, you usually want to keep that there just to have that pressure. But now Silky's had enough. He's moving across the map. He has roaches and ravagers on the left side, but Peely Peely is going to be moving down the bottom right-hand side. And with Peely Peely having this Zealot, oh no, that's a Changeling at the Watchtower. So none of them know. They have no idea.
Neither one of them saw each other, and they're actually both going to be revealing themselves to each other at nearly the same time, as Silky now revealing himself, showing up at Peely Peely's third base. Now the funny thing is, Peely Peely, if he splits up his units really, really well, he can take out 2 bases and recall home, and that's something that Silky cannot do. But Silky's already breaking through the natural expansion. It looks like that recall is not going to be available for another 10 energy.
Oh no. And I think this is very smart by Silky. Instead of going to the third base, he goes right to the natural. So we're pretty much in a base race scenario with the potential of the Protoss being able to recall eventually.
Oh, he's gonna get all of the drones. He force seals the drones out so that they cannot retreat. Every drone gets picked off. There is still that other hatchery that is going up, and Silky can make drones from there if he really needs to get up another hatchery.
All right, so this is interesting to me. Pili, rather than recall the army, he's gonna commit to the base trade. He decided to recall the probes to the third base. So that means he was able to get them to escape. So he's committed to the base race right now, Fear Dragon. And I think we're going to see exactly how this is going to play out.
Last drone just went down for Silky. He has the hatchery. He just made one more drone. But remember, his resources are going to be very limited. He can only make... Wait, did he just make a hatchery?
I don't...
Another hatchery?
He might have placed it somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? But we're not able to see it just yet.
Wait, that's really dangerous, Tempo. If he places a hatchery with his last drone, he can't make another drone in mine. Okay.
He did. Where did he put it, though?
He canceled it. He canceled it. Okay, he's putting it in the main base. Oh, no. Then he's going to have zero potential for mining.
He's going to do it, like, now, though.
Oh, my God. It's actually too late now.
He canceled too many times? Oh, no, he get it. Okay, so here it is in the natural base of Pili. And if he cancels it one more time, I think he gets one more chance?
No, well...
Or no?
You lose 25% of the investment, which I think is 75 minerals with a hatchery.
Yeah, it would, he wouldn't be able to.
Yeah. And he can't make a drone with this.
So he's committed to having it be here.
Pili didn't actually kill the extractors, and that is going to be a bit of a problem. Where is Pili's army? Is getting so aggressive considering he's basically leaving his the other side of the map a little bit more vulnerable. I actually think that the way that Silky could maybe make this work is if he actually just was able to protect his extractors, but all right, he's gonna go for this.
Wow, so Pili is so confident in his army, and you know what? If I were him, I would be too.
Yeah.
He has 4 immortals here with a great amount of sentry energy. So as long as he doesn't try to engage up that ramp, I think Silky's best chance would be to go to the ramp, but he cannot. He cannot go into the main base of Pili because he has to protect the hatchery. So,
and that's it. Pili gonna come out victorious in game number 1 in a crazy base trade that I don't think Silky was expecting.
Neither of them were expecting it, but I feel like having the Dark Templar on the map already, the potential and the ability to be able to at least recall to the third if he wanted to. He could recall to the main, but I love the choice that he decided to recall the probes and then get them out of there so that he could, you know, continue with the base race without feeling too scared about losing his last building.
Yeah.
And then be like, wait a minute, dude, you only got roaches and ravagers. I got 4 immortals, dude. Let's go. And he just killed it right there.
Yeah, I think the DT has absolutely made a huge impact and be able to just snipe off a lot of the roaches and ravagers like you were saying. I do think that there was also like these weird points of time where Pili was doing the base trade, but because that 4th base hatchery did finish, if Silky had been able to just get out a few more resources for like another drone or something there, then he could have maybe tried to go for like the main base of Pili and just defend the high ground like you were saying, right? That would have been a much easier position to defend. But, yeah. It's tough.
And the fact that it was the last building and there was nothing he could do. It was like a checkmate scenario where if he had put it on the high ground, it didn't have to be like where the old main was of Pili. He could have just put it there just to have the building there. But
yeah,
I think he realized it. And what happens a lot of the times in a base race is that you have the panic reaction of, oh, what is it? Somebody said this one. It was so funny. The panic mechanic.
The panic mechanic. I like that.
Where you just you have your last drone and you have to put that building down because what if you lose that last extractor?
I think this is the thing though that actually got a little bit scary for me for Pili is that he moved across the map to go kill that hatchery. And I actually think, here's my thought process. Silky wasn't expecting Pili to show up there. I think Silky was thinking that Pili would stay back and try and get his probes to like start mining and everything and protect his known nexus.
Yep.
Because there were actually still extractors left.
Exactly.
Silky had like 6 extractors he still could have bought some time with. So I actually think that, yeah, like Pili could have actually thrown that game if Silky had been aggressive there.
Yeah. That was a big, like, Pili is so unpredictable in that kind of way where you wouldn't expect him to recall the probes to continue the base race. You would almost assume that almost every other Protoss player would try to defend their main at that point.
They'd recall home.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, well, let's begin game number 2. We do have a quick pylon on the low ground. We do have that probe moving out across the map very quickly to try and block that hatchery. But Silky already has enough minerals, and he goes for the earlier hatchery. This is the 14 hatchery, so is this being, screw you, Protoss players. I'm not getting my natural expansion blocked. I hate dealing with that stuff. And here it is. You can't make me take my third.
Nope. So, yeah, it's one of those things by Silky from learning from the last game. He's just like, absolutely not happening again. Whereas Pili, you know, I don't even know how aggressive he was with the probe the last time. I missed the beginning, but there must have been something. Because, yeah. I mean, just look at him with the probe, trying to do the mineral thing, the old hawk trick. So, yeah, Pili is definitely the type of player that will get in your head, doing these little micro tricks in order to throw you off your game.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. I think that is one of the strengths of Pili. But looks like he's not going to be able to do too much this game. He is just going to do the pretty standard opening, gate nexus core and everything, rallying workers onto the gas geyser, everything looking stock and standard. But tell me about your experience on Purity and Industry Tempo, because this is not the normal map.
No, I've had the weirdest games on this map. Everything is so weird. You never know if the Protoss is going to take an aggressive third or the one that is a little bit, you know, to the bottom right. I guess it's a stylistic choice, right? A lot of more aggressive Protoss players will take that forward one, and then they feel like it's safer for some reason. But, you know...
it's such a wide open space, too.
It's such a wide open place. There's 2 openings there, but somehow, some way, you know, if you can at least start the game off in your advantage and keep that momentum going, and you're not more of a macro style toss, you have, you know, like the MC killer instinct in you. It makes more sense, I think, to me, in most cases.
Yeah, hit those narrow windows where your opponent is maybe playing a little bit too greedy or doesn't have enough units, and you move across the map a lot faster because you're not positioning your army way back over by your natural, or God forbid, down over your third base and walking a long way, adding an extra 15-20 seconds to you trying to move across the map. But we do see Silky, of course. The Zerg players usually are going to be the ones that are taking the backward third base that is a little bit more tucked back, a little safer against
it's nicer. It feels nice. There's a lot of open area there too, and it allows you to take your 4th base at the next location. It's just a very nice way to expand. I do like the forward third sometimes in order to spread that creep, but it does leave you vulnerable if you like to drone like Silky. You know, I feel like Silky gets to a comfortable 66 plus drones, and then he's like, okay, this is the game that I want to play. Whereas Pili's like, you know, I don't want you to even get to 50 drones here. I'm gonna keep pressuring you so that you continue to make units. But here we go again, Fear Dragon, coming up with that resonating glaive opener.
Now, what's kind of interesting, I remember you mentioned this in the last game. There were 2 Zergans that got into the main base, and those 2 Zergans are what actually spotted out the Twilight Council and confirmed it wasn't going to be Stargate or anything. This game, there's only 1 Overlord even close to Pili's side of the map. He's not going for Overlord speed or anything. So Resonating Glaive's gonna be a little bit harder to scout out over here for Silky, but he sees 2 Adepts at the front line. That might start to kind of open up the thought in his mind, like, okay, this is Pili we're talking about. He loves Resonating Glaives. He loves going for these Adept openings. I see 2 Adepts right now. That's a good sign that he might be going for that. We already see the Roach Horn on the way.
And then once you see that 3rd Adept in the 4th one, there you can confirm it and say, okay, this is an Adept build. So I think before that, would you expect Pili to do the same kind of build twice in a row, though, right? A lot of times, Zerg players would never expect a Protoss to do the same kind of style. Even though it was successful, sure. I'm just wondering. I guess he's confirming it now.
Yeah,
so
I mean, the weird thing is it wasn't that successful, right? We were talking about
the
how...
Adept is, you're right. Yeah, you're right. True.
Well, Pili is going to shade on over to that 3rd base, but there was actually no workers over here for him to kill. So just going to go after a few of these roaches. More roaches popping on out. And these Adepts, oh man, they're actually having a really, really tough time right now trying to find some damage.
Once again, Silky, I believe he read Pili from the last game and then decided to saturate his natural a little bit more than he would usually. So now he only has to defend 2 bases, and it kind of worked out perfectly for him. And he has the amount of roaches that he needs. It's going to be up to Pili micro and Warp Prism control as to how many workers he's going to get killed here.
And so far, yes, Pili is killing Lings. He is forcing out a lot of units that are not drones, but he's actually not killed a drone just yet. So it's been really tough. And now Silky's already feeling comfortable, is droning up like crazy with those with that production tab, as you can see. And it's going to be a really tough time for Pili, who doesn't have a third base, is only just now taking it at 6 minutes almost.
Yeah.
Really late third base.
Yeah, he was expecting to do a lot more there. I believe he might have thought that Silky would have underprepared for it or expected some kind of a different opener. But Silky doubled down on dealing with the Adept pressure. What he did there, just by not having the drones go to the third base to mine for that little period of time, it saved him so much more in the long run. And now he's so comfortable. Saturating up the third. Does he know about the third base of Pili, though? No.
No. I'm guessing he would assume it at this point. I guess there could technically be a bunch of sentries and immortals finishing up behind this that are already moving out for a big attack or something. But, yeah, I feel like Silky already has 22 roaches out, right? He probably is feeling okay against even an attack right now.
Yeah, he should feel pretty confident. And even the Overseer coming out here just to see the amount of gateways that are in the main. He would love to see what kind of tech is going to be the follow-up. Is it going to be a double robo? You know, did he do a Pili thing and make like 3 Stargates instead? No, it looks pretty normal to me. Immortals coming out. Little does he know that it's Blink from the Twilight, but you can assume, yeah, it's going to be the Stalker Sentry or Zealot Sentry.
Yeah, Zealot Sentry,
but it's
Immortal.
not. It's completely different. It's actually Immortal, Blink Stalker, and maybe more Adepts if he decides to.
Exactly. I think that could be a little bit misleading, and maybe Pili will find some magic here. We have seen a few more Protoss players opening up with these Blink openings, but I don't know if Silky is encountered.
What are your thoughts? I was gonna say, what are your thoughts on it? Because I've seen it a bit more, and I'm wondering why.
Yeah, it's honestly, I do not really have a great sense of it just yet. It's one of those things where I haven't seen it been successful enough times to really make a judgment call on it. Because there's got to be a reason why they do it. Oh no,
right?
This is brutal. You lost all but one Adept, and that one last Adept is going to go down for 3 drones.
3. Yikes. So we got, yeah, that does suck. We have Silky going for a very standard style here, though. Ravager Ling Bane. So it's a very gas-intensive style that you play here. And he's going to be getting this 4th base. And he's taking the forward one. So he's feeling pretty confident here. And that will allow him to advance his creep, which is something that has been a little bit lacking in this game so far for Silky.
That's definitely
but I think
true.
with this, it's going to be better.
Yeah, I actually, you know what? I don't hate this 4th base because he is kind of the one right now that's been dealing with a lot of attacks from Adepts from left and right hand side. I think actually if he spreads himself out too much, that's how the Adepts might legitimately get some good damage done. Whereas if he's a little bit more clustered together, he has his units over in the center area and they can kind of dart up over toward the top left, but they don't have to go from the far left-hand side of the map to the far right-hand side of the map for like a Warp Prism or something.
Yeah, and I think, I guess he put it down before the Adepts kind of just ran themselves in.
Yeah, that's true.
But if it was a response to the Adepts dying, I would be like, yup, 100%. But Silky was feeling confident even before the Adepts dying. I think he's just in the best place, or at least mentally and confidence-wise. He should be in a really, really nice space here.
Baneling run by in the bottom right, getting 8 workers, not bad, and that's actually also going to get Pili to pull back his whole army from kind of the center of the map. So Silky is going to take another forward base in the center. He's feeling super confident as he gets up his infestation pit and starts thinking about that late game. And Pili going to try and do the same thing as he starts to research Storm, but only has a single High Templar out right now, just now warping in 3 more.
Okay, yeah. So he's going to be going for a... actually, he's transitioning into that standard Protoss style.
Oh, the High Templar! The High Templars just warped in!
Oh, no. Oh, no. Yes. Oh, no. There's no way.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way to save him.
They're gonzo. Maybe the Archon will survive if the Ling... Nope. Oh, the 4th base is going to get killed, too.
It will. These are +1 Lings, I believe, as well, so they're going to go pretty ham on that Nexus, but... I believe on the other side, 5 drones died from something. I did not see what it was, but, you know, at least Pili was able to do something during that. But it's really unfortunate to lose such a high gas investment in those High Templar. And it's not even just the gas investment, Fear Dragon. It's usually the time of building up the energy too. So
No, absolutely. A lot of Lings are going to be going down over here, but these are just buying a bit of space for Silky, who's trying to go for a run by into the natural with all these roaches, but a single Zealot holds the line for maybe a critical amount of time as he tries to deal with these Lings and make his way back over to that natural.
yeah. Oh no, it's open. Yep. More Lings are gonna make it in there, and I guess they just say, "Nah, dude, we're out of here." But they don't do as much as I thought they would. But it is causing a lot of chaos in Pili Pili's base.
Okay, well, there's a lot of Banelings morphing on the left-hand side, so I think those are going to be rolling on in, and I don't think that's enough to actually do too much right now, though, right? There's not that many probes mining over there.
Oh, the Stalkers.
Yeah.
MVP. And the cannons are going to be here. Nope, you were absolutely right, Fear Dragon. And
He gets one cannon.
Lot of
that's
nothing.
it. Yeah, one cannon.
Definitely not worth. He's rich as hell, though. That's for damn sure. Like, he's rich as some of these corporate companies that are playing in this tournament. But, yeah, that definitely wasn't worth it. But it was at least, you know, one of those shots in the dark where if it works, it's awesome. If it doesn't, I'm still pretty rich. It doesn't feel too bad.
Yeah. Well, Warpin is going to be able to deal with the Zerglings in the main base, or at least eventually deal with it if he warps in a few more. But a few probes are going down, and he is denying mining at the natural. So Pili is just going to go for it. Almost loses the Warp Prism to the Corrosive Biles. Oh, that would have been really bad.
Yeah, that would pretty much stop this push in its tracks. Pili's had enough, though. Gonna hallucinate some Colossi, maybe just to at least soak up some damage. But Silky does have an Overseer with this. Yes, he does. Gonna crash on in with the Roaches, Ravagers, as well as those Banelings. And golly, that's a lot of Zerg.
He gets the Prism with the Corrosive Biles as well. GG gets called, and Silky is gonna come out victorious in game number 2.
All right, tying things up. Definitely learned from game number 1, Silky just having a very smooth and uncontested opener. I wouldn't say uncontested. I would say just a very smooth and well-defended opener. So
yeah,
very, very, very solid out of Silky there, learning from game number 1.
I honestly think that's actually probably a lot more what the rest of the series is going to look like, unless Pili can do something to sort of shake things up, because again, it's that late game situation where if Silky is able to defend well against the early aggression, which I think he also did decently, not quite as well in game number 1 as he did in game 2, but still, even in game 1, that was what that game was actually set up to look like, until they both just moved across the map without seeing each other. That was like not
that
something,
was yeah,
it's not something you can rely on as Pili. So it's going to be something that I think Pili has to overcome. It's you got a lucky win. You need to overcome that kind of problem in a best of 7, though.
Yeah, I think that was the best case scenario in game number 1 for Pili, right? The two thieves passing in the night scenario where you're actually hitting at the same time, because a lot of the times whenever those kind of situations arise, one person hits the base way quicker than the other guy, and then the person that is reacting to it has to like think, okay, do I go home or do I continue with the base race? And that little bit of hesitation kind of, you know, it messes everything up for them.
Yeah,
because it's like you need to react literally like instantaneously, or else you're behind in the base race, or you lost too much by the time you come back home. That why would you come back home anyway? You know, if you don't even kill the army, or you've lost everything. It's such a weird scenario that doesn't happen that often, where they hit the bases or they hit each other's bases at the same time, that it made it interesting, because Pili's open, it wasn't the greatest as far as you know, Silky was defending.
Could have gone a little bit better.
For sure.
Okay, it looks like our third map is going to be Everdream. Silky made the wrong lobby, so gonna go ahead and remake this, but we will be jumping into that third game in just a little bit. Want to remind you guys that, of course, these guys are playing for a massive amount of prize money. I mean, $15,000 scholarship money for just first place alone, and even going further down into second, third, etc. It adds up absolutely very, very quickly. So big thank you, of course, to Shopify and Toby from Shopify for putting up that prize pool and allowing a lot of these young college students to pay back a lot of those college debts and everything that they're accumulating.
It ain't cheap, I'll tell you that much, bro. It ain't cheap.
Both
your boy's
American
still paying
universities.
his.
Yep.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we are gonna get into that lobby now. And there we go. All right.
All right.
And these are some smart kids, you know. Starcraft players are, I mean, objectively the smartest gamers in the world.
Objectively, yeah.
Yeah.
Possibly the smartest people, but yes.
Not possibly, just objectively,
Objectively,
yes, they are
yes.
smartest in the world. I mean,
we did a research study. There was a 2-person sample size. It was Peely, it was Peely and me, and we compared brain size, and I was like, wow, Peely's brain's just so much bigger.
so much bigger. It's crazy.
Conclusive.
Yep.
All right.
Irrefutable.
Irrefutable. I like that. Well, we're going to be jumping into game number 3, as mentioned before, and we're going to be in best of 7. So still plenty of games left over in this one as we move on to Everdream. One of my favorite maps to Cannon Rush on versus Zerg. But I'm not expecting one of those out of Peely. You know, Peely, he's not really a massive Cannon Rusher, I think. Which is
I don't think I've seen too much of him doing You know what I mean? I feel like he likes his units.
I feel like he could. Yeah, exactly. I feel like it could totally fit into his playstyle, but he just doesn't.
I wonder if he does it in PvP or anything like that. Does he or no?
I haven't seen too much of it.
Not much?
No. He used to have some fun PvP builds. I don't know if you remember way back in the day when there was another young gun named Young Money Bales.
Oh,
and
okay.
Peely originally, in my mind, the first time I really started paying attention to him was when he beat Bales. But he did it by PvP. He proxied.
Proxy star. Yes.
He proxied 3 Stargates in the corner of the not like the usual PvP thing these days. This is like 4 or 5 years ago, right? This meta was not even set. But he would proxy 3 to 4 Stargates in the corner of the map. Wait until he had 9 Void Rays and just come out of nowhere with 9 Void Rays. And Bales would be sitting there sending hallucinate feeding scouts like, what are you doing? I don't see anything.
Yeah, and keep in mind, guys, this is not the beginning of the game. We're talking in the mid to late game, where these proxy Stargates would come out of nowhere.
You're on like 2-3 bases. It's absolutely nuts. But I mean, that is exactly the kind of player that Peely is, right? He is the player who will do some of the like weird, crazy shenanigans. He loves being the abusive player. He finds the little things about the game that tilt people off the face of the earth, and he maximizes the potential with them.
And he loves doing it too, and he's good at it. I think, play to your strengths, my dude. So coming through, we'll hopefully see something a little bit different out of Peely. Although I believe that the follow-up was a bit different, right? Going for the blink, I wonder if he was expecting a Spire transition, maybe?
You know, I guess that could be some explanation for why some Protoss players have been going for Blink, because you're right, a lot of Zerg players have been going for Spire lately. That is actually something that is growing in terms of how many people are doing that. But I don't know. I don't know. It's like Blink Stalkers are such a temporary measure versus a Muta player.
It's like I know what you mean. Go for it.
It just feels like, okay, cool. I got the Blink Stalkers up. I will be able to defend kind of against the Mutas and only lose a few probes for 2 to 3 minutes. And then when they get up to like 15 Mutas, this no longer does anything.
Exactly. It becomes such a way to maybe buy time to not lose probes, get the defenses up that you need. And if you want to transition into Stargate, you can after that. But some people, like I've noticed, even like you were talking about Hearthstone, who will just continue to make them and defend their bases with shield batteries and cannons, so that whenever the Muta player decides to eventually base trade, they have a very mobile unit that can actually base trade as well.
That is true.
So it's such a weird dynamic, and I would love to pick the brain of a high-level Protoss player to see exactly why. Why have you been going for these blinks? What's up with them blinks, my dude?
So we are seeing a bit of, a pretty big shakeup over here from Peely. He is still going for Twilight Opening, but it is going straight to a Dark Shrine, no Resonating Glaives Adepts. In fact, he's playing very, very light on number of units, only got 2 Adepts and a single Stalker, not warping it anymore, 2 Adepts, and only has 2 Warp Gates even out as he grabs a quick 3rd base. So Silky's going to spot the 3rd, and that should immediately alert him that this is at least a little bit different in some ways. And I do want to note, oh my god, Silky, you're actually so freaking smart.
God, is he looking? I'm gonna look at his vision.
He's getting up quick Spore Crawlers. This is actually the perfect response to this right now.
Yeah, he does not have the lair yet, so he's gonna rely on that. And the fact that Peely did not commit too hard to the DTs, I don't believe he's gonna be able to kill the spore crawlers in time. So
Yeah, you only have 2
funny
gateways.
note. Yeah, I was gonna say a funny note about this is that he walked the DTs across the map. And where did they go? Oh, they're just hanging out. By the
One's over by the third base. It tried to move in and then got surrounded by Lings for a split second. Looks like the other DT is in the natural. Got 4 drone kills, which honestly is not bad, all things considered. And
it's not a big investment. It's more so about the tech. Like, he invested more in the tech than he did in the actual unit here.
Yeah.
So I think what will offset it, though, is the fact that he took a 4-minute third. So that is not bad, I would say. Didn't get the greatest damage done, but he only lost 1 DT, and he got an early third up. Very different from the past 2 games.
I am a little bit worried, though, Tempo. 25 Zerglings is a lot, and yes, I do think that Pili has the units to defend this third base with some really good positioning and everything. Yeah, okay, with the DTs over here, and remember, the lair is only just finished up recently, but I do think, yeah, the Lings can do things like try and go for these surrounds and pick off a sentry or 2. If he had gotten the second sentry, I think that would have been the ideal thing, because that actually just puts Pili in the dark. Pili needs Hallucinated Phoenix to scout, or he has no idea what the follow-up is over from Silky.
Yeah, he's kind of just playing his own game right now. I guess maybe using the DTs to attack into the main is a way to scout, but like you said, it's like, what if there's a Spire coming up? He has no real response to that. So he's just kind of praying that it's not going to be Spire, because if a bunch of mutas showed up to his base right now, what would he really do? I don't really see him doing much here. But luckily for him, Fear Dragon, it's not going to be Spire. It is indeed going to be Roaches. Silky going to be going for the Baneling Nest too. And with no upgrades right now. +1 just started. So I think Pili-Pili's all right. He's on equal workers, and he's good. He survived.
No, I'm definitely with you there. We do have the big gateway flood coming on out as 8 gateways or 9 gateways to get added on. But I want to note that this is off the back of the fact that he only had 2 before, and he's going up to now a nearly fully saturated third base. So definitely makes sense he's going to have that massive gateway flood coming on out. He's going to use this kind of delayed Archon drop to try and buy some time, because remember, it's not exactly like Silky has had his lair for 3-4 minutes now or something and has a Hydra Den and all the other kind of anti-air forms of attack involved. No, it's just actually just the queens that he has to worry about.
Yeah, it's been pretty low tech here out of Silky, and he was trying to focus a bit more on the economy, but when you look at the actual numbers here, whether it's because of the fact that Pili-Pili's got 7 drone kills, he's down in drones, man. And that's not usually normal for this Roachling Bane or with Ravagers kind of style. So very low tech. It's almost like the Hydra Bane style, where you just try to continuously trade and overwhelm your opponent with Zerg low tech units. But Pili-Pili, man, he's looking damn good going into this mid game. I'm really liking his position. So we'll see how the engagements end up going.
I was also gonna say, you know, I wouldn't even mind if Silky was down in workers, if he was very clearly committing to just doing a big attack with +1 weapons. And he did get a few worker kills, 7 workers killed, I think, with a Baneling run by or something. But Baneling speed is so late. I'm actually really worried right now that Silky is just not going to necessarily have the economy to follow up unless he just kills and obliterates this army over here from Pili, which could happen.
It could happen. It's all about the engagement. So this does not have any Banelings with it, but there are a lot of Roaches and Ravagers. So Pili-Pili has to just fight, take some very nice tactical engagements. Beautifully done here with the force fields.
And in the main base.
Oh my god, I didn't even see that. But Silky very smartly does have a decent amount of units there, so he will be able to hold there. But what about the third base?
Yeah, he ends up losing that side of the trade. Has a few Ravagers still left alive, but some Zealots segment off. Go to right-click down that third base. Oh my god, actually the fourth base. And we ended up seeing the Warp Prism warps in more Zealots. A Spore Crawler trying to burrow, but it got body blocked by a Zealot, I believe. And
I believe so too.
Pili-Pili is going to get cleaned up over here in the main base with some expensive units as well. But he gets the fourth base kill and just backs off with the rest of his units.
Yeah, this is beautifully done from Pili because he retained those Immortals. He has 4 of them still here with the standing army. I did not see if the Warp Prism went down, though.
He still has it alive.
Okay, so that's good for him. He has a recall ready to go, too. That's his last force field right there. So he needs to make this work if he's going to commit to it. Right? He doesn't dodge the biles, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit painful, and he is going to go for the recall. One of this lone sentry is going to get sniped off.
No!
Yeah.
Oh, the ball hit the overseas.
Oh, he warped in more Zealots in the main base and decides, okay, this is actually not going to work out too well. So Zealots try and buy a bit of time. The Warp Prism does end up falling as he unloads the final 2 Zealots to right-click down a few more drones. But I would say still, Peely is probably pretty happy with this. He made it out of there alive with, yeah, not too many Archons. In fact, 0 Archons, but he kept 5 Immortals alive throughout all of that.
That was so big to keep the Immortals alive because we're not seeing a change of tech out of Silk. Okay, as he puts down a Spire, but
yeah.
However, like you said, getting that 4th base, and you guys never forget, during all of that, there was some crazy multi-pronged aggression going on. Peely took out the 4th base. He's been on 3 bases. He's pretty okay being on 3 bases against what Silky's throwing at him. So he needs to continue this, I believe, because if he gets blindsided by a Spire, this is going to be pretty disastrous, and maybe it'll force a base trade again, who I don't know would actually win it, but it would, you know, make Silky have a pretty decent shot here.
Yeah, it gets weird though, right? Because a Spire is powerful in one situation usually, and that's when you can get enough mutas to really cause a big, you know, hubbubaloo. And if you look at Silky's gas, the Spire is almost 80% done. He's got 500 gas. He'll maybe have 700 to 800 by the time it finishes. So 7-8 mutas, that's not bad.
It's not.
When your opponent, when your opponent has like cannons and shield batteries in the mineral line, it's a little bit tough to get the damage done, right?
Yeah, right. It's one of those things where if they have the time to prepare for it, it looks a lot worse. But Silky, he's starting to save up a little bit more gas. I believe he's debating if he needs to make mutas right now or if he wants to make more army to not die. That's a delicate balance you must actually at least account for when you're the Zerg player. Make too many mutas and then you die. You know, they don't actually do enough.
That's true. Yeah, not really great in the actual engagement itself. Now, Zealot Run By is doing quite a bit, even though a lot of these roaches are holding the line in these nice mineral patches. They eventually do get taken out. The mutas have been revealed if Peely was paying attention, and it looks like well, Peely is just gonna back off with his main army for now. Is killing more drones and has the Warp Prism in the main base that is revealing even more of the mutas and buying time to get up a response.
Yeah, he's going to be adding Stargates to the mix. He's going for 2 of them. And does he continue with the pressure, though? Yes, he does. He's going to just go for it. He has Storm. He has Immortals. He wants to thin out this Zerg army as best as he can and force the mutas to fight him.
Ooh.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I don't know if I like the fact that he did continue to engage there, because you're right, like, he tried to go for that, but the Corrosive Biles were brutal, and he had to recall because there was 0 units in that army that could attack the mutas.
Yeah, I think Peely's kind of screwed here, because now he has to decide, oh my god, do I defend against these mutas, or do I still try to push again? There's too much on the ground here for Silky, for sure, right?
Oh my god, and the one base, he doesn't have shield batteries or cannons at, I guess.
Oh, unfortunate for Peely, but Silky being able to find exactly where that is, getting 10 workers already. So the mutas have already pretty much paid for themselves, I believe. Not just in the fact that they've killed this many probes, but the fact that they've actually prevented. Okay. that. GG.
Yeah. Silky is gonna bring himself up 2-1 in this series. Says, no, not now, Peely. But that is really unfortunate. I actually think Peely was really far ahead.
I believe he could have. Yeah, it's like, was it the recall?
I think it was. I think it was the recall. Like, I think if he had just actually gone home or just recalled without going back into engage, he could have had a few more Archons that were back at home. He wouldn't have lost all those Immortals. So like the follow-up attack there, he could have probably defended against a lot better. And I think that combined with the Archons to deal with the mutas and everything, like the Archons had to deal with the roaches because all of the Immortals died. So then the mutas went and contested. It just like everything went down because he just lost his main army. Yeah.
Right there. Yeah. There was a moment where, I don't know, it was like in the blink of an eye too, where I was like, all right, well, this is going to get pretty awkward because the mutas don't know if they need to go across the map or fight. And then I saw the recall and then Corrosive Biles just blew everything up. Yeah. And after that, it was like, okay, well.
It definitely makes it pretty tough, but we're going to move into game number 4. Peely's only down 1 map so far, and this is still a best of 7 in the round of 8 of the playoffs, which is pretty freaking awesome. I mean, we
really
do have
awesome.
really great players that managed to make it to the round of 8. Of course, Peely and Silky. Just some of our really top-notch players. Like Silky is our #1 seed actually for the Collegiate Star League playoffs. So I mean that's pretty good place to be. But I mean we also have Masa versus Starkiller going to be happening later. Just taking a look at like some of the other players. I mean, Kane is a throwback name that's actually made it to the round of 8 as well. He's facing off versus Riser. It looks like we actually already have another result of Antis defeating Jig 4-1, by the way, and is going to play versus the winner of Starkiller versus Masa.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, Jig is another name that I've actually watched a few of your broadcasts here. With others when you're cheating on me with other casters and whatnot. I slip in every once in a while. But yeah, I saw Jig coming back, and I was so happy to see him because he's another guy that I don't know how many events he goes to, but I met him once, and he's like the nicest guy ever. You know,
super friendly.
I was like, what the hell?
I'm definitely with you there. Yeah,
when I think of Jig, I think of Saw from those crazy movies.
Oh yeah,
like
Jigsaw.
He's like the complete opposite.
I never would have thought about that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think Jig is French Canadian, right?
Oh, maybe that's why then.
Yeah, you know, it's so funny because growing up, I always heard all of the stereotypes of French Canadians and, you know, just generally being snooty and all that stuff. And then every single time I've met a French Canadian, they are always some of the nicest people ever.
I know. I got the nicest FU at a bar when I first visited Halifax. And this guy was visiting from Montreal, and he figured out that I was a Bruins fan since I came from Boston. And he's like, "Oh yeah, you're a Bruins fan, yeah, from Boston?" I'm like, "Yeah, I love the Bruins." And he's like, "F you!" But it was like the nicest FU I've ever got in my life, and I didn't know how to feel.
That's great.
So it was pretty funny. Apparently, the Canadians do not like the Bruins.
Yeah, didn't know that one. Yeah, very friendly fellow. But yeah. Looking forward to seeing how he's gonna do. As it's nice to see him back. He was really one of those players that I think was on the up and up for a while. Yeah. And then just kind of disappeared off again. I don't know. He's been one of those NA players that I'm like, I really think that you could be a staple of the NA scene, or could have been, but you also just seem to be like 1 degree removed from interacting with a lot of the NA scene. So yeah.
So I agree as far as like when you see a lot of these interactions, especially even on Twitter and at events, you know, it's just you don't really hear Jig as much, but yeah, when he's there, he definitely is part of it. Yeah. Oh yeah, not only in this gameplay but personality wise too. So shout out to him for sure.
So we do have another Twilight Council opening, by the way. What a surprise. Gosh. Yeah, Peely, I guess, just really doesn't like those Stargate openings. I thought he would maybe by game 4 mix in a Stargate opening. If he doesn't mix in a Stargate opening by like game 5, I'll be a little bit surprised. But yeah, hey, I mean, if it's what you're comfortable with, if it's clearly strength, yeah.
And you know what? There still is a lot of variety to be had with these kind of openers too, right? Like you can do the straight up DT opener, the resonating glaive if you want to. You can do Archon drops. You could rush up to some crazy all-in, you know, just with the adepts too. So there's the eco adept attack, and then there's also the one where you dedicate a lot more gateways to it. There's the charge lot. There's a lot you can do with the Twilight. Yeah, you know. You don't only need it for Dark Shrines, Ravi. Did you know that?
I did recently learn that, but you know, I think we are going to still see the Dark Shrine, but I think it is going to be most like it looks like, and I'm waiting to see if this is going to end up changing. I think it's going to be the 4-gate Adept Resonating Glaive to opening that he did in game number 1.
Yeah,
it was game number 1 or game number 2. Yeah,
perhaps.
But, I mean, Silky is just actually not changing things up. I actually do wonder also if it's just the fact that Silky consistently going for these Ling heavy Roach openings and not really doing a lot of the Muta play. Obviously, we saw some Mutas in the late game of that last situation. But I do wonder if just because he's been going so hatchery tech heavy on his unit composition, that Peely doesn't really feel like it's worth going for a lot of the quick Stargate openings.
Stargate style.
Yeah, because he'll just die while he's vulnerable and still building up like a Phoenix count or something.
Yeah, we've seen a laser utilize that too, right? With the queens. Wonder if Silky would be down for doing something like that if it were to be a Stargate opener. But we've seen a lot of these Twilight openers from Pili. And Silky, he's been playing like he's not scouting a crazy amount, but I think he's doing the professional scout where he says, excuse me, if you see a stalker at the front, all right, I'm looking at your gases at your natural. I might not see what tech you have, but I can kind of see what units you're warping in and make an inference as far as that. And here we go with the adepts at the third base. Smartly again, Silky does not have any drones there.
Yep. Already evacuated any drones that tried to pop out of that third base hatchery and send them over to the natural where he can get up those defenses. Already has the spore crawlers on the way. Should have them finish up well before any DTs are actually out. And Pili still not able to get a whole lot of damage done just yet. But actually the natural expansion a little bit more vulnerable this time, I think, for once. Not gonna stay
does
there.
you let them finish? Okay, no.
He's gonna get surrounded by some lings now. Well, who's stuck in here with who, I guess?
Exactly. Yes, for resonating glaive adepts, that is perfect. He doesn't want to be where the roaches are, so he's trying to use at least his DTs to maybe get that done. But I think that's just gonna he's a little bit.
Yeah, I think. Okay, it was 2 adepts and 2 DTs. I thought for a second it was 4 DTs, and the idea there being that he was hoping he could draw all the units out of position, because if you then are able to just right-click down the spore, you'll kill it very quickly.
So fast.
And then you can just kill the hatchery.
Yeah, it's such a frustrating feeling too. Oh, it's happened to me so many times where, you think you're ready. You have the units out, but they're out of position and you can't get them there in time in order to actually defend that spore. So Pili unfortunately was not able to capitalize on that. Or we should say that Silky was really, really nice, or really good with his units in order to actually have them there.
The creep spread at the third.
This is so annoying.
And he's gonna kill the stalker. Oh
no, that's his only anti-air.
That is actually this seems like such a small innocuous thing. And I guess Blink is coming out right now, so maybe Pili will still have some more stalkers worked in and everything, but this is one of those things that some Protoss players will just go all in off of this. They're like, all right.
Pili warped in 4 adepts. That means he has to wait for his next round of warp-ins in order to even make. Oh no!
I think he's actually all in, right? No.
Yeah.
He's gonna
take the bottom. Got it.
Okay.
I guess. Okay, I can dig
That's
it.
like a 7-minute third. Oh, that hurts my heart.
It does. So Pili has to get a little bit crafty here. And his only tools are resonating glaive adepts and maybe some potential blink stalkers coming soon with 4 gateways being added already. So I think this third is going to be a fake. No, he's still making probes, so it should be for good. I think he's going to go into the late game, but he's definitely trying to get aggressive here.
Yeah, I think you have to. Stalkers, if there's one thing I have noticed still with the stalkers is that when you do go for these blink follow-ups, you still need to get aggressive because the stalkers are not super longevity base units, right? They aren't units that you can say, well, I'm building up my big doomsday army for, the 15-minute mark, and it's a lot of Splink Stalkers. No.
Splink Stalkers.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, it's 2020 now, so maybe in another time, another timeline. In the past decade, that would have been a little bit more viable, but it definitely does not scale as well.
Ooh.
Similar
DT's
to
at the fourth?
roaches.
Gonna be able to get a cancel there?
That's actually really nice. To be able to at least not let Silky get that 4th base up as you're getting your 3rd base. I think that is probably one of the most important things you can do to not let the Zerg skyrocket in economy and just completely dominate you there.
Well, Silky's gonna try and go for one of these big attacks. He has 1 Ravager on the wrong side that does get picked off. Maybe revealing... Ravaged. It also maybe reveals to Pili like, hey, what was that Ravager doing over there? This War Prism also spots out the army, trying to go for a bit of a clockwise rotation over toward the natural expansion. Pili is not actually reacting, and the Lings are also going to get into the main.
No. One of the worst things that can happen to you as a Protoss player. You're just defending at your 3rd base, and all of a sudden, it's your natural base that you should have been paying attention to.
And he lost the Warp Prism, and now he's eating Corrosive Vials. Everything that could go wrong is kind of going wrong. The only thing that I would say is starting to go decently is I guess he is killing a lot of the Roaches and Ravagers, but he's losing all of his probes in 3rd and the natural.
Oh, the DTs can clean it up eventually, but their attack speed is so slow that by the time they clean that up, he's not going to have any more probes left inside of his natural and main. And a very unfortunate situation there for Pili. but a beautifully executed attack there from Silky, who needed to do something after losing the 4th base. And he got more than he expected, I assume, here with the 29 workers.
Now, this is the last Overseer that's getting sniped off right now, and we do have one more Overseer on the way. I guess there's not a lot of anti-air. It's 3 Stalkers and 2 Archons, right? So my thought is, you know, you want to snipe off that Overseer to let the DTs get some damage done, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be reasonable.
All right, good force fields, but is it enough? Beautiful corrosive biles to nullify them. He does at least go for one of the DTs there and hopes that Silky wouldn't make that Overseer, but the smart cookie that Silky is, he goes ahead, preemptively hits up that Overseer and gets the game in the bag, prompting him up to a 3-1 lead in this best of 7.
Indeed, and it does really seem just like Silky is not fallen prey to any of Pili Pili's shenanigans. Pili Pili has tried a lot of different ways to make this Twilight Council Adept Resonating Glaive opening work, and I mean, even just trying to rush out the DTs a little bit faster and foregoing Resonating Glaives, still it just seems like getting smacked down every single time, unfortunately.
It seems so, yeah. Silky is a really solid player, and you don't become a really good macro player without dying to these kind of things over and over again, right? So
yeah.
I'm sure there was a time where, Silky was probably dying to these pushes. He was dying to the DT drops. He was dying to Resonating Glaive pushes, but over time, you become so good at defending them and reading them, which is one of the most important things you can do as a Zerg player to a Protoss. Figure out what the hell this Protoss is trying to throw at me.
Yeah.
So, and Silky definitely showing that he's pretty solid at that. So I'm hoping that Pili Pili can pull something out here, because it does seem like he might be at his wit's end, but I really hope that he has not given up either, you know?
Yeah, you know, I do think he's still probably got a trick or two up his sleeve, but this is the time to bust it out, because now it is match point. There's no more games to give away or anything. He's got to win 3 games in a row to come back in this series and advance on to that semifinals round. And remember, they are playing for a decent amount of scholarship money here, so we'll see if, as we move on to Nightshade, Pili Pili can bust something out, whether it be a cannon rush, a Stargate opening, or, you know, even just like a 7-gate charge lot all in or something, which, by the way, I don't even think would actually do that well, because Silky just loves making roaches so quickly.
And he opens up with them so early too. So, man, what a tough little situation Pili Pili is in right now, because the style that he favors to play seems to just keep on getting deflected by the super solid defenses of Silky. I wonder, where can we go from here? It is Nightshade, so it's not like Zen where there's any real crazy features to the map. It's kind of a, you know, standard map, I would say, aside from a few of the expansion locations, but
no, I'm definitely with you there. I think that for the most part, it's one of the more stock standard maps. So this can sometimes be like a nice map for the cannon rush locations over by the natural or something, but we're not really seeing that out of Pili. Like we said, as nice as it would be, and I think it would fit Pili's playstyle in a lot of ways, it's not really something we end up seeing from him a whole lot. But I do think that, you know, the locations for potentially where you can move in by the 3rd base, like where Silky's grabbing his hatchery right now, actually. If you move in on the left-hand side of that by those rocks and everything, you can kind of move in at a nice angle, get some good force shields off, find some decent angles to go for big attacks like Immortal Sentry and everything. So, I don't know. I wouldn't mind something like that.
Me neither. I think what Pili Pili just really needs to do is find a way to get this damage done. If he's going to go for the style, he absolutely needs to have some kind of momentum swing. Because what's happening is that he's getting kind of shut down, and then he has to think of what he's going to do next with no momentum. It's like he's starting from square one every single time, while Silky will progressively get ahead and ahead. So, and you know what, dude? You have to understand, Pili Pili's doing some crazy multi-pronged aggression. Like, I would die to... A lot of the stuff that he's doing right now, you have to be on point with where your units are. So, it's not like he's just doing this one-off thing where he bashes his face against the wall and it's like, well, that didn't work. No, he's really doing some great multitasking. It's just that Silky's multitask defense is on point too. I mean,
Silky is undoubtedly one of like the top 3 or 4 Zerg players in North America. So I think it's a very good reason why Silky is able to actually hold on against a lot of this aggression and everything. In a lot of ways, I kind of think of Silky as like a spiritual successor to Jon Snow's legacy. Jon Snow is
Oh.
still there. He's still playing and everything, but you know, he's graduated. He's doing the full-time job
Yeah,
life as a
right?
software dev and everything. He has a
He's
little
like,
bit less time.
yeah, the USA, right? As
Mhm.
far as that goes,
Yeah.
I feel their styles are so different, though, right? It's just
Yeah, that's
like
true.
he decided, hey, man, I'm gonna pass the torch to you, fam. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna do things a little differently. It's like, the next president and stuff, where it's like everybody has their own way of running the country. So Silky has his own way of playing Zerg and running NA.
Absolutely. Now, a bunch of lings were made very early on over here for Silky.
Whoa!
He is planning to go for a massive ling flood. There's no bailing nest or anything. This is actually just a speedling all in right now. And Peely Peely's got a single adept. He doesn't usually make more than just the 2 adepts and a single stalker, but he's going to go for the wall in with a shield battery. Needs another shield battery. Might need another pylon as well. I hope he does
I
build
think these
that.
lings are gonna get in if he doesn't. I can't tell right now, but we'll find out very soon. Okay.
Yeah.
A full wall here coming out of Peely Peely, but will he lose?
Oh my god, Warp Gate! Warp
Cybernetics
Gate!
core.
If Silky just right-click down the Cybernetics core, I think he could kill Warp Gate, but he's not going to do it in time.
Oh, he doesn't get it. So Warp Gate will indeed finish, but what if you lose all of the gateways? It doesn't matter if Warp Gate finishes.
That's a good
Because then
point.
you have no gateways to actually warp anything in.
Yeah, and the only thing he can warp in right now, I guess he does have the ability to warp in one final sentry as, Cybernetics core is important also for warping in anything but Zealots, and you don't really want to warp in Zealots next to all the Zerglings.
No, because they don't do anything on the other side of the wall, and if you warp them on the other side, then they're going to get killed by the lings before they even warp in. Oh, this is such a stressful situation for Peely Peely, but it looks like he's handling it very well. It's just a matter of will he be able to survive in the long run.
Gets the pylon off at the last second, nearly let some of those lings in. Pros are being pulled off the line on the north side to cover around that pylon. Get a whole position of them there. The sentry does not have enough energy, and oh no, the gateway goes down. And the stalker and the sentry, or at least the stalker goes down. The sentry could get surrounded soon, and the lings make their way into the main.
Good hold position micro there from Peely Peely with the probes, but now that these lings are in the main, chaos ensues, and it seems like this is going to be the beginning of the end for our wonderful, lovely Protoss player.
And there's the end of the end.
GG.
Silky comes away victorious, throwing a little cheese back in his opponent's face and says, "Get out of here. I'm the player." Moving on to that good old round of 4.
Man. And I got to give it up to Silky there, because you wouldn't expect him to do that if you were Peely Peely, right?
Yeah.
It's the last game, or at least it's your last life, so you're like, how am I going to crack this nut? That is Silky. And, early game, I'm just thinking of what I'm going to do. I'm thinking about, okay, when I make my warp prism, how am I going to micro my units from the natural to the third and blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, links. And it's like, oh, no, really? No, this can't be. And completely unexpected.
I'm definitely with you there. And, wow, I mean, really, really well done. Congratulations. Silky is going to be advancing on to the semifinals 4-1, and he will face off, I believe, versus the winner of Kane versus Riser, which we don't quite have the results of just yet, but check that out. That's going to be happening next week, where I'm going to be casting with Zombie Grub. But we still have 4 matches coming up today, and actually, we're going to be taking a break from the collegiate side of things, where Silky, I believe, has already earned himself now $1,000 in scholarship money minimum, possibly more, up to $15,000 for first place and everything. But we're going to be going over to the championship side of things, the championship series, where the corporations are playing. We have Team Raytheon facing off versus GM Crew Ready in a rematch from the cross-play from the previous week. And that should be a lot of fun. That's the 8th seed versus the 9th seed. We're going to be going to a short break before that, so thank you all so much for tuning in. Be sure to stick around, follow the channel and all that good stuff, and we'll see you guys soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be moving into our next series. Thank you so much for your patience during the break. We're going into the CEA Championship Series, which is where all the corporations are playing against each other for not scholarship money, as a lot of these guys have been graduated from school for quite a bit of time. These are all people who are working full-time jobs and still manage to make the Starcraft dream happen, and they are going to be playing for charity. The winning team gets to choose what charity is going to receive the money put in for the CEA Championship Series. So without further ado, let's talk about this first round of 16 match. We're going to be moving into Raytheon versus GM Crew Ready. And as I was just telling my boy Tempo, it is General Motors. General Motors facing off versus...
It is.
It's a Raytheon, but also Gamers Workshop. So there is a fun player that a lot of you guys might recognize if you're big StarCraft 2 fans out there. QXC actually plays for Team Raytheon, so we're probably going to be seeing a little bit of him as well.
Yeah, that makes me so happy. I love that dude. The fact that he's back at it again. And yeah, I was talking to Daisy earlier today. I was like, GM, I think it might be, I don't know if it's General Motors. He's like, no, definitely, it's General Motors. I'm like, I don't know though. Maybe possibly. She's like, nah, it definitely is. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
and
all those
definitely right.
All the right. Look, that's one thing I've learned. Daisy is right quite often.
Pretty much, yeah.
But all right, we are going to be starting over here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, top of the blue Terran player representing Team General Motors. Even got that nice clan tag to make this nice and easy to remember. It is Dan Straight.
Okay. I like that name. Yeah. It's like saying damn straight, but it's like Dan Straight. And then the left-hand side, representing Raytheon, I know he is not a newbie. This guy.
Yeah, these are teams that made it all the way to the playoffs in the round of 16. So you might see a few players here and there that are maybe a little bit newer to the game and everything, but a lot of these guys are going to actually be pretty top-notch level players. They're going to be around like Diamond Masters, even maybe one or two GMs that are actually playing in the mix, such as QXE, for example. And I know we've definitely seen some Masters 1 players for sure.
Yeah, no, but, I mean, even the ones that I was casting with you a couple of weeks, there have been some great matches, and it ain't like that. All right, well, I just loaded up Starcraft 2 because my company told me to get it, and you do the thing where you first get SE2, reading all the units and the names and the abilities, and you're turtling on.
You have the printout of the tech tree and stuff pinned to your monitor. Yeah, those are the days, man.
Strategy guide and game FAQs, how to play StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this probe, Fear Dragon. I don't know if newbie's planning something a little bit tricky here, but we have a probe on the right side.
Yeah,
top right.
Gotta keep an eye on that, but I do think usually you're trying to move that probe away to avoid the Reaper, and then you dart back in to both get a scout on the natural, which is going to see, oh, you didn't grab a natural expansion. You fully walled off as well, so it's going to be a fast 1-1-1 most likely. Pokes on up and sees, yes, you got a Marine, not a Reaper. All right. So that is actually, it's going to be Dan Straight doing a little bit of some trickiness. I do really quickly also want to mention, before we get too far along in this game, that these two players, again, they did play, and I mentioned this at the very beginning, not these two players, these two teams played last week also in the cross-play section right before the playoffs. And guess what? But Raytheon won in a very close 3-2 best of 5.
Okay.
3-2 series, so Raytheon came out barely over their opponents. And that does set us up for possibly a really good series here.
Exactly, right? The Vengeance GM looking to take it back here. And Dan Straight going to be the first representative. As a Stalker does not, or rather a Marine does not fare that well against a Stalker if there's no bunker involved.
Yeah, but there's 0 Terran units out right now. And this is a little bit of a problem because this is very light pressure right now. And that siege tank is eventually going to pop out, but not before the depot goes down or SCVs have to be pulled to repair the depot.
You need SCVs to get pulled to repair it if he is not concerned about that. I guess when the tank comes out, it can take it, but he's going to try at the last second to get those SCVs to repair it. And yeah, here we have our boy Newbie. Targeting down the SCVs as he can, waiting for that tank. There we go. I like that he pulled back the weakened SCVs, right?
Oh,
but
Stalker?
if he loses...
Oh!
Wow!
Okay.
Get wrecked.
Oh, it's this. We got a, yeah, you're right. Tech lab on the starport. It's a fusion core. We get battle cruisers coming on out.
Whoa, in TVP, off of one base, probably one of the most unexpected things that you would assume to happen here. For
Oh, but
Newbie,
tempo.
though, he's
But
1,
tempo.
2,
If you're
3, 4,
if you're
5.
playing in gold to like diamond or platinum or even like lower masters,
Yeah.
this stuff happens a lot actually.
Like all the
I'm telling you, man. I've encountered this kind of stuff all the time. So the tech lab is gonna get spotted on that starport. The observer moves further in. Oh my god! It stopped in front of the fusion core, but it does. It's
Okay.
That's so important. That's so important to scout.
Wow, really good for Newbie though to be able to go ahead and get that robo facility for the scouting rather than just pumping out immortals. He used the stalker as pressure and he said, all right, well, clearly you don't have a lot of bio or anything like that at the front. So I think I can be pretty confident here when it comes down to scouting what you're doing. And now we can react accordingly. So wait, Robotics Bay? You got
newbie? I'm a little worried.
Yep, but he has a lot of stalkers. Keep in mind that.
6 stalkers, yes, but remember there's also no Twilight Council. So like, for example, every time a battlecruiser crosses a cliff face, that's going to actually be a bit problematic because the stalkers are going to gradually get out of range. They can't really chase or jump on top of the battlecruiser as easily. I do like the shield battery in the main, and I would love to also see a shield battery in the natural once that pylon finishes.
Yeah, that would be the way to counter it here for sure. Like if he knew exactly what was coming and he was like, okay, it's not Liberator range. I mean, I don't know how much, maybe this is a map you can utilize that Liberator range with, but I believe that battlecruiser would be a thing that, okay, if it were to come, I better be damn ready for it. And I think he is going to be at least able to have the tools. But it's all about the follow-up. Maybe he's thinking like 3 steps ahead of us right now, right?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, you know, disruptors can be really nice if when you're being offensive. The battlecruisers are oftentimes getting repaired by SCVs, so disruptors are a great way to put pressure on that. I'm just a little bit worried because if the battlecruisers get Yamato cannon eventually, Warp Prism Disruptor doesn't fare so well.
Not really the best, yeah.
Yeah.
But
for now,
he
this is gonna be
has
enough.
the gateways. He's going to be able to even take out... Oh my god. Newbie.
Oh, I don't think he was expecting the extra stalkers, so he felt like he had more time to teleport out. You fly across the map so that the teleport's on off cooldown. That's really brutal. This is one of those situations where you need the battlecruiser to do a lot of damage, and unfortunately, Dan Straight gonna just teleport in with the other battlecruiser, but I think he's just gonna get met with so many stalkers.
Yep. And the shield battery healing up all of these probes. He's not even able to get anything done. And Newbie just able to deal with this so easily, and then he also has a warp prism going across the map that, oh, I cannot wait to see how much damage this disruptor just might do, because remember, this was a delayed command center out of Dan, so his economy's not going to be straight. Every worker that dies here is going to be so crucial. Get ready for it. Here it comes, right into the main base. We have a disruptor.
Yep. I think that was roughly what? I'm trying to do the math. It's like a 1/4 of the economy almost.
Just about
1/6. Yeah.
Oh, that hurts, man. Definitely hurts because you want to be able to do that with your battlecruiser or more. And then all of a sudden you don't do anything with it. And the person that is defending against your one base opener ends up doing more damage than your thing did. So
yeah,
that really, really hurts. And Newbie's feeling great. Doubling the supply of Dan right now. I think he's going to feel pretty confident.
Oh, Disruptor does not manage to get the damage done there. But a Warpin comes out. Zealots on top of the siege tank. Going to be able to right-click down one of them. Right-clicks down the other one. The battlecruiser also comes back home to defend. But with both tanks gone, Stalkers have an easy-peasy time breaking through this.
Oh, yeah. That is so many Stalkers here, Fear Dragon. And that base is not even an orbital yet. The battlecruiser is so low on HP. If he targets it down, it's going to go. And there's just way too many. Way too many Stalkers here from our boy Newbie. Raytheon going to push on in. And it looks like GM is going to type the GG.
Indeed. And that's going to be a solid victory there for Team Raytheon. Well done. That's going to put them up 1-0 in this best of 7 with a strong start. I mean, a nice attempt to go for the battlecruiser rush and everything. You know what? Even if you don't win the game, you win all of our hearts. But it doesn't quite work out in that game. It seemed like the observer getting the quick scout was one big thing. And the second thing was losing the battlecruiser. If you can get up to a critical mass and stuff, sometimes you can make some magic happen. But yeah, a little bit tough.
Yeah, it hurts because of the fact that you do sacrifice your economy to make it happen, and then it doesn't do what you expected it to do.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, well, his follow-up actually did more than my initial opener that was supposed to, at least do something because I sacrificed my economy to do it in the first place. But, ooh,
Indeed.
well done, well done.
Yeah. Well, we get ready to move to game number 2 now. We're going to Purity and Industry for the second map here in the round of 16. So let's go ahead, jump in, and introduce the players.
All right.
Now
Who do we got for you, Dragon?
We are going to be starting over here on the top side of the map, top of the purple Zerg player playing from Team Raytheon. It is Smoky Gun, setting up 1 and 0.
All right, and here to bring it back for his company, for his team, representing GM, it is going to be the Blue Terran player. Woo woo, McSwag. XD. Teehee. I love this name.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's such like
you might remember this player actually from when he used to play in like the CSL and stuff.
Oh damn.
Because he went by another name. He was still McSwag, but it was something else McSwag. I'll leave you to try and remember. Yeah.
Yeah. What was it during the after hours
We'll
stuff?
just say that there's a reason why he renamed himself.
Himself? Oh god. Was it during the after hours gaming league or?
I think no. It was during it's like CSL, I think actually.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
back in the day. Back when before CEA swooped in and saved the collegiate esports scene.
Swoop to whoop.
Yeah. Okay, well,
right, cool.
We do have a pool first over here from Smoky Gun, looking to maybe put on a little ling pressure or something.
Oh yeah,
Interesting
I love
what
it.
he does.
I mean, on a map like this too. Luckily for McSwag, he's gonna be able to get that SEV scout, and even if he doesn't recognize the hatchery timing, he's gonna get right into the main base. Does he see the pool though? I think he should. Yep, that's what he's looking for. And he's like, okay, so now I can realize that I should either leave my Reaper at home, or just make a Marine in order to try to deflect that. Oh, I love that. Command center on the high ground, but I think it's a little bit far back, so it's going to take him a while to float it. Other than that, he recognized it. Whoa.
Oh, is he going to take the island base?
Oh my god, imagine that.
Wait, that's actually going to get really weird if there's a fast roach war in here like you were kind of owing about, and McSwag doesn't... Oh, no, he did see the roach warren.
Okay,
Wait.
Good for him. That's actually really good.
Is this going to actually be like the next level thing where you just say, well, if you rush for roaches, I can just start mining for my natural at the island base, and you can't do anything about
There'll
it.
be nothing that he could do about it until
All I
lair
have to do
attack.
is defend my main. That's all you have to do.
Exactly. That would be awesome. I don't know how long it takes to get your natural over there with the slow zones, but
Yeah.
this would be something that, in most cases, if it's going to be a roach push, you're not going to want to have the natural there anyways. So.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, it was there already and you have the bunker down and maybe a siege tank in a good position. But that's a damn early roach warren coming out of a Smoky Gun. And I'm wondering, is he going to commit? Because he knows it's been scouted.
Yeah, he knows it's been scouted. The Reaper has come back in, and we see drones on the way. It looks like he's not going to commit here. Funny
Ultimate
enough,
mind game.
that is the one thing that McSwag does not really know right now. He's going to probably be in full-on defensive mode for a little bit. Bunker gets added on. I wouldn't be surprised to see something, oftentimes like a Banshee or something gets rushed out very quickly over here from the Terran player.
Yeah, this is interesting, right? It's funny because we're actually witnessing a very crazy mind game. And I love the fact that he goes for the starport, puts down the fusion core hidden from that overlord that he sees with that command center, and he is gonna go for the island. He's going for the island, Fear Dragon.
The overlord even sees it just slowly floating on over. Don't mind me. You know, it's like Drax from the Guardians of the Galaxy. It's like, I've learned how to move so slowly that you cannot detect me at all.
Hey, he doesn't give a damn, but he should know that. We were talking about it. There's literally nothing you can do as a Zerg player until lair tech. So if you're gonna utilize that roach warren, well, come at me, bro.
Yeah, and
I
actually,
don't know about the Viking. The Viking seems spooky to me because it's not gonna help him really defend against this. Like you mentioned the Banshee, but perhaps he didn't have enough gas. No, he did have enough gas. Oh, I don't know about the Viking. I'm a little bit worried, but if he has a good solid defense, then he's going to be able to deny scouting and kill so many overlords around the map.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you kill the overlords to get... So now the roaches don't have high ground vision, so they're not going to be able to do anything, right? They have to back off. And think about the other things of how a Zerg player... You're a Zerg player, right? How do you want to get to that island? I think that there are 3 ways, right? One is you go for mutas or something, in which case maybe the Viking isn't super useful. The other 2 ways are you overlord drop something over there. Viking intercepts and picks off the overlord potentially.
Overlord.
Or you knight a swarm, and you're usually going to get the vision with an overlord.
Overlord. Okay. So he's kind of Xing out 2 of the possible ways for the Zerg to actually get over there by going for the island base and then grabbing that Viking. Depending on where he keeps it. Yeah, you notice that he is keeping it around the island too.
Yeah.
Looking for overlord. So that's actually really smart out of McSwag. So yeah, I agree. The only thing that he should really worry about would be mutas, and if he can scout and notice that there's no spire, then I think he should feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah. And not only that, I mean, the Reaper actually makes its way all the way back in, gets to the far back side of the main base before it finally gets picked off, and sees, okay, Lair is done, but there's really nothing else there. The Battlecruiser scouts out the natural expansion, and I've got to say, McSwag is going to feel really good because he's going to be able to kill off some of the queens over here and just says, yeah, I actually have nothing to worry about right now.
Nope, roaches can't shoot up. McSwiggity Swooty coming through with the Battle Cruisy. I think this is one of those situations where you don't have enough queens to comfortably contest the Battlecruiser. Yeah, maybe you can get a transfuse, but McSwag gonna target down the high energy one.
Oh, Depot! Oh my god, the Depot is actually lowered, but the roaches are just taking so much damage.
It doesn't even matter.
Oh,
but wow,
that was an all-in, right? That was the super all-in.
It was, yeah, it was a Hail Mary. I believe he wanted to just get in there. He's freaking the F out because of the fact that there's a cattle bruiser inside of his base, and there's nothing that he can do about it, Fear Dragon. He lost the queens. There literally is no anti-air except for the Spore Crawler. And I feel like McSwag is just... He's just in the best spot of his life right now.
Yeah.
And he's going to get more drones, too.
Yeah, the Spore Crawler re-burrows to try and hit the Battlecruiser, make sure that the hatchery can stay protected. Battlecruiser just moves around and kills off, like you said, more drones. There's only a few lings out. I do think this is McSwag's game to lose now. This is a really, really solid start.
Battlecruiser! He almost lost it to a Spore Crawler there, and then he teleports it back home. So this is going to be the last final Hail Mary coming out of Smoky Gun. Slow Bane's going up a ramp against 4 tanks rather. I don't know about this one.
Unfortunately,
but you know what?
He could actually kill every single... If somehow all of the tanks unsieged and regular move commanded in, I think that just the island base was too much, and that's going to be it. GG.
That was a fun game.
That very much so was.
Yeah,
and that does mean that good old GM Crew Ready is going to tie up the series with 1-1.
Yeah, I'm not going to embarrass myself with these. So I got these busted glasses, guys. I get my contacts on Monday. However, when I'm in the game, this is what I'm using to view the game. All right.
Nice.
Tape there, and yeah. You know what? No shame.
I like it.
You.
You know what? It's okay because Tempo, I always knew you were a patch Zerg.
Yo, my man.
All right, well, let's get ready for game number 3. We're moving on to Simulacrum, and guess what? We get to see that throwback name I was hinting at before. It's QXE facing off versus the Diamond League player. We'll do those player intros properly in a second.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to be starting in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. On the purple side, we have the purple Terran player. It is QXC representing Team Raytheon.
And in the top left-hand corner, going to be the pink Protoss player, Triple P, representing General Motors. It is Cosmic. Not to be confused with the professional Star Chess player, Claire Cosmic. She's not even a professional. She's just really good.
Has she won money
this
with
guy? Actually, no.
Base Street TV
I think I've made more money from Star Chess than she has, and she's way better than me.
And you're a professional then, right? Because you made money.
That's how it works,
That's
right?
how it works. I made $1 from this. Yeah.
Yep. I got 2 poop emojis from this. So
I like it.
yeah.
Well, I will say that this is going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Cosmic. Not necessarily because Cosmic is, oh man, just like not a great player or anything. It's just you're up against, first of all, a former pro player, QXC, who literally went to Korea, lived there for a bit to play and all kill some of the best StarCraft 2 players of all time in kind of their prime time. But it's also just the fact that, QXC is facing off versus Cosmic, who is a good player, but is unfortunately also in Diamond League. So is probably, this is usually the story is that especially in this matchup, I would say, is that when you are the lower league player, your opponent can just put on pressure early on, light pressure, and they get a lot more damage done than you normally would with it. And it shuts down your options to even be greedy or take risks or do cheeky things to get edges.
Yeah, you would just feel a little bit more helpless. I'm just wondering here if Cosmic realizes that and has something up his sleeve. He is going to be going for a 1 base style, double gas already with 2 gates to start things off. So QXC going to be able to scout. And now he's getting a little bit curious about why you do not have a natural base. And we're looking at a Reaper going to the south side and then the SCV going to the top.
That's brutal.
Wow. Are you real right now, QXC? Come on, man.
That is really brutal. And you know what's also sucks is that I think Cosmic even got up the 3rd pylon early in the main to make it look like there wasn't a missing pylon out there with a proxy. So the Adepts are shading across the map, but unfortunately, I think it's going to be a very, very close timing for him to try and save that pylon before the Adepts get there. This pylon's already getting very low, and I think if any other units come out to help this Reaper, he will be able to get it.
Oh, well, the Adepts are here in time, so the Reaper will go down. So that's good for him, but what I'm a little bit more worried about is the fact that it's already been scouted, and then 2, that it's a proxy robo, but it is pretty far. So it's not in that location where you're going to be able to reinforce very, very easily. I think we might even see a Warp Prism come out at some point in time to go into the main base rather than trying to bust up the front.
Oh, QXC is actually so brutal, man. He's going to go for the Cyclone upgrade that allows these Cyclones to mutilate any Warp Prisms that come on out. Those Warp Prisms feel like they're paper airplanes that have already been set on fire when they get target fired by the Cyclone. Like, one Cyclone with a lock-on will decimate that Warp Prism. And you're right. That was such a key part of this attack.
And the fact that it got scouted so early, and QXC's response, like you're saying, it's, how do I shut down? What would be the worst thing that could ever happen to me right now? And that would be me overprotecting my natural, which, he doesn't even have it in the natural base. Yeah, QXC's hunkered down in his main base. This is at least going to hit before the, what is it called?
Mag Field Accelerator?
Mag Field Accelerator, yeah. QXC, he needs to get that Warp Prism before it warps in anything else, or unless he...
Oh, no! Cosmic actually cancels it! No! He takes it out of warp-in mode a little too early, loses the opportunity to warp in 4 more units. Lose it. That actually could have been really helpful.
Warp Prism.
There's... Oh, QXC has not locked... Okay, there's the lock-on, and it is going to go down. I actually think Cosmic could have gotten a lot more damage done here. Imagine 4 Zealots to kill off all of these SCVs. We see, what... 7 or so more SCVs go down. Cosmic takes a worker lead after all of that, and maybe also has enough to right-click the Immortal down on the Cyclones or something before they get their upgrade. I actually think Cosmic had a chance to maybe make something work there if you hadn't canceled the warp-in.
Canceled the warp-in. That was huge. Because even if, like, he let that warp-in finish, he could have went back to pick up the other Adepts that were on the other side. Oh, I think he might have been a little bit nervous there, though, right? Like, he might have just canceled it earlier than intended. It wasn't a response to QXC locking on or anything like that. It was more so his idea of getting the warp-in done, getting his Adepts, and then, continuing the pressure. But now he's kind of in this awkward scenario where QXC just
pulling the voice,
completely shut it down. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay,
QXC is brutal, man. He really pulls no punches. Now, there's a Probe and an Immortal making their way over. Back home, And the Immortal is going to actually have its shield set off immediately by the Cyclones. I don't even think Cosmic has seen the SCVs just yet. Now he's going to spot them out. Well, Cyclones actually do waste their lock on the Immortal. Don't quite get it. But the shield battery's going to get canceled over here. Maybe?
Yeah, this is going to be a very tough hold. Luckily, the shield battery, I guess, does complete. So at least it's able to get like a little bit of, or rather he'll get a little bit of value from it. But that's a lot of bio, as well as the Cyclone support. And remember, they still do damage to those Immortals and some Stalkers, the bonus one.
Yeah. And QXE did pull a few workers over here, so now he can repair up the Cyclones, but he's also got solid mining back at home. This is not a pull the boys, I'm super all in move. This is the pull the boys because I can move.
Yeah, and if, I mean, shoot, if the Cyclones take a bit of damage, then he would be able to at least repair them. The fact that he's not putting down bunkers does make me think that they're only there for the Cyclones. But this is a lot of damage coming out here. QXC microing as best as he can. These Zealots do not have charge. Oh, they're so kiteable.
Yeah, charge is about to finish up over here. The force field nearly locks in some Marines, doesn't quite get them. And the Warpins even have to come in on the high ground now because the pylon of the low ground got sniped off. Yeah, QXE is getting up. Concussive Shells just finished up Stim, and that actually might just be the killing move here is Stim finishing up. As soon as he feels comfortable and he has the right time to Stim, I think he can just dive in on this army.
Yeah, QXC is being very patient with this right now, allowing Cosmic to get some more units, but let's see if there's too much here. Finally gonna go ahead and say, hey, well, that's all you got left. I got 3 Cyclones and a bunch of Marines ready to go. But I'm not gonna chase you up that ramp. I'm gonna take out this base and then continue to get more and more ahead because I have so much more coming up.
Yep. Very, very safe.
Like you said, the combat shield. +1 just finished, I believe. So.
Ooh. Looks like QXE did stop reinforcing, so he's going to actually lose quite a bit. There are a few Marauders coming on in. Concussive Shells is here, so that Immortal is going to be gonzo. And so is that Nexus finally going to go down. But I got to hand it to Cosmic. This was a really big mismatch, and that sometimes does happen with these team-based formats. The Cosmic almost made some magic happen there. He almost really started making me a believer.
I know. I think it was just a preemptive cancellation.
Yeah.
That was really it. And QXC capitalized on that. Like, oh boy. Dang.
Absolutely.
I like the idea though. The fact that it got scouted, but he committed to it anyway and almost made it work.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to see more, as that does mean now that's a 2-1 lead for Team Raytheon. And we get to move into our 4th game, which is going to be, let's see, Dawn versus Exiled. So I believe Exiled, if I recall correctly, is also another player that is around like that GM level. I don't just mean because he represents General Motors.
That's like the first thing that I thought when I saw that. I was like, GM, General Motors, Grandmaster. Like, you know, it's almost like it was meant to be.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a tough match for his opponent, who's also in Diamond League, but let's go ahead and do those player intros so you guys can see for yourself who exactly they are. I think I actually just horribly messed up my sound for a second, so let me go ahead and fix that really quickly as we have first the score and everything. And let me fix my audio. There's a button that I am never supposed to hit twice in quick succession. And I definitely hit it quickly twice in succession, so I had to fix it. All right, cool, we're good. So
we're good to me.
Yep, we're gonna be starting down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, top of the teal Protoss player. It is going to be Exiled, representing General Motors. Is going to be the High Masters low GM player in this match.
Okay. Well, in the top right-hand corner, we do have our Green Terran player, representing Raytheon. With the funniest name, I think. It is Don Ragu. Like
I love
pasta.
it. Yeah, he is the Don. He is the Don of Ragu pasta.
Yep.
We might as well just call him DRG.
Right?
Yeah.
Why not? It seems like a pretty good acronym for somebody that would be named Don Ragu, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. You know.
All right. Yeah.
It's a pretty original name too. And all that
oh,
stuff.
very.
Yeah.
I mean, what? There's 26 letters in the alphabet, and the fact that we picked those 3.
It's actually 3 to the 26 different possible combinations. Ooh!
Oh!
Oh!
What a baller. Exiled.
The
With
20-year
that
anniversary
tag
spray.
game. Yep,
Now,
that is that tag swag.
There's only one thing he could have done better, which is he didn't throw down the spray on the circle. You see how it's like a little bit offset from that circle tile?
Yeah. He should totally redo that. He needs to bring the probe back over there.
Yeah. Spray's on cooldown
man.
for a little bit, I think.
I believe so as well. Now, is it on cooldown per probe, or is it like a global?
It's global, unfortunately. See, this is one thing I wish. I wish that every unit could throw down sprays, and I wish that sprays, like, had a global number that you had available, but it was not a global cooldown.
Okay. So you're literally trying to play Jet Set Radio Future in StarCraft 2. You're trying to get the best of both worlds, aren't you?
I want to tag the whole map, okay?
Yeah, I call it the tag swag.
The tag
When you
swag.
do something like that.
But
I mean, he let it finish, so he's gonna deny the gas, and it's not oh, it is a command center open air, but
yeah, so I mean, it doesn't mess with too much of the Terran build. Like, obviously, their gas is going to be a little bit delayed. I think it does reduce options for the Terran player, but kind of interestingly, we did see like the Reaper come on out. It has been able to get a single probe kill, which is already more than a lot of Reapers are able to get, versus especially someone that I think you're kind of unfavored against. You're a bit of an underdog, so it's a good start for Don Regu.
Yeah, I agree. The fact that he got the scout and got the kill, usually it's one or the other, right? Like you go in for the kill and you lose the Reaper because of the fact that you overcommitted. But in this situation, he got everything. Scout, kill, and he survived. So he gets to go back home, deal with the Stalker, even though he is taking a bit of damage. Oh, this Stalker is going to be so annoying, Fear Dragon. There's only one Marine.
Oh, there's another Stalker here. Oh, he loves the SCV into the bunker. Top 10 plays. Oh, love that.
Okay.
You don't get SCVs loaded into bunkers that often, unfortunately.
No, it's usually more of a panic thing where it's like, oh my god, where else am I going to go? Orbital command. I mean, you upgraded, but literally your previous iteration allowed me to sit inside of you, but why can't I get inside of you now? It's, you know?
With some upgrades, we get downgrades.
It's like the sacrifice, yeah?
You know, there's actually, it's so funny, and it's a really cool design philosophy thing for StarCraft. That is the singular unit / building interaction that I can think of with a command center upgrading where there is a downside to the upgrade. Every other thing in StarCraft, I think, if you upgrade or research something or whatever, it's always better inherently in every way.
Every way, yeah. Like you get everything you had before plus and then some. But when it comes to the orbital, guys, in case you didn't know, you cannot load SCVs or any units for that fact. Or imagine if you could put
Marines,
like Marines and Marauders.
Oh my god.
Oh, I would. Oh no. But planetaries do, I think, allow you to put SCVs in them, right?
But not Marines and Marauders.
But not Marines and Marauders. No, absolutely not.
We got a Disruptor drop coming out, by the way.
Okay. Interestingly enough, I'm surprised that we've seen this strategy twice in one cast.
Yeah, it's not actually the most common thing.
I'm excited about it. Oh yeah, it's not very common at all, but I'm very excited that from two different players that we've actually seen it happen. So with the speed and everything.
Okay, Widowmine drop is coming on in. Observer does spot this out. I saw the Stalkers all selected for a second. They're moving to intercept. Oh no, the medevac. It tries to retreat. It does get out of there alive.
Okay. Oh my god.
Good save.
Playing with fire right now. And you know what? At this point, just get that medevac home. You know, save it, repair it, try again next time.
Well, Disruptor is in the Warp Prism on the other side of the map as well, so it looks like the Warp Prism is going to try and get some damage done. We'll see what it can find. Goes after that mineral line. Ooh, sinks 3 workers. Okay.
Okay.
Not like massive
There's nothing
damage.
to contest it.
Yeah.
It wasn't massive, but it wasn't terrible either. So I feel like if you can elite... Oh, what an awkward situation when a medevac passes a Warp Prism.
I know, neither of them can attack each other, really.
Nope, they can't do anything.
Yeah. I guess the Widow Mines could unload and try and, like, get a shot off on the Warp Prism. Oh, if Don Regu sieges up that tank.
That's cute. This is cute. Yo, the Stalker.
Oh my god.
Ready. Yo.
That's all the Widow Mines are gone now. And the tank was on siege. Oh, exiled.
That was so cool.
When exiled that medevac, man.
He did from the game. That's on. If you ever play Magic, that ain't never coming back.
Dude, that medevac looks like pasta now. It's covered in red sauce, and I don't think it's ragu.
Damn, son. Got him.
Yeah, that's a tough one, though.
MLG air horns. Cue the MLG air horns after that one.
Yeah, I do think if man, that's one of those situations though that feels really bad because if Don Ragu had the tank sieged up,
it wouldn't have
think
happened
the
same way.
medevac I think would still probably have gone down right there. Oh, that's a good disruptor hit on those Marines.
Yikes.
I was gonna say at least the disruptor takes damage when it unloads if you siege up that tank.
Or the stalker even too.
Yeah.
But like you were saying that the medevac probably would have died, but at least it would have been not for free, I guess.
Yeah, and like the disruptor also, like if you unload directly in siege tank fire, the disruptor is only going to absorb like 2 or 3 shots. So if the tank can put a timer on that, they have to be very, very quick with their reactions to actually get that disruptor shot off.
Gotcha.
Oh, this is going to be a tough push to hold off against, and another disruptor shot comes in. And now that bunker is actually bleeding, where you see Don Ragu just getting ready to move out to a third base. Really admirable and try and just play the macro game here. But I don't think Exiled's going to have any of it anymore.
I don't believe so. And I think it's important to know that the fact that he was taking out army with it, not just economy. And there goes the rest of it. GG.
That is
Exiled. General Motors. Gonna be able to bring it up. What does that make the score actually? Is it 3-1?
It is 2-2 actually.
2-2, yes, because QXC was Raytheon.
Yeah, tied up series 2-2. Really sick series so far, and that does mean we go to our first ace match now, as the minimum number of players for a team is 4, and that actually, funny enough, does mean that now we're gonna see some repeat players. And when we go to the ace matches, there is usually a typical rule: you want to send out some of your strongest players here, and we are actually going to see, interestingly enough, QXC facing off versus Cosmic yet again.
Whoa. Okay.
You know, okay, so here's my thought on this.
Okay.
I do think that Exiled I would consider to be one of like the key players there for Team GM. You cannot repeat your players more than once, I believe. I believe that is like one of the core rules here. So the idea here for GM, and this is like blind lineup submission and everything, where you both announce, I believe that's the case. Actually,
like you would, yeah.
You know,
I'm actually there already.
I'm actually not 100% sure anymore, but I thought that was the case, but it might be a little bit different for the best of 7s. I was gonna say that the idea here is that GM Crew Ready really does not want to face off their best player versus QXC, because QXC is a really strong player, and there's a chance that you might lose your potential solid victory with your best player versus QXC. So you want to actually have one of the other players maybe face off versus QXC, give it a shot, and I think that they actually may have gotten something like that, as Cosmic is going to be up here in the top right-hand side. Pink Protoss is going to be representing Team GM Crew Ready, facing off versus his opponent.
Yeah, in the bottom left-hand corner, representing. Like, man, it's I'm trying to think of that whole scenario, right? Where it's, you don't want to send off your best player against their best player, so that like you almost would assume that, hey, if Cosmic can pull this off, then it's great. You know what I mean? But you know that on paper, just a few games ago, the same player did at least take him out. However, it was off of a kind of a blunder, I would say. Despite the fact that they might be, or one player might be favored over the other, there was definitely a blunder there. And maybe Cosmic was like, no, put me back in, coach. Like, I need redemption here. I know they're going to send QXC out. I just feel it.
That would be really, really awesome to see that kind of confidence. And we do actually see a Cybernetic core in the main base, a second gateway in the main. No second gas geyser just yet, but the probe is set up for another proxy. The funny thing is, QXC is actually going for 2 racks Reaper right now. And this... I'm trying to remember exactly how Cosmic played this out last game. He did get out a lot of these stalkers and everything early on, but I think he also sent them straight across the map, if I recall. So I'm not sure if he's going to be prepared for this.
So the reason why I'm a little bit curious
about...
the
supply block?
No!
Oh.
So the reason why I'm curious about QXC's choice here is because he played a little bit more conservative after scouting the fact that it was a delayed Nexus. So doing a 2x Reaper against a 1-base Protoss for the most part usually is not the most effective, or at least effective build. I just don't usually try to take advantage of the greedy Protoss.
You know what's so interesting though is that he doesn't use it the way that you normally expect. He is sending everything around the entire map, scouts out the proxy, Robo, and Gateway. Dude. And now, Tempo, remember how 2 Adepts managed to prevent 1 Reaper from killing that pylon? Can 2 Adepts prevent 3 Reapers with a 4th Reaper on the way from killing the pylon?
I mean, there's going to be some good DPS coming up here. The Adepts need to get over here as soon as possible. That Reaper's trying to beat the Adept, but he's not going to. But I think they're just going to go for the pylon. Yeah. Even if they lose the Reaper, who cares?
You can also just micro the weakened Reapers back.
Oh, I don't know. QX,
the supply block again. Oh, Cosmic's Immortal's getting delayed. This is actually going to be really crucial because if the Reapers just get a bit more time to regen, they can just dive in on that pylon again.
Yeah. And I think that's exactly what they plan to do. Takes out one of the Adepts. Second Adept is going to get taken out too. And that pylon is going to get taken out. Fear Dragon, and this proxy has been shut down. GG is going to be called. Cosmic.
Damn.
Will admit defeat here. Wow. That was actually, okay.
The scouting 2-Rex Reaper, all right? Scouting 2-Rex Reaper.
I doubted it, Fear Dragon. I was like, you know what? I don't understand why you would go for a proxy Reaper against somebody that was going for a proxy 1 base against you too. But I guess it makes sense if they don't have their other unit building structures in their base. Maybe you can take advantage of the Reaper because they hit so fast and hard.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely with you. I think that's it's like
he's
a really weird
dude,
dynamic.
So I'm not. Yeah.
I know.
Like QXC's brain is as big as Idra's ego back in the day. You know what I mean?
So there is a funny situation now. Is that QXC has already come out. So I believe QXC cannot come out anymore because he's already used as like a repeat once. So now we actually end up seeing the next match, and it's gonna be
how does that work?
It's gonna be maybe a little bit tables turned in terms of who's favored and everything over here. We even have Exiled actually saying that he's tied 1-1 with QXC this season, so definitely shows that they are you know, not too far apart. But
no.
All right, we're gonna see over here. Let's get the score marked on up. We got
what a coincidence here.
I know. But we're going to be starting up at the top left-hand corner of the map on top of the teal Protoss player. Currently a high Masters low GM player. It is Exiled, representing team GM Crew Ready.
And in the bottom right-hand corner, representing Raytheon, looking for redemption, it is going to be the Red Terran player, the Don Ragu.
And Don Ragu, unfortunately, and we mentioned this before when they played earlier, is a Diamond League player, so this is going to be an uphill battle. It's going to be an uphill battle in the opposite direction, including with the races. It's going to be the Terran player that's kind of the underdog in this one.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had quite a variety of matchups today. Surprisingly enough, though, we haven't had a single mirror matchup yet.
Oh, wow, you are right.
You know? Like, not even one. So.
Yeah.
It's always interesting.
Praise be. I do not
praise the sun.
Do not really want to watch another 3-gate Robo.
now that I said it, the next one, if it's not, because I believe we're gonna end with Starkiller and Masa. So this is a very similar opener. Exiled trying to limit the gas out of his opponent.
Yep.
Who's only planning to go for a command center anyway. So like we said earlier, it's not the biggest deal, but it's still annoying.
Yeah, I really wonder. You don't see too many pros players do these kind of gas steals that often, but this to me maybe sometimes will be telling to say like, oh, Exiled plays a style where maybe he either wants to get in his opponent's head and just kind of mess with their general plan, or what I think oftentimes also ends up happening is that the thing that he's going to will oftentimes be a little bit more vulnerable to or struggles with are the kind of 1-1-1 base Terran builds, and this just sort of puts a straight up halt on a lot of those and says, no. You don't get your second gas, guys. You can't go for a fast 1-1-1 before, you throw down the command center and everything. You gotta play this out a little bit normal.
Right, and even if it is a, if it were to be a 1-1-1, the fact that you need the second gas to utilize it, I believe maybe those 2-base tank pushes are something that he does fear a bit more. So even just going for this, right, is going to delay any kind of 2-base tank push.
Yeah.
So if he has more time to deal with it, 75 minerals, I think he can eat that. But something that really strikes me as interesting is the fact that he took the gas at the natural base extremely early this time, before even saturating the minerals. So he has something up his sleeve.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. I was gonna say, I was gonna say, like, one quick tip, by the way, for any Terran players that have gas stolen against them, you can actually just start up your gas at the natural while your command center is still building, and if you can time it out so like around the time you'll maybe miss out on like 15-20 gas or something, but by the time that second gas geyser finishes at the natural, your command center finishes, you can start mining from it. You actually don't have to wait to kill this gas geyser in the main.
Oh, okay. Damn, okay, dropping them bombs on your boy.
Okay, well, we do have a blink upgrade on the way over here for Exiled, something that definitely showed that he liked those stalkers in the previous game, but finds the Reaper, gets a snag. That's such a good feeling, because now you know I can move out safely across the map. I don't have to worry about just staying at home until at least the Widow Mines or tanks or Marines or whatever kind of drop harass comes out.
Yeah, and more importantly, too, is that he killed it before it scouted the Twilight or the Robo. So Don Ragu's going to be playing in the dark. And unless he has a specific build that he wants to do, that probably already got kind of messed up because of that delayed gas, it's going to be even worse for him because he has no idea what he's going against at all. And it looks like Exiled is going to be going for a very different style with the Warp Prism coming out, adding another gateway, going for Blink Stalker. So I believe we will see a very aggressive style of this rather than like the kind of take a third base with the Blink Stalker in order to get to Robotech.
No, I'm definitely with you on that. We just need to see some of these gateways actually finished up to allow some of the Stalker warp-ins, adding on a couple extra gateways as well before even thinking about a third base. Yeah, we'll see when those Stalkers feel comfortable moving on out, because this is around that time you got to be wary about any kind of Widow Mine drops and everything coming on in, so you can see that the Stalkers are well positioned in the main and the natural. But I think that around now, the Observer makes its way out and kind of says, all right, what have you got? And as soon as it sees like Marines and Marauders over here, you're going to say, okay, cool. Your army's at home. And I also see a siege tank at the high ground. I know what I'm up against. Let's go.
Exactly. And taking the gas in the earlier game is like one of those things that makes it a bit more predictable as to what you're going to be up against. So what the Terran has the potential to go for is a lot more limited when your gas has been limited in the early game. So now he's like, dude, I got Blink Stalkers, dog. You don't got Stim just yet, but I know what you're capable of, and if I believe in my micro and my push and my timings, I should be able. Oh, beautiful scam from Don, but yeah, I should be able to at least anticipate what it is that you have.
Now the Warp Prism is going to be the second round to provide that high ground vision, so Exile's going to need to keep that Warp Prism alive. That's the unit he cannot afford to lose. The Observer, you want to keep it alive, but if it goes down, that's life. But
it's not the end of the world,
Going after the bunker is kind of interesting. Down trying to pick off some of these SCVs. Loses a Stalker finally, but overall, pretty good trades over here for Exile. Needs to be careful, though. That's a lot of DPS with Stim also finishing on up. A second Stalker, a third Stalker, fourth Stalker ends up falling over here, and Exile is on the retreat. Don Ragu is making magic happen.
He is. The fact that he was able to push that back, he didn't lose Stim. A lot of the times when you get that blink into the main base, the Protoss is looking for that tech lab glowing. Try to get it before that Stim does complete, but the way that he... Oh, the medevac goes down. Are there enough units here, though? Yeah, I think with the bunker, he should be all right.
Yeah.
The Warp Prism Micro with Blink is so good.
I know. I think Exile is actually starting to make this a lot stronger, but remember, there's a third command center morphing into an orbital, already finished up inside the main base over here for Don Ragu, so if he ever pushes this back, he's going to be in a great spot. Whereas Exiled has only just been sticking around on Stalker Tech, is finally getting up Disruptors now with a Robo Bay finish, but the third base is very late in comparison.
Yeah, especially in this matchup, a lot of the times Protoss will have it way before the Terran.
Oh my god, this micro.
The micro! The micro, there's nothing repairing that bunker, by the way. Tank is going to get sieged up, so I believe the Stalkers are going to have to be a little bit more careful as to how they approach this attack.
Oh, I think this is just going to be a blink into the main, just circumvent the army.
Yep.
Okay, I like that none of the add-ons are over here on these barracks. Caster Curse.
I'm sorry, that was
That was so perfectly timed. Well, Exiled is going to finally get exiled from this base. Ends up retreating on back. But, you know, actually did snipe off one. I think one of the barracks disappeared, right? You got the kill
I
on
believe
it?
the top one. Yeah, there were three of them there. He got that.
So, I mean, shutting down some of the production, forcing some more SCVs off the line. I do think Exiled is made up for the later third base at this point. And
I think so, too.
yeah, I mean, killed off quite a few medevacs and everything over here.
Yeah, I think, killing the medevacs was pretty big. And he even thinned out the army. So, like, at this point of the game, it's usually the Terran that is pushing. The Protoss player usually is on the defensive. But Exiled is kind of taking it into his own hands in order to take control of the game. And then he's going to go into Stalker with Disruptor. And even though he was... oh, no, he didn't delay his upgrades. He's actually about to finish +1 right now. And I like this. I think Exiled is in a great spot. But Don Ragu has survived. A little bit more scared, though. Yeah, judging from the way that he's playing.
He pulled it... Exiled actually pulled his entire army back. And it made it look like he had this sudden realization, oh, what if he has a Liberator or something? Or what if he's going for a drop? So that does buy Exile... Oh, Don Ragu, I was going to say, it does buy Don Ragu a little bit of time. He's going to catch a bunch of the Stalkers that are trying to move out, but the Siege Tanks are unsieged. Not the worst trade over here, actually, for Don Ragu. If he can snipe off the War Prism, that would be big.
Yeah, that's usually what you're afraid of the most. But the fact that it was a Disruptor drop, quote-unquote, opener, he has the War Prism speed, I believe. So... It's going to be so easy to get that War Prism out of those dangerous scenarios. So I think Don Ragu, he set himself up for a really, really nice mid to late game. But he's only just now putting that orbital command at the third. Oh, Disruptor's coming through!
Oh, no.
Okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought, though. Let's be real, right?
Yeah.
It could have been a lot worse.
That's true. It could have been a lot worse. And there are... I still think there were a lot of losses there, but
I think so too. But it's like, but it could have been worse, Fear Dragon. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm an optimist. Glass is half full,
and I love you for that, Kwame. I am still worried though because Don Ragu is definitely gonna need some really, really on-point splits to deal with these disruptors.
Oh,
loses both the tanks.
Oh no!
Don't.
Oh my
Tempo
God.
Could have been a lot worse.
I mean, it could have been.
I'm just kidding.
Oh no!
Oh.
Gee.
Well, that is going to be a victory there for Team Exile, or Exile's team GM Crew Ready. That ties up the series. 3-3. We're headed to a final ace match here in this best of 7.
Yeah, beautiful. All right. Well, this is how it tends to go down when you get deeper and deeper into the tournament. Players getting so much better matched against each other. And I mean, teams in general, just, you know, being able to have these very, very close series. So what do we got to wrap things up as far as this one is concerned for GM?
It's not a mirror matchup, I'll say that. But it is going to be interesting because, again, QXC and Exiled, I would probably say, just in terms of ranking and stuff, most likely more people than not would consider them to be the ace players, like the super duper strong players on each team. And I do actually think that these next two players are still very solid, but it's going to be interesting because it's the final match, and both of the ace players have already been fielded. So now we have these two players fielded instead. It should be a fun one. We're going to be starting over here in the top right-hand side of the map. Top of the blue Terran player representing Team GM Crew Ready. It is Mixed Swag. Uwu Mixed Swag XD.
Ooh, you gotta give him with that. Ooh.
As long as you don't make me do the voice.
No.
The ooh voice.
Oh man. Well, in the bottom left-hand corner, representing Raytheon, it is the red Protoss player, Newbie. You saw him earlier today. Let's see what he got today, or at least rather in this matchup on Zen. First time we've seen this map tonight. And for those that don't know, Raytheon is spelled with a W, so it's like Raytheon, like the Wraith from Brood War.
Yeah, I love the theming of the Starcraft team names and everything for all of the CEA teams, or most of them. Like, after this, we're actually going to go to the Bloomzerg versus the Facebook Lingstagram. So, got some good team name memes going on.
I love it, yeah. And I did criticize Raytheon before because I didn't realize that it was spelled with the W.
Yeah.
And you had the opportunity to be Void Raytheon. You could have been like,
Ooh, that's a good one. Avoid,
You know?
what? If Raytheon ever gets too many players and they have to, pull a Facebook or an Amazon. Actually, it's more pulling an Amazon because Amazon has like 3 or 4 teams sometimes because they just have so many people. Yeah, they have a backup name.
Backup name, your boy Tempo.
The Void Raytheons.
I'm here all night. My PayPal is, and I'm just kidding. Yeah, so this is it, guys. Whoever wins this one is going to bring it home for their respective company. And remember that both of these teams are not playing for scholarship money. They're not playing for money to line their pockets. They're going to be giving it to charity. So whatever charity they choose, whichever one will win, they will be able to at least help another good cause out. So it's always nice to have people playing games for a good cause.
Absolutely. Especially in this day and age and everything. Now, I do really quickly, you guys are being fine, but just want to remind the players who played this game in the chat to not spoil anything or talk too much about what happens or describe things in ambiguous terms. Let's just let people find out, including us.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, so the Reaper is heading into the right-hand side. So this is a Reaper hop-up cliff. But the Reaper for McSwag is actually not jumping in. Okay, does re-rally, finds an opportunity to circumvent where the Adept was expecting it to come in from the natural. Is going to get a full scout over here on the Twilight.
Yep, perfect scout. And I mean, that's one of the features of this map, Zen. You don't know if they're going to just run through the front or if they're going to come over from this cliff on the right-hand side. Luckily there for Newbie, he does take out the Reaper, which is great. However, his tech has been revealed, so he just kind of has to play through the game, knowing that his opponent knows or not exactly, but at least has an idea as to what he wants to go for.
Yeah, absolutely. TechLab finishes up on that factory. We got a Siege Shank on the way, and it looks like it's just going to be the very typical composition for a Terran player, getting set up on Zen, putting that Siege Shank in a nice spot to block off both pathways that your Protoss opponent could try and dart in from. The Adept actually does finish its shade, though. Goes for an SCV, and oh my god, is actually going to be able to get out of here alive?
I think he gets it. Oh no, he's going back! God. What are you? Oh no!
YOLO! Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah, it's bound to happen every so often. You get a little greedy. You're like, oh, okay, my shade is about to finish. Wouldn't it be cool if I survived with 2 hit points instead?
I mean, do it for the gram, right? Or do it for the Twitch in this case. But
well, Newbie is going to be going for a good old proxy gate to make this a far more committed Blinkstalker aggression. Gonna warp it.
That's so bold.
I love this kind of stuff. This stuff really fell out of the meta. The only thing is, this is a tough map for it because this isn't a map where it's like, okay, especially with the proxy gate location, you can say I'll blink into the main base or go into the natural. You either go to the natural or you go to the main. You don't get to do both.
Do both. You don't have that opportunity at all, right? Like, if you go on that left-hand side, you've pretty much committed yourself to that side. Like, there's no way to get over to where this gateway is put. And I love the fact that he sent the Marine out. Whoa! Newbie just blinks on in and takes out the tank, but he loses a few Stalkers. Can he actually get this supply depot before he loses?
You're telling me I can't go to the main? Yeah, I can't go to the main. I can go to the natural. I'll lose
talking about Fear Dragon.
A few Stalkers in the process. Oh no! Oh, the right click on the Banshee tries to do a little too much micro there. Ends up losing a lot there.
Oh, that was, a really cool idea there. Because even if you do something like that, you can escape from the left-hand side.
Kills the Banshee, dives into the natural, kills a few SCVs. If you get rid of the bunkers, this actually does open up opportunities for reinforcements to come out and get something done. Kills the bunkers before salvage also.
Yeah, this is pretty awkward here for McSwag, right? He's like, oh my god, I used all of my units to go deal with the Stalkers in the main, but there was more. Billy Mays, but wait. There's more, and now the orbital command has to go back into the main base. And luckily for McSwag, there's no high ground vision for the Protoss here just yet.
Oh, that's so important. If there was high ground vision here, then blinking up to the right-hand side would potentially be able to snipe off one of these siege tanks that are there and start going after some of the SCVs, blink back down. But yeah, remember Newbie had a fully saturated, or not quite fully saturated, but a pretty well saturated natural expansion. Yeah. Has a third base on the way as well, and is containing his opponent to one base. That is a really, really nice spot for the long term. But the big thing is, do not play too greedy in these kind of situations. Make sure you still have enough at home to deal with things like the Banshees making its way across the map and the big push out eventually.
Exactly, right? If you get too greedy and you trade off too much army just to get like a refinery or a depot or like a couple Marines, it would not be the greatest. Especially when you're taking the third base, right? So, oh my god, is there any detection?
Uh-oh. There's one observer on the map. It's in the main. Okay. I was heading on over, and the stalkers do a blink. A second observer pops out. Oh, but doesn't really quite get the Banshee there. There's so much dead airspace on Zen. This is actually a nightmare map to deal with drops on.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yep, absolutely. So 3 kills, or rather 3 probes go down. We're looking at 48 to 38 workers here in Protoss's favor. But never forget about the mules. But the bigger thing here is that the natural for McSwag has not been mining. Now it just finally gets back down.
Yeah, and I mean, even beyond that, Stim is also very, very delayed. There's not even combat shield. It's not like it was, oh, getting combat shields first or anything. It's just Stim and combat shields are very, very slow to get started. And going for concussive shells before going and starting up combat shields, it does make me wonder, is McSwag expecting that there's going to be a big, he's going to go for a big move out before combat shields will finish?
Maybe so. You know, I believe it's because he saw so many of the stalkers there and he wants to be able to catch them. But at the end of the day, yeah, combat shield, having that just solid buffer on, or at least buffer of HP on those Marines is so nice. So I don't know here. Combat shield is a lot, or rather, concussive shell I think is quicker, right?
Yeah, it's very fast, very fast.
So. No, there's no detection here.
Oh yeah, the stalkers are on their own. There is another stalker on the left hand side, not an observer. Well, the Banshee actually, it has enough energy that if it knew for certain there was no observer nearby, it could actually start going after the pylons, powering those that gateway and everything, and deny some reinforcements. But you don't know for sure.
You don't know.
Gonna go back home, pull the boys. And I don't mean the SCVs. I just mean the actual boys
like
with
the
guns.
Boys.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a pretty good show on on Amazon, by the way. The Boys. Have you ever watched it?
I have not. No, I've heard about it.
You've
heard about it.
If you have Amazon Prime, and I hope you do, because you probably should.
I do.
It's a good show.
Ooh. Okay. Leaves that one pylon alive. That's gonna allow for reinforcements.
Well, ever so slowly, of course.
Yeah.
But now we look at the tech from both players, right? Combat shield has begun. Psionic Storm coming up here from Newbie. So he's going to be going that Templar route. All right. I can dig it.
I love this one Banshee, though. I love this one Banshee in the corner. That's just being so annoying.
Coming in and out.
Yeah, it's just, you look at, there's a shield battery and 3 stalkers in or more than 3 stalkers in every single base. Just for that one Banshee. That's so much value out of a single small unit.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if it wasn't there, perhaps we would have seen Newbie even commit to a big stalker attack. But as it stands right now, that Banshee... Oh my god, that is an Artosis pylon, so if he can get it... I don't think there's detection here yet, and I don't believe the observer's moving. It's in the natural. Oh, it is.
Oh, the Banshee just ran out of cloak.
Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but hey... Saw an opportunity, almost managed to really delay things for a little bit. But here's the big move out over here from McSwag. Is pushing up from over toward the natural. Oh my god, the Marines are in a little bit of a limbo line though. Zealots are going to dive on forward. Storm is ready, and that's a lot of High Templars with energy.
Oh boy. Does he know about the Templar? Good scan, great scan. He does want to siege up, or rather, if he was going to commit, he would. But seeing the High Templar, he realizes that, yeah, pushing up a ramp where the Protoss knows you're there, probably not the best idea. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. No,
Very awkward. Siege tanks are all gonna get sniped off on this retreat over here. Even the Marauders are taking a lot of damage going through those mineral patches. Oh, Newbie gets a massive set of pickoffs there. And remember how late McSwag's third base is? where the fourth base is done for Newbie around the same time that McSwag starts mining.
Oh, wait, nice drop in the natural base of Newbie.
And the main.
So McSwag does, oh wow, double drop coming through. Okay, this is a really nice move. Holy crap.
Yeah. Oh my god, now you can't really warp in to defend because so many gateways went down. This is a really big problem and finally gonna force the lift off over here as the entire army retreats back home. This was really crucial because it bought McSwag enough time to get up a few more siege tanks and get up a few other units over here to potentially defend a third base.
Yeah, that is so important because it was looking pretty bad when he got caught, and that is a thing that is pretty specific to this map, that little mineral patch in the middle of the map. Usually your units are going to be funneling like that, so the fact that it was able to at least reciprocate the damage is really awesome because it looked really bad a few seconds ago.
Denying the pylons in the main base again with both the Marines and a Banshee over here. The warp gates have still not been powered.
What?
Newbie is just throwing down lots of cannons to spend their money, and the Banshee will go down to the shield, or to the cannon and the shield battery, but the drop is still alive off in the corner. And Newbie has just had enough. Newbie is just going across the map, and there are more drops coming from McSwag.
Yeah, McSwag is not done yet. He's going to continue. He says, hey, this has been working so well. However, he needs to be very careful about those Blink Stalkers that were at least chasing away one of those medevacs. Do not fly those other two ones unless you plan to attack those Stalkers with them.
Drop comes back in the main base. The medevac gets right-clicked down. The Stalkers will trade their lives, or at least some of the hit points on some of their lives, for that medevac and for these Marines. We'll eventually get it. Stalker is also denying a fourth base for a little bit, and I think that McSwag is setting up another big drop as he moves in along the north side.
Oh, no Stalkers that were chasing down that other medevac. Yep, they're gonna get taken out, and oh no, Newbie. He has an army on the top side of this army as well for the Terran, but it might get sandwiched now, and I believe this should be...
Oh my god.
My god.
Two of those medevacs so low. The photon cannon takes out one of the medevacs, and it was one of the full ones as well. The other medevac, diverts off the other medevac that was lower on hit points to try and absorb some of the shots and distract those Stalkers, but doesn't quite get it out of there. Another medevac is on the far south side of the map. McSwag is unable to land that fourth command center, and Newbie knows about it. Newbie's going for it.
Yeah, he's committed to that side, and we were talking about this earlier. Yeah, he can go into the main for sure, but his main priority right now is to never let that command center mine. So if he can find where it is, then he might be able to kill it with the Stalkers, but...
It's going to the top left, but there's a High Templar and a Nexus over there.
Oh, what? This game is so fun.
Oh my god, McSwag is going for the pylons again. Okay, he can't reach the other pylon with enough Marines, so the Zealots will warp in, and those should be enough to deal with this.
Yeah, I believe he should be okay. But it's more so the distractionary factor of it. Oh, man. I mean, right? Newbie's getting pulled up and down, left and right, but he's done an amazing job dealing with the medevacs. But what's happening in the background, right? McSwag is dealing, or rather, committing to a lot of this multi-pronged aggression, but he needs to make sure that he can get his fourth base running and also continue to make those units, right? Because if you slack on the macro during all of this, then you're going to get overwhelmed when everything is cleaned up.
McSwag tried to take another one of these bases. Oh my god, the command center is gonna get caught by the Stalkers. There's not that many over here though. But there's just no way for it to get anywhere in time for it to actually survive.
And look at how much energy it has. Oh, so much energy on that orbital command.
I know, it would have been worth it just to try and land it somewhere and throw down some mules, but...
Roll them down, yeah.
That's life.
That's how it works. You know, the cookie crumbles that way.
Yeah. 2-2 is about to finish up for both of these players. Funny enough, they have been staying even with upgrades. They both stopped around 1-1 at the same time. They stopped around 2-2. Or finishing up 2-2 at the same time. And
at the same time.
Got another set of these drops coming back in on the north and the south side of the main base. Main base getting dropped from multiple angles. And Newbie is super out of position again. Loses the Cyber Core. And there's even a Ghost in the mix.
Yep, we got Ghosts here. Where are the High Templar? They're going to be lagging behind a little bit, but if he can get those EMPs and he sieges up the tanks, it is going to be a very difficult push here from Newbie. But I think his main goal is just to try to take out the orbitals, or rather the command centers.
Oh, that's Storm!
Oh, that was so good, but he gets out of there before they die.
Yeah, but that salvages the situation. So many gateways just went down. Only 5 gateways remain, one of them being unpowered as well. But the Forges gets saved, and Newbie gets a snipe off on another one of the command centers here. McSwag still, I think, needs to make some magic happen. And he's going to try and make it happen with the army in the top left. And Observer spots this, but there's no army over here.
Nope. And remember, there's also the drops that he continues to do. He has 3 medevacs on the south-hand side. But multi-pronged aggression out of McSwag is swaggerific, absolutely. Good storm, though!
Yeah, and another stim from the Marauders. They're going to start getting nearly one-shot over here by these Zealots who are holding their own versus quite a few bio units, but more bio units coming to the natural. EMPs on the Archon, it gets taken out, and I think that McSwag is starting to snowball a bit.
He really is, and he's put in a lot of work to make this happen. This has been one of the I think the closest game that we've had all day. And it looks like McSwag is going to be able to push through here into the main.
Oh, he's going to deny +3 weapons.
Fall apart. Yeah. And even though his +3 didn't start yet, I guess this is going to equalize the fact that, hey, I don't need +3 if you can't get +3. I don't mind being 2-2 versus 2-2.
Yeah. Well, I think that finishing a +3 armor is still going to be really, really valuable because, well, +3 armor is the big thing that allows the Zealots to survive a lot longer versus your opponents. So that's at least the bright side here for McSwag. And keeps that Cyber Core alive. It finishes.
Okay. Oh, my. Yeah, McSwag really is turning up right now. He has a Liberator in the top side with 11 kills, by the way. Just died.
Yeah.
He's just doing everything in his power to keep Newbie from attacking him directly.
When was the last time Newbie successfully attacked not just like a stray base that was out in the middle of the map, but an actual well-defended base? It's been a very long time.
Yep. Oh, beautiful storms.
Oh my god, those storms.
Few Liberators, but that could have been so much worse for McSwag.
I feel like the way that Newbie can win this game is just use all of that gas bank, warp in like 17 High Templars, and I think you warp in so many High Templars. This is like my Diamond League Tactics level strategy here. But when you have this kind of gas bank, you warp in so many High Templars that they use all of their EMPs, and they're like, I hit the maximum number of High Templars with that EMP radius.
Yep.
And I didn't. They still had more. There's just so many High Templars.
Yeah. Well, ideally he would want. Oh,
that's the last ghost. That's the last ghost.
Yeah. Ideally, he would want to have a lot of these High Templar that he has the potential to warp in, just around the main base, you know, and different locations, so that when the medevacs do fly in, he can feed back and storm when they drop. God, I'll tell you right now, and I'm sure you know it. How hard is it to deal with a Terran player that is being so aggressive as a Protoss, right? Like, in so many locations at once.
I think one of the hardest things, because usually the way that a lot of Protoss players will try and deal with that is you do segment off your army a little bit, but for the most part, you don't want to segment off your army too much. So what you're actually usually doing is you are warping in defensively at the locations where you're getting harassed. But because so much of the production got wiped out for Newbie, he's back up to 10 gateways now, but there was a point where he's down to 5 gateways on 4 or 5 bases. It is not a pretty sight, and that is what makes it so difficult, and what I think allowed McSwag to really just capitalize on everything here.
Yep, it's a lot of Zealots, mate.
Oh my god.
And a lot of Liberators to match that. So let's see, will the tanks and the Liberators be able to deal with the Stalkers and those Zealots? Wow, they just swarm all over the tanks, and the Stalkers will be able to blink on top of the Liberators. And it looks like Newbie gets some beautiful feedbacks on the medevacs as well. And he's had enough. He's had enough, Fear Dragon. He's moving on in for the kill.
A massive set of trades over there. Newbie getting some beautiful, beautiful damage done, as killing off the command center is a big thing. Resetting the entire tank count as well. There's only 3 tanks now out, and they're going to be caught on siege for a moment. The Zealots jump on it. This might actually be the killing blow. McSwag, a bit favored coming into this. Wow. Newbie gonna be able to make some magic happen here, man.
Yeah, this is awesome, man. He's been taking a beating all game, but he said, I've had enough. I'm coming through. The EMPs are good from McSwag, but there is still one more High Templar with a decent amount of energy. And Fear Dragon, you were talking to me about that +3 armor. I feel like when you have this many Zealots, you would rather have your +3 weapons get sniped rather than your armor here.
Absolutely. No, that
Oh,
100%. They just survive a lot longer versus those Marines when you have those armor upgrades. And McSwag is no longer with a bunch of extra command centers, floating the natural command center over toward a potential 4th base location, getting caught by the stalkers immediately. If he loses that, that is actually half of his orbital commands.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He only has 2 right now, right?
Yeah, he tried to float his main over to the 4th earlier to the left-hand side.
Man, I got to give it up for Newbie because it almost seemed like McSwag was just dominating. And Newbie decided that, you know, I've taken enough of a beating. I need to get some damage done to you. And he capitalized on such an awesome opportunity when he was able to have his +3 finish and just swarm those tanks. And the Liberators just weren't enough.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, he's dominating here. Great expansions here.
I think you're maxed out now. Maybe you wait for +3 weapons if you chrono it out or something. But I actually think it's just time to go. Do not let your opponent build up the siege tank count and the Liberator count and everything, because that's how you actually give McSwag a chance to come back in. Zealots come swarming on in. Get all the impies off that you want. It's not going to be enough against this size of an army.
No, and even though there's a drop inside of the main base of Newbie, the Protoss army will reign supreme. And once that Terran production is being camped, and I mean, we already see it being lifted off, I believe he's debating what he needs to do to win this game, and he's probably thinking, okay, that maybe GG. But I was thinking more so if he needed to go for some kind of a base race, but it just wasn't enough at that point. Oh, what a game! That was sick.
That was a great way to end our second series of the day with a 4-3 victory for Team Raytheon. Newbie brings it home. Really, really well done. What a game! What a series!
That was
man.
awesome. Yeah,
that whole
great.
series was really, really fun.
Good stuff.
But that does mean Team Raytheon does advance on to the round of 8. They advance on for that round of 16, and they're not going to be in the quarterfinals. That's so great to see. And GM Crew Ready put up a great show, and of course did a great job throughout the season. Really enjoyed watching a lot of their games. They are going to hopefully return next season, but for now, they are going to be out of the tournament. So, well played, and hope to see you guys next time.
Yeah, that was great. You know, I really got to give it up to every player that participated there. That was quite the series. Yeah, very close. Very close.
Well, since we are already having pretty long days so far, let's go ahead and take a very short break while we get the next series set up. I want to remind you guys that, of course, the CEA Collegiate series, which is going to be finishing up tonight or a little bit later after our next series, because we're going to do one more championship series match. But the Collegiate series is sponsored by Shopify, and Toby, the CEO of Shopify, putting up that money for the scholarships in the prize pool with $15,000 for first place. I mean, the players that are getting knocked out today in the Collegiate series in the round of 8 are still getting paid out $1,000 extra to help pay all those student loans and everything. So really, really awesome. Thank you so much to Toby from Shopify and just Shopify itself. And if you guys do appreciate that, please make sure you send a nice little message, tweet, or whatever to Shopify and say thank you so much for supporting the CEA, the Collegiate Esports the Corporate Esports Association on the Collegiate series.
So many C's.
Yeah, a lot of C's there. Yeah, a lot of C's. But
I gotta give a shout out to Shopify. I think I had mentioned it on our last broadcast, but my boss at the part-time job that I have, I put him onto Shopify because he didn't know anything about doing online merchandising, and he's like, dude, it's so easy to do. I can do it from my phone. You know, it's just so simple to do, and he was able to make a quick shop for people to actually order stuff, and you know, actually have an online presence where he had none beforehand. So personal experience, not just me, you know, being a sponsor shill or anything like that, but it's more so the fact that it does actually help people a lot in order, small businesses especially, to be able to get their product out there to more people. So big ups to Toby for sure.
Well, thank you guys so much. We'll be back in a little bit with our next series, which will be another one of the round of 16 championship series matches of Bloomzerg versus the Facebook Linkstagrams. Another rematch as well from last week's series, where I believe the Bloomzergs are able to beat the Facebook Linkstagrams 3-2. So we'll see what happens at a best of 7 after another really, really close series was just played. We'll see you guys soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be moving into our next series. Thank you so much for your patience. Our next series is going to be the Bloom Zergs facing off versus the Facebook Linkstagram. Should be a fun series. It's going to be another best of 7. Now, there is one little weird thing about this series that I was trying to reach out to an admin to. Don't quite know what the situation is on it. So, but I do think we have a relatively okay answer, which is we're just going to play out the first game. But we don't know which player is on which team for the first game because the names are different than what were originally recorded on the actual website and everything. So we're just going to watch the game, and I know which team wins the first game. So I look that up, and we'll find out which player is on which team. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Let's begin. We're going to be starting down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, top of the red Protoss player. It is Infinity.
And well, on the left, or rather the right-hand side, it is going to be the teal Zerg player. It is B Sherm.
Okay, so good old PVC. We once again are not getting any mirror matchups so far, which. Yeah,
not
pretty
even
amazing.
one. Yeah.
What's the probability on that? Because we've seen, I guess, effectively 8 chances,
9,
right? Because
yeah.
Peely versus Silky, like once it happened once, we knew that it wasn't gonna happen probably.
Right.
And then 7 other series happened, so there were
That could
8
have been-
chances.
And not a single one. But there are 9 matchups. Yeah, the fact that there are 9 matchups, it's like.
Wait, are there 9? Or I thought there were.
Oh, I'm thinking random.
Yeah. Well,
Wait, maybe so.
People usually say 9 because it's like you have to learn. If you're playing random, you have to learn PvT and you have to learn TVP, which is the same matchup, but you're playing it from the opposite way, right? So I think
Right. So there would still
PvP,
be
okay. Or ZVZ and TVT. So there's 3
of them already in the
mirrors.
mirror matchups. Already
And then you
3.
have PvT,
Yep.
PvZ, and TVZ. So it's actually 50%. It is a coin flip, 50-50. And the fact that we haven't gotten a mirror matchup 50 or like for 8 matches in a row, that's like getting heads 8 times
What?
in a row.
8 times in a row.
That's
Wow.
nuts.
I'm just surprised about that too. Not like I'm complaining. Like
I know.
we were talking
I'm like,
about,
I'm sitting here, but
but
yeah, I'm pretty happy.
it's like one of those things where you would expect it, and it seems like when there are mirror matchups,
Mhm.
that's all you get. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, look at that! First Stargate opener in a PVZ that we've had today.
Indeed. And we have a
Coming
few
out of
links
Infinity.
patrolling around, just the 4 Zerglings being made, and back to droning over here for B Sherm. I believe, I'm trying to remember exactly, but I think it was Infinity that had a Masters League border. It may have been like a Masters 1 border or something. I may have ended up being B Sherm, so do forgive me if I missed out on that. But one of these players was unranked. One of them was in High Masters, so this could be a tough match, but it's also possible that, you know, they just like playing unranked, or maybe they have another account they like to play on.
Right, like the name that's on the actual site.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
No, I'm just kidding. Adept gets inside of the natural base here.
Oh,
of
this is already a lot of
Sherm.
damage, actually.
Yeah. Oh boy. 4 kills. Yep. Not looking too good for B Sherm so far. And that is a value Adept if I've ever seen one before.
Absolutely. It's going to be a fast Void Ray over here. I think Infinity is just thinking, all right, I didn't see a 3rd base, and I just killed 4 drones.
Yeah.
If you don't all in me, then you're probably behind. If you do all in me, I'm going to have a Void Ray there to help defend, and it's going to put him in a really good spot.
This is actually pretty cool. B Sherm decided to mine out the minerals there on the south-hand side and take that base. The one that we never really get, we never really see it get taken in this matchup.
Wait, do you not take this base?
Not that often.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
a lot of the...
Every single Zerg player that I play against takes this base
Really?
as their 3rd. Almost every.
Well, usually, okay. Well, for me, maybe it's different because I usually do 2 base all-ins with the gold on this map. But
I never see this base taken because I don't take 3rd bases and all. I don't see any 3rd base taken.
I'm never taking a 3rd base on this map.
Yeah,
I don't think. Yeah. But
Yeah,
okay.
that's fair. I guess I think there are still a lot of Zerg players that don't take this base, but I think it has become more common for more and more Zerg players to like mine out those minerals, take this third base on the low ground, especially just because like once you take this base, you can start taking bases on like the fourth and the bottom side.
Yep.
And now it's like, oh, asking a Protoss player to be prepared to defend on lots of different sides that are very difficult to get back and forth between. Oh my god, it becomes a nightmare for Protoss.
Yeah. Absolute nightmare, especially when the Protoss is expanding upwards for the most part. So spreading creep that way can get pretty scary as well, right? When you see creep starting to creep into your main base from the low ground, it's like, well, I think this game has gone on a little bit too long.
Yeah, had that happen a few times. Now, very fast Hydra Den coming out over here from B-Sherm. What do you think about that?
Interesting, I would say. The fact that there's no upgrades yet makes me wonder what his plan is going to be. A lot of the times you will see like a melee upgrade into Lingbane Hydra, but he decided to favor the tech over the upgrade.
Do you think this is going to be like the old school Lingbane Hydra all-in?
It could be, right? He already has Ling speed. He's making Hydras off of 48 workers, so no third base coming out of Infinity yet, so there's nothing to really pressure. Although it looks like Infinity does want to take it. But yeah, you make a good point as far as maybe identifying it as one of those very aggressive Hydra Lingbane styles where the Protoss is just starting to power up. You can deal with Archon drops with this so easily too, so
yeah.
It's very, very versatile. But I wonder how it works against a push like this.
That's a great question. I think, you know, if you can find it all, not really unsiege because, you know, there's no siege tanks or anything like that last game, but if you find them while they're all kind of out in the middle in a big wide open space, maybe there's some chance for this, but there's no Banelings morphed in. There's only 12 Hydras. There's actually pretty much, I mean, if you add up the Stalker count of the Immortals, it's almost as many Hydras as there are. I don't actually think this is a great spot for B-Sherm right now.
Nah, it's a really tough position. I think he would want more Lings rather than Banes here, but he's going to try to morph in a few of them. That Void Ray being very annoying. Both of them, actually. And damn, that's a lot of Protoss just pushing onto the natural base of B-Sherm, and I don't think he has enough. Not even close.
Nope. And we are going to see Infinity just power on through. Remember, this was a very late third base over here for B-Sherm. And
he didn't even take it. Oh, Infinity, sorry.
Oh, yeah. And B-Sherm, I was going to say, like, you needed to be able to defend against this, and now being down 20-30 supply, I don't know if there's a way economically to bounce back from this.
No, and I think his best bet would have been to maybe hang around the top of the ramp. The second that he let Infinity in right there and decided to go for the Banes, then that was when Infinity felt that confidence to just push up. And now we're seeing the repercussions of that. No upgrades, unfortunately, here for our Zerg player, but the Banelings, even if they were to finish, would they have done more than, you know, just basic Lings would have done?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Not so sure. And that is going to give Infinity a win. And Tempo... Winfinity, yeah. Pulling out a solid W, and that is going to be for... Actually, what's your guess? What's your guess on which team they were representing?
For what it would be? I feel like we've actually
Bloomsburgs or the Facebook Linkstagram?
Infinity for... I want to say the Linkstagrams, yeah.
It is, in fact, the Bloomsburgs. The Bloomsburgs.
Oh,
yeah.
Because, I mean, the Zerg player was, you know...
That's true. That's only, you know, they're both Zerg players. Or both Zerg names, I mean.
Yeah.
Bloomsburg and Linkstagram, so.
Oh, yeah, true. I guess you're right about that. All
right, well, I think the rest of the players I've verified and I do know the identities of, so we can jump into game number 2 now. Bloomsburg's leading up 1-0 as we head on to Purity and Industries. Same map order as, of course, if you guys haven't been able to tell, a lot of this is kind of predetermined. And we get to see the first mirror matchup of the day. Tempo.
Look at that.
This it's gonna be fun. I'm also a little worried because this is one of the hardest mirror matchups to get a solid game in.
Oh, I know. Oh boy.
Yeah.
I do not envy Protoss players at all. Like, I think everybody feels that way though, as far as their mirror matchup. like everyone's like, I would never want to play DBZ. Like that seems like the most hectic, chaotic.
That's very true. That's very true.
Um,
Yeah, everyone seems to feel that
PvZ.
way usually.
yeah.
Okay, well, we're going to be starting over here on the top side of the map, top of the pink Protoss player. It is going to be Arcane, who I believe is representing the Facebook Linkstagram team.
All right. Oh, I've seen this guy play before. In the right-hand side, going to be the red Protoss player from the Bloomzergs. I assume it is Yol Bolson. Bolson.
You'll bowl, son.
Yo, bowl, son.
Son, I know you don't want to bowl, but you will bowl, son.
Yo,
Yeah.
bowl, son. It's like when, you know, you take somebody to the bowling alley and all they want to do is talk and eat pizza and mozzarella sticks, and their turn comes up and they're holding up the line.
Who was that at Cheesadelphia when we went to the bowling alley?
Oh, probably me.
You do
The
get very
tempo balls,
you
bro.
do get very distracted at those kind of events.
Very easily, yeah. And I love bowling. Like, don't get me wrong. It's just that I love people too. So, and I love pizza and mozzarella sticks and beer. So,
Yeah. Okay, so really quickly, just a note about the league borders that we saw loading on into this game. Yul Bolson did have the Masters League border, whereas Arcane still had that Diamond League border. So, of course, there's a little bit that MMR will play into this kind of stuff, but I do think this is one of those matchups where you absolutely can upset a league above, or even sometimes 2 leagues above, with some nice plays. And I mean, we even saw Rotterdam taking out Neve the other day.
yep.
So those PvPs, man, can get a little bit hectic and crazy, but we see one of the strongest builds in the matchup right now that has actually really been devastating a lot of people. It is going to be the 3-gate Robo. Third gate is still going to be yet to be made, but the proxy Robo makes it really, really tough to defend.
Oh man, yeah. This is definitely a matchup that you have a lot more expertise in than I do. So I'm always here. I'm along for the ride, but I always kind of take note as far as what the first 2 units that come out of the gateway are and what they do signify.
It's going to be double stalker for both sides as well. So we see that scout out from Yul Bolson. I don't believe that Arcane has really put in as much time and effort to scouting and seeing what the additional 2 units were from his opponent. The kind of nice thing about going for double stalker is that if your opponent doesn't do some weird pathing with their adepts or something, you can actually oftentimes move out with your stalkers once you get 2 to 4 of them.
Yeah.
And then you can start pushing across the map. And if they're going for stalkers, you'll oftentimes encounter them. And we are going to see Arcane find one of the stalkers of Yul Bolson, get a lot of damage done on it too.
Yep, gonna be able to maybe get the kill. I believe he gets it, but he knows that at least one stalker was trying to move across the map. So in that case, usually there could be more. But he has no idea about the Robo. And it's not going to be the Warp Prism first. He is going to go for the Immortals here.
Oh, no.
And a lot of the times you will see the Warp Prism in order to juggle those Stalkers. But Immortal first, you know, he already lost 1 Stalker, right?
Yeah,
So-
but I'm really worried right now because Arcane is doing a few things that are going to make this very difficult. One, look at the Warp Gate, like how far along they are. It's about to finish there for Yul Bolson and for Arcane, but the difference is going to be that there's an Immortal in the mix for Yul Bolson, and there's 2 shield batteries that were made. That's just going to take away from the number of gateway units that Arcane can actually make right now. The Nexus is going to go down. The Pylon's going to go down. There's just like a lot of sunk cost investments here. I mean, just actually naming those 3 or 4 things. The Nexus is 400, 2 shield batteries that are not
Batteries
really
went
finding a lot of
down.
value,
Yeah,
and a
they didn't do
Pylon.
anything.
Yeah, that's 700
huge.
resources.
And it's a shame that he was not able to utilize that shield battery. Either of them. And now the Nexus, like you said, sunk cost, gonna be right down the drain. And it's not like he's going for DTs or something where it's maybe would be able to be a game changer here. He's just kind of scared, right? He's playing scared at the moment, and he's like, oh my god, I gotta survive. And now we have a Warp Prism in the mix, which is basically a pseudo blank for all of the units. Not just the Stalkers here.
Okay, well, Arcane does end up losing a few more Stalkers there, but snipes off a few of Yul Bolson. Remember, if it's totally even trades, I think Arcane will be okay with that, because now it's got his own Immortal, and can gradually defend with shield batteries, and has a few more workers and everything, can eventually break through.
Okay.
So the onus is on Yul Bolson to try and break this, or
yeah,
to
this
expand.
is actually crazy to me. I think it's very crazy to me that he has a supply lead Arcane after losing the Nexus as well as those shield batteries. He's
Yeah.
up by 6 workers, and his army value is looking pretty good. You know, it's not like he sacrificed too much of his army in order to get that economy rocking. He's actually okay.
Yeah.
He has the high ground advantage. He just doesn't have a war prism, that's all.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried right now because I think one of the immortals did get sniped off. That's a fresh immortal that just popped down out over here from Arcane. Whereas we actually are up to 2 immortals from Yolbolson, but Yolbolson's actually not reinforcing at all. That force seal is going to be big because that's going to mean a lot of dead units over here.
Oh.
Trying to right click down the warp prism, saying, okay, if I kill this warp prism, your units are going to have to walk very far across the map. I think I could defend if I can kill that war prism, but doesn't get it. That might actually be the nail in the coffin.
I think it might be. That was such a bold move to try to go for it, and even though he had that advantage by being at the top of the ramp, he really wanted it all to end, and it might end, but not in the way that he wanted it to. And I believe, yeah, keeping that immortal alive out of Yolbolson, so nice. He doesn't have the shield battery the same way that Arcane does, yet he's been using the Warp Prism as a way to preserve the HP for all of his units here.
Yeah.
And force fields have been on point, and now pushing from the low ground, depowering the Robo, all of these factors are going to be able to possibly secure the win here for Yolbolson, and I believe with that, we're going to have another GG.
Indeed, and that's going to mean
Wow.
that the Bloomzergs are now up 2-0 with their first 2 victories there. Really, really well done. Yolbolson, definitely a bit of a favorite coming into that as the Masters League player there, but gotta hand it to Arcane for almost making that look like, hey, you know what, there is a chance that he could actually make this work. He was doing some really good moves.
I thought that he did because I was so surprised to look at the supply and be like, oh, he's actually up in supply right now. And maybe he felt like he was way more behind than he actually was because of that.
I think it's tough because it's deceptive because one, the workers are like a lot of that supply and like they don't help out as much as you would hope. And the second thing is I think it was like the immortal count is a really big deal, and falling behind on the immortal count, like losing that first immortal, I actually think if he kept the first immortal alive, I have some hope there. Losing the first immortal though, I think it was killer.
Yeah, even this that was actually Yolbolson Stalker that died. So despite, you know, kind of a risky opener that didn't look like it was going to start out that well, he ended up pulling it up. He ended up pulling it through with the micro. And also the bait, you know, it's like, here's my Warp Prism, come get it. And
all right, well, we're going to start in game number 3 now as we start over in the top left-hand side. On top of the blue Terran player, it is Nowitzki, going to be representing the Facebook Linkstagram team. And that Facebook blue.
Yeah, you gotta love it. And in the bottom right-hand corner, it is gonna be the red Zerg player representing the Bloom Zergs. Give it up for Shengi.
Definitely a name that I have seen around, especially in Pig's
I feel like
chat.
I have too.
I think I've seen him in a lot of Twitch chats and stuff, and definitely see him in the Pig's Pan, as that is the clan name for Shengi. So
yeah, Pig Stream.
Yeah, see him around in Pig Stream. Nice fellow.
All right then. ZVT. Oh man, yeah, we're getting a wide variety of matchups today.
Yeah, right.
The only ones we haven't got are the TVT and the or the ZVZ and the TVT.
Yeah. I will say, I think that PvP, when it's not the same kind of like 3-gate robo every single game, I do think it can be an exciting matchup to watch.
Yeah.
It's just a hellish matchup to play.
Yeah. It's like, it's such a confusing matchup to me because it seems like there's always a very clear superior unit composition that both players will go for. Whereas where, you know, I mean, even in Terran, you know, you have the mix up of, say, mech versus bio tank and different little compositions that you can go for. But in PvP, it almost seems like the early game is freaking nuts.
Yes.
You have no idea how that is going to start out, but then it tends to devolve or devolve.
It does sort of devolve, yes.
Go into the Zealot Archon Immortal style. So I always wonder about that because in ZVZ, you know, people will say, "Oh yeah, just a bunch of, you know, Zerg players bashing roaches against each other until the other one dies." Oh, nice Reaper micro, but indeed the drone does survive. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely with you. It's a very hectic matchup in exactly that sense. But you know, we do what you gotta do. You live with what you got. And right now we don't have to live with it because we're watching a TVZ.
This is true.
So
It's a matchup that is, yeah, stood the test of time.
yeah, I do want to note though, it's a best of 7, so it's not match point like it would normally be in a best of 5 that happened throughout the rest of the entire CEAs thus far. But that still is a really tough spot for Team Facebook Linkstagram to be. When you're down 0-2, you actually have to win quite a few games in a row. And if you go down to that 0-3 deficit,
Oh, yeah.
I would love to see the exact stats on this, but the number of people who actually come back from that 0-3 deficit in a best of 7 is very low.
Very low. I think it's a bit more optimistic, or I'm a little bit more optimistic for the underdog team, or rather the team that, oh, nice round. The team that is down by 3 in a team league format rather than like a player.
That's true. Yeah, it's not one individual player who's getting demoralized and like, oh no, like I got us here. You're like, my teammates couldn't stand up to it. Now I'll step up. Yeah.
Exactly. I have a little bit more optimism towards the team format.
Yeah.
But it's never a good position to be in. Like, how good does it feel to come back to your team and be like, yeah, we won that. Let's go. We're up by 3, and that motivation, you know, to continue the energy.
Absolutely. I think in some ways, actually, it's also the opposite side of there's more pressure in some ways. Like, oh, we're up, or like we're in.
I think it cut out.
Oh yeah, you cut out for a second. Hello, we're back.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah. I was like, the replay is lagging.
No, I think it's my net. It might be my internet.
Yeah. It's all good. But yeah, like you know.
Comcast is not in any of these, are they?
No, but
okay, good.
We'll avoid it for now.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we do have a battlecruiser opening, by the way, over here from Nowitzki. It's going to be adding on that first one with the fusion core already finished on up. Throws down another barracks to indicate it is going to be a transition into the usual bio play behind a lot of Hellions here. And we could be seeing one of those good old... Actually, do you usually see this with like an armory and stuff with Hellbats and those joining the fray with the battlecruiser?
With the battlecruiser, not so much. I think we will usually tend to see those, or rather the gas go into an additional factory or setting up the third base. Because if you commit to the armory early on, then it means that you are literally trying to do a 2-base all in.
Yeah.
With the battlecruiser, it's such a big investment, and the battlecruiser in its own right, you know, can usually do a lot. And the Hellions don't need to be Hellbats. You just have to make sure that you micro them correctly and utilize the fact that the Queens are going to be dealing with all of those, or rather the battlecruiser, or, you know, maybe there's 2 of them. And then hope that they don't have any links to deal with the Hellions or not enough. So here we go, baby. Here comes a battlecruiser inside of the main. Gonna get a few kills, and the Hellions are gonna try to get something done, and it's only links. This is what I'm talking about. You don't even need Hellbats, Fear Dragon. They just run right into the mineral line, and hot damn.
Yeah, that's not exactly the army composition you want versus a lot of Hellions. And these drones are also starting to stack up a bit. 24 workers killed so far. The battlecruiser's still alive. The drones are right-clicked on the battlecruiser. Oh,
this is a disaster, Shengi. And this is what can happen, guys. It's a very stressful situation when you're trying to deal with 2 things at once, and you don't deal with either of them the way that you wanted to, right? So you're trying to do it. Best of both worlds.
And the Hellions are back.
Yeah, this is such a disaster for the Zerg.
No drones made it out alive. That, well, Tempo, I think that the Facebook Linkstagram team is probably feeling pretty good right now.
Oh, yeah. Right? I mean, right now, just all of these links going, or rather all of the Hellions still being alive. This is just absolute insanity. This is link insanity. Oh, no.
Yeah. And battlecruiser teleports out successfully.
Why don't you hit that Control R button real quick?
54. He has killed almost twice as many workers as Shengi even has right now.
How crazy is that?
That's brutal.
So that was actually a really nicely executed attack there from Nowitzki.
Yeah.
So you got to give it up to him in the transition, right? He had the third base on the way. He's going to be going for Biomine, which I think is pretty good if you expect it to be Lingbane Muta. But it doesn't really matter what the Zerg does at this point, because the only thing the Zerg really wants to do right now is make drones.
Yeah. And it's going to be tough. You know, the irony was there was also a bit of a mineral bank during all of that from Shengi, because even though losing all those drones, like, you're also busy and you aren't quite macroing because you're just trying to make sure you don't lose the game by losing so many workers. So the larva actually was also hurting after the attack finally ended, and there wasn't enough larva to just power all the drones immediately. So Shengi is still trying to play catch up. All the queens were on the front lines and everything. They weren't injecting. And now the 2 battlecruisers come out, and guess what, Tempo? There were only drones made this whole time, and I guess a few queens, but it's not that much.
It really isn't. The transfuses are okay. He's trying to keep as many of the queens alive as he can, but he's gonna lose 2 of them right off the bat. And look at the supply. Like, you're gonna start to see the Terran player just completely take off here. Yes, Zerg is able to get to 65 drones, but it's because the Terran player is making units at the same time. The only thing the Zerg player is making are drones.
I think the battlecruisers are just going to fight these queens now. There's only 3 of them over here. Transfuses are being used. 1 battlecruiser that is lower in hit points. Actually, both of them have teleports available as well. They can just right-click down the queens and, you know, teleport out when they need to.
And yeah, you usually want to go for the high-energy one, but you know what? At this point of the game, golly, look at the amount of kills this battlecruiser has. 24. Like, that's value and a half. So we're gonna see a really sick 1-1-3 base Terran push come out. And despite the fact that we're able to drone back up, or rather Shengi is able to drone back up, he doesn't have any units, Fear Dragon.
Yeah. It's actually quite literally 5 Zerglings out on the map, and 2 Hydras getting started with a lot more drones. I do like that Shengi's at least taking a risk somewhere, because at this point you have to take a risk somewhere. And, you know, if you're going to take a risk somewhere, why not do it the Zerg way? Do it the economic way.
Yeah. He had to. I mean, there's really nothing else you can do there, right?
What units would you even try and make from here? Like, after you finally get out the drones, assuming your opponent doesn't just attack you immediately and they wait until they max out or something first, what playmaker unit would you even try and go for?
Oh, man. I think the only one would be Burrowed Banes, or, like, if you did a Hail Mary Infester play.
Maybe, like, pole position Lurkers or something?
Yeah, but the problem with that is the fact that the Lurkers take so long to get up to.
That's true.
And then the range doesn't even come up until... So it would be hold position for sure.
Yeah.
But, oh, it just takes too long.
Yeah, it really does.
So Banes and Burrow would be the easiest way to do it, right? Like, imagine putting the Burrowed Banes on that ramp and then he walks up and then boom.
Yeah.
But other than that, I just don't feel like Shengi's going to be able to have enough. He's trying to come from all sides, though.
Yeah, beautiful engagement there from Shengi, all things considered, against a player that was on even footing from the earlier stage of the game that would have massacred him. But in this game, it's not going to do it. And Nowitzki from Facebook Linkstagram is going to be able to bring this series to a 2-1 deficit instead
Bring
of...
it up. Bring it back, Facebook. Oh, wow. So, yeah, those Hellions, the Battlecruiser, yeah, gets a huge thumbs up, but those Hellions, man, coming through on the other side, that really is what threw Shengi for a loop. He's like, oh, no. Oh, no. Now I need the Queens to deal with the Hellions, but wait a minute. There's a Battlecruiser inside of my main. I got to deal with that. And he couldn't deal with both of them at the same time.
It's one of those situations that you look at and you're like, that's really, really easy to look at and say, oh, yeah. Well, I think that they just mishandled that. And it's like, yeah, but have you been in that situation? It's so difficult.
Especially if the Terran player micros their Hellions too, right? Like, you can do your best to get us around, but with that many Hellions, dude, it can get tricky if you decide to skip Roach. And that's why you see a lot of Zergs go for Roach, but either will transition into Ravager or Ling Bane, or just only use it for the early game, and then get off of that tech immediately.
Yeah.
Unless it's Mac, of course.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're starting in game number 4. We're down in the bottom left-hand corner of the map on top of the team that's still up 2-1. It is going to be the Bloomzerg Bluretta.
And in the top right-hand corner, showing that even gods can bleed, his team. Wait, rather, he actually, no.
Just won that last game. Won that last game.
He did, yeah. It is going to be from the Facebook Linkstagrams. Give it up for Clee King? What?
It's CLI King. This is a tech joke, I think.
CLI King, gotcha.
Yeah. It's a random engineering term.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
We do have a quick pool over here though from Bruetta. I also want to note, CLI
Oh!
King was unranked. Bruetta is Masters League.
Okay.
Not sure. Like again, that could just mean that CLI King likes playing on a different account, plays on a different server, plays unranked. Could actually be, you know, Cyril in disguise that has secretly just been working at Facebook this whole time. But we're gonna have to wait and see how exactly Beretta's attack is gonna shake out over here.
Yeah, what I was gonna say was that this is our second mirror matchup.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it is a different one too.
This is true.
DBZ, our first one.
You think the next match is gonna be a TVT?
I mean, if we can get every matchup, that would be great. We have had a lot of matches today.
Yeah,
So,
I think we have had every matchup except for TVT.
Except for TVT, that is the only one. So we're looking at a hatch gas pool versus a. It's so weird. I think it might have been.
Drone, where are you going?
You're gonna make
This is actually buying a lot of time tempo.
It really is, yeah. That actually helps him out a lot. Gives him time to react. And he's not gonna make a spine crawler. He's gonna just decide, okay, I can deal with this. This is fine. But I think he might be usually, if he didn't know that there was at least a hatchery there, this would be very risky. And I don't think he does actually. No, he does.
Yeah,
So that's probably why he's
scouted out with the drone as well, so you know, across the map.
Yeah. So this is important. The fact that he saw that hatchery, that he doesn't overreact to this, but he also can't underreact.
Did you see
He needs to bring the queen. Yeah, he needs to bring the queen with the drones though. He can't just do the queen only. He needs drones with this, or else that queen is gonna die. Good micro here to bring it back.
Drone's not being pulled. I think the queen is making it to the mineral line. There it is. Drones are pulled once it makes it back to the mineral line. And these links are finally going to get picked off. There were a lot of drones coming out behind this for Bruetta, but remember, Bruetta did have to play a bit of catch-up in that work account.
He did, yeah. And this was supposed to get a little bit more damage done. If he could have got the queen, that would have been great. But a beautiful defense out of CLI King. Did not overreact that much, but he is going to counterattack, it looks like. A lot of lings in the production.
Yeah, Zergling speed not quite finished as we were seeing over here, so Beretta's going to buy a bit of time, but Beretta should have seen that the gas was being mined, and if you really pay attention, you can see that spawning pool wiggling and jiggling, and no, Zergling speed was on the way. Now, Overlord in the main base did spot out that Evo chamber for Bruetta, so CLI King should know there's some kind of upgrade on the way, so this counterattack has got to hit before that upgrade finishes, and definitely is.
Oh, yeah. Here he goes. Good surface area here for Bruetta. Man, the spine crawler finishing just in the nick of time. And with the +1 melee, does he see it upgrading? Yes, he does.
Okay, only 2 drones going down, actually. I really thought for a moment I was afraid because I saw all the drones coming off to start attacking. And I was like, oh, no, you don't have to do this. You have lings.
Oh, my God. Bruetta is droning. He's going for +1, though, and he's also going to be going for Banes, but they're not going to be done in time. I believe +1 for Bruetta. Yeah, I think it should be all right. I think he should be okay. Yeah. CLI King, I believe, realized that he needed to defend here. And they're very equal on workers, too. So,
yeah,
very even game, despite what a crazy opener, or rather, a crazy start to the game.
I know, this is like also the true ZVZ, right? None of that roach, fake ZVZ.
Nonsense. Yeah.
We don't even get, no banelings even made until just now.
Just
5 minutes in, so pretty interesting game so far, but it looks like Bruetta is going to probably have to fall back now down to just 11 army supply of these Zerglings. And those banelings also going to make it very difficult to get a whole lot more done. So many of them made.
He did, yeah. I might have been a little bit scared there, but you know what? At the end of the day, he didn't die. He's up in worker. Oh, no, he's actually down. So CLI King might have overreacted here while Bruetta was droning during that attack. So, yeah, this is a beautiful spot for Bruetta, who's going to be getting his lair. I think he has a drone in position to take a third, but he hasn't decided to take it just yet.
Yeah, it might be difficult now that the Lings have also pushed back Bruetta so far. Bruetta has made 1 Baneling. Look at the aggressive Baneling morphin over here for CLI King. That's going to bring the Baneling count up to 10.
Oh my God, he just bypasses them. If he uses 3 there, he gets 3 for 4. He wants to do the 2, though. Oh God, those are his own Banelings. I'm an idiot. Okay.
Yeah, well, I was like, where is Tempo looking right now?
Yeah.
Well, okay, sends in 1 Zergling, try and set off on those Banelings, doesn't quite get it. it's so tough, right? Because you have 10 banelings, so much power available over there, and yet you don't 4 for 3, but you had 10 and your opponent had like 4.
Right.
Oh.
Oh.
So that's all of them. That's all of them.
That happened, and I feel like Bruetta feels pretty good about that. Defender's advantage, and all of the banelings of CLI King were stacked up. So the minimal amount of banelings for Bruetta were able to take out so many. And now we got a counterattack, and I don't think he has literally anything.
Yeah. This is a really, really scary spot right now for CLI King. The queens are getting into a nice position, or one of the queens gets into a nice position. So Transfusion come out to help defend. And I think that this will ultimately be a defense, but it's going to be with just the reinforcements coming out slowly and probably some losses.
Yeah, but remember these are +1 lings though. They kill drones so fast.
Oh, God.
+1 for CLI King is not done yet. So he's targeting down all of these drones. And the Roach Warren, he was trying to buy time in order to get Roaches out. But he's not going to be able to. And he's already up. I feel like Bruetta is just taking these advantages here as he takes a third base.
Yeah.
Scouts out, knows there's no lair.
Even has a Spire on the way.
Yeah, man. This is really nicely done from our boy Bruetta.
Yeah, Bruetta doing well by his team, and it's looking pretty good for the Bloomzergs, who again, we're still already up 2-1. If Bruetta is able to make this one work, then it's going to be a match point for the Bloomzergs. So they're going to be feeling really, really good about this so far.
Yeah, the tech advantage, the eco advantage. He has a base advantage. Oh, it's going to be up to CLI King to either just go completely all in here. I just don't think that Bruetta's going to let that happen.
Oh my God, Bruetta has so many banelings as well. If those links had just tried to go to the main or something, not going to happen.
He's done a really good job at like not underestimating the potential of a counterattack either. And now that his economy's better, he's just going to be able to overwhelm CLI King.
Yeah.
Who hasn't even been able to have a chance of getting a third base.
Yeah, doesn't even have any banelings of his own anymore or anything. The Roaches are coming on out. Oh, but I mean, again, it's the Roaches coming on out, but to what end? Are they going to be able to hold off versus even like the Mutas that are coming out with only 2 queens?
Exactly. These Mutas, I think the second that he sees them, he's going to just be like,
tap out.
GG. Yeah, it's usually one of those things in GVZ where like, unless they're hitting with the Roach push right now, and he's droning, so that's not going to happen. They need to either be in a Nidus Worm with the queens there, or they need to be already around the map, or rather on the other side of the map, before the Mutas even pop.
Yeah. That definitely makes a lot of sense. And otherwise you just feel like, oh, okay, I'm just pinned back and can't do anything until I get up to the defenses, and I have to get up a lair, to get up a Hydra Den or something. Yeah.
It just takes too much time, and then Bruetta can pretty much chill the whole game, drone up. He has no threat. And I think once he sees the Mutas, this is going to be it. We'll see how it works out, though. There are a few queens. There's only 2, unfortunately, here for CLI King. But when you have the freedom to just make Mutas like that and still defend and put pressure on, you know you're in a great spot. So here we go, guys.
Yeah. Panic
mode, engaged.
Yep, 1 queen goes down out of 3. 2 queens go down out of 3, and actually it's just 2. Never mind. Spore Crawler is just gonna get right-click down, and that actually is just checkmate right now. The queen has cornered the king, and there's no way out of the corner anymore.
There isn't. Nope. You can jump off the board, but that doesn't help you either.
Yeah.
GG is gonna be called, and Bloomzergs gonna bring us to match point.
Indeed. Well done by the Bloomzergs, showing some really, really strong play here in the round of 16.
Damn. Oh. That was good though. That was actually pretty fun.
Yeah, it was a back and forth ZVZ to start off with for sure. Oh, interesting. We get a repeat of the players from game number 1.
Oh, no way. Okay.
Yeah.
So we know for reals. Or do we?
Well, what's interesting is that the website didn't say it was going to be a repeat of these players.
Oh. Oh, it's all good.
No, it's all good. Yeah,
We're
no worries.
versatile enough. We can finagle a bagel.
It's all good. So just remember the Bloomzergs did end up winning the first game, so and it was Infinity that won, right?
Yeah, Infinity definitely put in that work there.
Yeah.
But remember, it was on Golden Wall, so that's a little bit of a different map, weird map.
That, yeah, is a very different map, and we're heading on to Eternal
However-
Empire here. So, B. Sherm, our Masters League player from presumably the Facebook Linkstagrams, if we have everything all settled down correctly, is going to be in a bit of a tough spot. Represent the entire team.
Tough, man. It's not an easy job here when you got to play the guy that beat you the first time. But I think in this situation, I don't know what master he is, or I don't even know what ranking Infinity is. However, it was just like one of those. How did it end? It was just a big push.
Oh,
he got blindsided.
We got some early stuff going out, so let's do the player intros. We got our in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, the red Protoss player. It is Infinity representing the Bloomzergs.
And in the top right-hand corner, representing the Facebook Linkstagrams with an early pool, maybe inspired by No Regret, it is going to be B. Sherm. Do you say it's going to be B. Sherm, or do you say it's going to be Sherm?
I'm only sure of one thing, and that I can be sure that this is going to be a very, very quick game one way or another, because we even have the drone heading across the map that looks like oftentimes it's there to become a proxy, trying to avoid the probe so as not to give this away and to block off the wall so that you cannot fully wall in.
Yep, you might be onto something, Ravi. Oh, he does it in the front instead, though, so...
Oh, okay. Spine crawlers
this is a bold move. This is a very bold move, okay? Very bold move, because usually you want to surprise the Protoss. If you're going to do the proxy on the outside.
Infinity, you need a pylon. Okay, that pylon's a little bit... Okay, I think it's going to be a little bit on the later side, so the second zealot is going to get delayed.
Oh my god, he's pulling probes already, so he is taking this seriously, but... If he's outside of the wall, then the Lings get in there. It's going to be chaos.
Okay, Hatchery's taking some damage.
Yeah, smart. Ready?
Can fully wall this off?
Wait.
Oop. There you go.
Oh, man. Okay, well, this is still pretty awkward. But Infinity has a lot of time to mentally prepare for this, as well as technically prepare for it.
Yeah.
Or technologically prepare for it,
Technologically, yeah. The Cyberdex core is, I think, Infinity's just accepted it's going to go down. So it's already just foregone going for warp gate technology, is getting up a robo very far at the front lines. The gateway is getting lower and lower. It will get out a single adept. A couple of drones have been pulled to build spine crawlers as well. The full wall-in is almost recompleted. The probe is actually... Oh, the probe is not walling this off. Okay, he wants to kill the cyber core. Yeah. I think B. Sherm has eye on the prize right now and says, okay, if I just kill the wall-in, that's all of your production. Oh, gets us around on the adept. The shield battery will keep it alive for a little bit, but it's taking so much more damage.
It is. It has almost full surface area on it, but luckily the south side of that adept has been protected. And the wall is still open, by the way. Don't forget that. So the Lings could get in there. Oh, no, they're not.
Oh, just go up to the pylon. Pylon powers everything.
Is that the only one?
That's the only one. No. There's one in the main. Oh, no. Infinity.
Oh, my God.
Oh, B. Sherm going for the rebuttal. Bringing it back. Oh, my God. The Facebook Linkstagrams. Get the revenge.
Awesome. I love redemption stories, man. I really do.
I like how the redemption story is just doing one of the dirtiest builds.
The most dirtiest things of all time, right? It's like,
normally
do you cheer for that guy?
Yeah,
like,
normally think of like the redemption story. It's like, all right, you know, you led a not so noble life. You know, you cheated. You led a life of crime, and you're coming back and you're living it pure. It's like, I tried to play it straight up, but now we'll do it my way.
You double down on it instead.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, yeah. That was nice, though. He didn't even need the spine crawlers. It was more so the fact that he did it so boldly that is impressive to me. But do you think there's anything different that Infinity could have done, right? Or
I think there was a slight delay on the second pylon. Obviously, getting the full wall would have been really big. I think there are a bunch of small things that you can do. Obviously, again, like if you have the full wall.
You could have just won the game instead and lost it. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Just kidding.
No, but I think there's a bunch of small things you can do, but it's hard to be too picky right now. Yeah. Well, we're hopping into our next game here. It's going to be game number 6 as we start down in the bottom right-hand corner of the map atop of the Facebook Linkstagrams. They were sitting down a lot more, but they're starting to bring this back a little bit. Can they do it? It is Arcane.
And in the top left-hand corner, you've seen him before. Let's see what he got in the ZVP matchup. Oh, golly, gee willikers. It's going to be the red Zerg player from the Bloom Zergs, Bruetta. Oh,
with that gas pool. And oh, the pores. You know, this happens so often where you're like, okay, I sent out that probe early. I'm going to put it on patrol on the low ground. Oh, wait, there's no hatchery. And you see it. But you also end up, because you didn't just go straight up to the main because you wanted to block the hatchery, you actually delay the scout by an extra like 10, 12 seconds. And you're like, oh, are you kidding me? I should have been mining gas already. I should have been getting my wall off up. Oh, this is all going to hurt.
Yeah, luckily he did go up there at the good time. So it wasn't like he stood down there.
Yeah.
Checked another base or anything like that. So I'm wondering exactly what this is going to be. It's a 1-base speedling style without a queen starting just yet. So I'm a little bit curious as to what the plan is. He wants that hatchery.
Oh, I saw a drone in production. I think it got canceled or it finished.
I'm not sure. I'm curious. I like it. Bruetta, let's see what you got, man, because going to be a full wall here from Arcane, who's going for the right response, going for another gateway before attack.
Okay, so it's going to be more drones coming out from Bruetta. So not going to just decide to go all in with a bunch of more speedlings and, you know, put on the pressure like that. And just a few Zerglings poking at the front. This is not the biggest deal in the world, but Arcane has to respect it because Arcane does not necessarily know what's behind this.
Exactly. Yeah, you have to respect it. And, I mean, getting a shield battery, I think, might even be
too much.
I'm wondering, right? It's like, do you play it super safe, or are you trying to get away with as much as you can and feel confident with double gateway? There we go. I think 1 shield battery is perfectly fine.
Yeah,
so
it can
when
definitely
the first
help
adept comes up, he needs to use it to scout, because you have to check out the drone count here. It's all about, even if you lose the adept, you just have to know if are they pooling lings, or is it, you know, some kind of a mind game to get economically ahead and hope that I overreact.
Yeah, one thing you can do is you can shade out the adepts just to go on top of the Zerglings and get some idea, like, how many Zerglings are actually at my front right now. Is it 4 Zerglings, or is it a lot fewer? And
a lot, yeah.
Adepts actually do spot out a few of the lings. Ooh, they split up as well. So this one adept is in a bit of trouble. Needs to right-click down the weakened Zerglings. Gets one, gets the second with some good right-clicks, but the second adept is in some trouble now too. But we'll be able to get back safely.
You should be able to, but the idea of that was to be able to figure out what the heck is going on. So he's still in the dark, and he's only seen a few additional lings, right? So, like, does that mean that there's more lings coming? Or is this some kind of a mind game? Because in reality, we're just seeing drones coming out here from Bruetta.
This is actually like my least favorite place to be in as a Protoss player.
It's such
an uncomfortable feeling.
It sucks, man.
Yeah, because it really does feel like, I don't think StarCraft is a game where there's a lot of coin flips and everything, but I do think this is one of those situations where it feels like a coin flip. And of course, it's because of like certain things that you've done to this point where you've already committed down certain paths and you don't have the tools available to get the scout out now. Like going for 3 adepts before getting a sentry up or something. Sentry could have hallucinated if you scouted
by now. But so that's why I think he made 1, but it's late. In the sense of being comfortable this second, which could be the time where you die. So
yeah, and it's also one of those questions like where you say, okay, I still haven't gotten a scout out yet. What if he was just going for a slightly later, like, Roach Ravager follow-up or something? And or, you know, a big Bane bus was coming up a little bit later. And then that's some exact moment you hallucinate the Phoenix to go scout. And now you don't have force field energy.
Oh,
that happens to me all the time. All the time.
So you can tell that Arcane is a little bit nervous, unless he is going to be planning on going for a gateway-based... Oh, yes. There it is right there, guys. 4 gateways in production with that Warp Prism coming. This is like a cool idea in my eye. If you don't know what's going on, right? This is very safe to defend, but it has the potential to also put some pretty big whopping on this Zerg.
Absolutely.
A wallop.
I think it's a really great philosophy of saying, okay, the best defense is sometimes a good offense because, you know, if your opponent does not bring everything they also have to the front lines to, you know, defend your push, then they're probably gonna die. So this is a nice kind of way to try and get something done, limit your opponent's options. We do have that big move out over here with 2 Immortals, a handful of Sentries, and a few Stalkers.
Can we give a huge shout out to the Ling Patrol?
Yeah,
like several
right?
level of Ling Patrol.
This is
out of
such sick
Bruetta.
vision.
Yeah. But here comes the attack, Fear Dragon, and
Okay, well, there's 5 Overlords on the way. I was gonna say 89 out of 90 supply, a bit of supply block, but 5 Overlords finishing. Undo that.
yeah, I think he predicted something like this happening. So here we go. It's all about the micro. You usually want more Ravagers than Roaches at this point. He has only 1 Ravager. So this is going to be really up to the micro of both players. I think even though there's only a 38 army supply for the Protoss, it's the army quality here. It's usually with the 2 Immortals and the Force Field. Oh, the Spine Crawl is really good from Bruetta too. So I think Defender's Advantage will favor the Zerg here for sure.
And there is a timer for Arcane to get some damage done. It's not a infinitely existing push because Bruetta has a 3rd base that is at least getting gas mine from, is gradually sneaking in a few drones over there as well. And that Ravager count, like you said, is going to gradually build up over time. The Immortal count is not really building up. There's 1 more Immortal that just got started. It's going to have to walk its way across the map. As time goes on, I think Bruetta gets an easier and easier defense here.
Yeah, it's going to really favor the Zerg for sure. Up by 3 workers, but that's not the point. It's the fact that he's mining so much more gas. I think, oh, okay, well, here we go with the engagement. Bruetta, does he feel confident to move off of creep? It looks like he is confident, but that means the queens aren't really going to be able to get in the most favorable of positions.
Oh,
The corrosive bows are on point, and the warp prism is going to go down.
That is brutal.
Yeah, I think it's brutal.
Brutal. And I mean, Bruetta, their team, the Bloom Zergs are going to be able to take the series 4-2 with a very, very solid defense there after a nice little psych out.
Yeah, smart of him to not go too greedy. Like he stopped at 48 drones, I believe it was. And sometimes you try to get to, you know, 40 something or 50 something or 60 and get lair tech. And the gas mining, I think, is the most important though, because he took the gas at the 3rd rather than only saturating the minerals, which will allow you to get either more Roaches or the Ravagers there. So you can have a decent drone lead, but if you can't make Ravagers or Roaches there, you pretty much die 100% of the time.
Yeah, it can be a very scary spot for exactly that reason, but still well done. And with the Bloom Zergs getting the 4-2 victory, they are going to advance on to the round of 8. And they'll be facing off against, let me actually take a look at that bracket, that playoff bracket, and see. Ooh, so
Who do we got?
Next week, we will see them face off against the Amazon Pain Force, and that is the favorite team. That is the team. Amazon Pain Force is just the team that seems to win so many seasons of the CEA and the HGL and all that stuff. It's a very, very tough next match. But you know what? Bloom Zerg showing a good showing today. We'll see what they can pull out against the team that has multiple Grandmaster League players.
Yeah. With a name like that, right? It's like the Pain Force. It's like, okay. They're not even trying to do any wordplay with the Lingstagrams or the Bloom Zerg. They just want to kill you.
Yeah,
it's
man.
like, damn.
It is a tough spot. But all right, that does do it for the championship series side of things. We have one final series left for you guys. It's going to be another best of 7. It's going to be back on the collegiate side. It is Starkiller versus Masa. So thank you all so much for your patience. We'll be back in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the CEA Collegiate and Championship Series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be jumping into our next series. As promised, it is going to be Starkiller versus Masa. This is here in the round of 8 of the Collegiate Series playoffs. Let's take a look at these players really quickly. We do have Starkiller and Masa, two really, really strong players in the North American scene. Masa, a little bit more, I mean, actually a lot more accomplished here with 130k earned versus the 6k of Starkiller.
But how much pizza has Masa won?
That's a good point. Pizza is not tracked in that prize money, and Starkiller has undoubtedly won more pizzas in his lifetime than most people will earn in theirs. Taking a look at their match history, they have played quite a few times, and oh, tempo. I don't know if you're looking at the video I've shared of you or for you, but that is not what you want your match history to look like.
Oh no!
Against your opponent.
No, absolutely not.
0-7, and he hasn't won a single game in the last 5 times they played.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my boy, I love Starkiller so much, right? But hot damn, it is going to be an uphill battle. I remember casting him at Cheeseadelphia as well. Perhaps we had done it.
Yeah.
And he was always nervous going up against Masa. He's like, oh man, he's like really good. Even his parents were like that. Good. He's like, yeah, he's going against Masa, I heard he's pretty good. I'm like, yeah, he's pretty good. But I believe in young John.
Okay. So. Let's see if we can do it. We're going to be starting down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map on top of that red Zerg player from Team Alpha X Esports. He is Starkiller, who I believe is also from the good old Rampeo College of New Jersey.
Okay. And in the top left-hand corner, we're going to have our Blue Terran player. You know him pretty well. He is the man, the myth, the legend, Masa. And what college is he hailing from, my friend?
Ryerson University.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, of course, this is the round of 8. So both these players have already played their round of 16 matches to make their way here. Starkiller, I would say, probably beat the higher MMR player in beating Asuna 4-3 in a very close series. And Masa ended up defeating Burninator in a little bit more one-sided of a series, but I think Burninator probably a big underdog there, even though he's a strong and fun player to watch. But 4-1, and I would actually say that Masa dropping maps versus lesser-known players is a little bit telling that Masa's not necessarily always in the best of form these days. But he does randomly show up still in very strong form.
I mean, yeah, I think every time we cast him, that is usually the question on our mind. It's like, well, which Masa are we going to be seeing today? And it's funny, too, because like even when you think that he's not, like, quote-unquote showing up, he's still kind of just, like, playing out of his mind as far as we are concerned, right? Like, the average StarCraft 2 player.
Oh, it's just 150%. I mean, Masa's worst day imaginable, I think, is still a few thousand MMR above my best day. So yeah,
but it is true. He definitely, a lot of the times it tends to be as far as things in the meta, right? Like if he doesn't follow the meta or kind of uses the same tried and true strategies that he's used to, and it just doesn't really fit, then you see him kind of not necessarily perform as well, especially when he plays against a player, say like Showtime or something, right? Who literally lives, breathes, eats Starcraft.
No, it's absolutely the case. Now, I will say, this particular matchup, and I don't mean TVZ afflict, but I mean Masa versus Starkiller is kind of a funny one, because Starkiller is going to be doing actually something very, very appropriate for what I was about to say. He is sort of his own aggressive, weird player. And I think he probably has struggled versus Masa because Masa is a very cerebral, in-your-head kind of player. So Starkiller, I think that Masa knows this about Starkiller, and he kind of like probably gets into Starkiller's head, especially with how many times he's beaten Starkiller. I know this build. Yeah.
Oh, Breath, the owner, or rather the creator of SC2 Replay Stats, taught me this build.
Really?
That Starkiller is doing. Yep. It's like a 2-base Muta into a Roach. Huge attack, like 3-base 60+ drone attack. I'm not trying to be that caster that's like, I know what's happening on the screen, and I'm
no, please be that caster.
It's really cool. But for me, this was actually cool because I got coached by Breath, and he was like, yeah, Starkiller taught me this build where he goes for like a 2-base Muta, and then he goes into a 1-1 Roach timing. So if that's going to be what it is, that would be awesome, depending on how Masa reacts, because Masa's going for a very early third command center, which means that he's not going to have as many units to deal with the Mutas as most Terran players would. But if he knows that it's coming, then, I mean, shoot, he might be able to get his engineering bay out in time and get those turrets out. So we'll see. We'll see.
Now, unfortunately for Masa, does end up losing one of the Hellions, and I think poked down over by the third base a bit earlier. But how late did he actually scout out that third base? He has some vision of that area, but I wonder if he really did identify it at this
the right time.
Yeah, like that recently he's seen that the third base is so late.
Yeah, I think he should use that Hellion to actually dive into the natural, just to make sure. Maybe he'll scan though. You know, I believe a lot of Terrans will scan the main, so seeing the lair would be a good indicator. But you don't know if it's going to be like a Nidus play or anything like that.
Double engineering bays are down, and this is actually going to be very, very closely timed if he starts with the missile turrets immediately, of whether he has them here to defend against the Mutas, because the Mutas are about to pop, but they take another 15-20 seconds to make their way across the map.
Yeah, so it depends if he knows Starkiller very well, and it looks like he does. He's gonna get one turret inside of the natural base, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see the next one go into the main here. And what this is gonna do, it's gonna be such a frustrating situation for Starkiller if there is no damage done by the Mutas, simply because of the fact that the third base from Masa was so early and greedy. He totally knows. Masa.
Well, now the Hellion has actually seen the Mutas, because I think one Muta tried to go after the Hellion. So the Hellion got a brief spot on that, but I think you're right. I think he knew in advance.
Oh, but he cancels that turret from being made. Almost.
Oh, Stim is actually maybe a little bit vulnerable here. Oh, Masa might have had all the missile turrets he needed to defend his mineral lines. But what about his production line tempo?
Oh, yeah. Oh my God, I never even thought about that. So Starkiller, despite the fact that his opponent was able to at least
he's
pretty much have
Stim.
the best way to counter this. This is great from Starkiller. And you know why this is such a good thing, Fear Dragon?
Why?
The third base of Starkiller. Oh no, I thought he was gonna drone it up first. I think he might be a little bit worried about a counter push, because Masa does tend to be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
He's making roaches already.
Oh, but
no upgrades.
He's killed so many tanks, Tempo. I actually think that the Lings coming on in is a really big problem. Okay, no, the bunker's actually there. I was gonna say if you could deny Marines from making their way into the bunker, the Lings could have ran into the mineral line and caused havoc while the Mutas went to the main, but he is finally getting pushed back. But man, that was a lot of damage.
It was great damage out of Starkiller. That was something that I would not have thought to have done that much damage at all. But we have to also understand that Masa is going to be taking the third base, and I feel like Starkiller might be taking advantage of the fact that Masa will be weak for the next 2 minutes or so. And he's going to find this awesome timing with the roaches here. Rather than going for 1-1 and waiting it out and droning up to 60 plus, he's just going to try to break this. I think he wants to kill Masa because he does not want to go into a mid to late game with this guy.
Yeah, I mean, also, you killed 2 tanks and you denied Stim. This is the time
huge.
to attack.
Oh my God, you're absolutely right. Yeah, that is so big.
Yeah, don't wait around for Stim to finish or for the tank count to get back up. I mean, we even see the tech lab on the factory is not completed again to make more tanks, so this is the golden time.
Here we go. There's only 1 tank here, Fear Dragon, and not even close to the amount of Marines or Marauders that he needs. GG is going to be called, and Starkiller will take game number 1.
Hot damn. What a way to break that losing streak. I'm going to throw it up on camera one more time.
Yeah, that's the first. Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that losing streak of not just, not just series. He had not taken a map off of Masa in a tournament since, early 2018 at least, maybe earlier. Maybe ever.
You never know, yeah, at that point.
Man.
I don't know how many, pizza cups that Masa played in, so.
That's true. Well, we're going to get ready to move into game number 2. Everdream will be the map. And Starkiller's got some tricky builds up his sleeve, as I'm sure Masa should have known that Starkiller is exactly that kind of very, very aggressive kind of player. But Masa's got some tricks himself as well. So
of course.
We'll see what he can throw out here in game number 2.
That was amazing though, right? Like Masa literally had all of the tools and he read it perfectly, yet Starkiller still found a way to get the tanks. He got the Marines that were there. He got a few SCVs, and then capitalized on the fact that he canceled Stim by attacking at such a great time. So,
yeah,
kudos.
Really like that. Now, Evergym can be, and for the most part, I think it is like a kind of normal-ish map, but it always does weird me out how closed in that natural expansion is. The third base can sometimes feel weirdly far away from me as a Protoss player. How are you feeling about this map?
So far, I've liked it for the most part. You know, it does play out a bit more standard. The little quirks I would say, will be like the rich Vespene geyser if you take your base on the low ground or not. So you have the option. It reminds me of Eternal Empire, but without being as tucked in. So I don't know. I enjoy playing on it personally.
Yeah. I enjoy it too because this is a great map with a 3 pylon wall cannon.
Yeah. Which means that I should not enjoy playing on it. I don't went into luckily as much. Yeah,
man, this is the map that I make back my MMR against Zerg on. Like, I lose so much MMR because I just keep getting Simulacrum, PVZ, PVZ. And then I start getting like 4 games in a row of Everdream PVZ, and it's just like insta 3-minute GGs.
Yep, this is the map that Scarlet actually did that spine crawler rush
against
on GSL. So maybe there's something about the ramp here, and this the way that the extractor is put, or rather the Vespene geyser.
Well, the fun fact here is actually that a photon cannon. This is not very relevant for this game, but a photon cannon on the low ground, kind of in that little indent area, where like just on Starkiller's side of the map.
Okay.
If you go to the left and down of the ramp, there's that little indent over there. That actually, if you put a cannon there, it kills the gas geyser of the Zerg.
Oh wow! From the low ground, just with high ground vision. Yep.
And you have a 3 pylon wall, so you do have high ground vision.
Yeah. Little things about maps, man, and these are the kind of things that a lot of creative players like Printaf or even I would say
Grim
Bly,
Reaper,
Reaper,
TLO,
course, TLO,
Masa actually as well.
Masa for sure. I bet he has something up his sleeve here, but in this game, oh my gosh!
Oh, the links.
Starkiller was able to. Wow, he delayed the command center with the pull first.
Very nicely done. And is actually doing a decent job deflecting the Reaper for now. Reaper's at 0 kills, but third base is also being denied. And the SCV's over there as well, so Masa can continue to deny that. And sees, okay, you have both gas geysers taken in the main base before your third base. All right, buddy. All right, buddy.
Something's up here.
Yeah.
Yep. And see an immediate lair as soon as the 100 gas mark has been reached. So the question here is, do you do the same thing as if you're Starkiller, or do something different? Make it look like it's the same, and then go for double Evo, which would, I don't know what this would actually indicate.
It's really hard to tell with Starkiller, man.
You cannot read Starkiller at all, or else you'll go crazy.
It's so funny because I always thought, like, you know, Starkiller should be like a counter to Masa, because Masa's the player that gets in your head, and I feel like Starkiller ignores what you have planned and just does what he has planned.
Exactly.
So like Masa's the kind of player who will do all these like fake. Imagine like someone who does like bait and switches and everything, but that person is actually not looking at Masa like
at all.
Starkiller is in some ways like just the player that will he'll like box, but he's blind with a blindfold on or something. It's just like,
exactly.
Well, I have my combo I'm gonna throw out, and doesn't matter what you're doing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The funny part is that a lot of players they say that Starkiller is one of the most frustrating players to play against. And that's nothing against his character or anything like that. It's just the fact that what you were talking about, where he does all these weird things that are not standard. He plays the game the way that he wants to. But it's like, so it's stuff that a pro player would say, dude, that's a bad build, you know, objectively bad build. Yet it beats people, or yet, you know, he finds success. He's a grandmaster player in North America. He's made it to round of 8s of Cheesadolphia, you know. It's like
he has one hotkey. Actually, no, I don't think he has one hotkey. The joke that's actually not a joke is that he doesn't hotkey his army. He uses F2. Like,
Yep.
but he actually doesn't even bother hotkeying his army, so.
Actually, yeah.
Sometimes can be a little bit difficult if you're dealing with multi-pronged aggression, like, say,
True.
Hellions running in and a battlecruiser popping on out.
Exactly. You know, the way that Masa plays, he will at least take advantage of somebody's lack of ability to multitask. We'll see if Starkiller can be up to the occasion, but I remember there were other players that were similar. Like Game Time, I think, was another player that loves his F2. But let's see how these Hellions and the battlecruiser are gonna do.
Yeah. All right. Well, the Queens are actually a little bit lower on hit points and already used a few transfuses, and going after the high energy Queen is actually a really, really dangerous prospect here. Starkiller's doing a nice job with the micro, and that Spore Caller also zoning out this battlecruiser a bit. The Hellions retreated back. Only 2 workers killed so far, but the battlecruiser is actually starting to rake in some kills.
Oh, it is, yeah. Getting quite a few. I believe there were 6 kills here on the drones, and then he might have got a few lings or so. Maybe a queen I think I saw go down. Nice transfuse there.
Yeah, saves the day and pushes the battlecruiser back. Some good damage done there by Masa, and remember he didn't lose all the Hellions, but the roaches come across the map.
That they do, and this is one of the ways that I know Lambo deals with this. Battlecruiser opener? All right, I'm going to hit you with a big old roach attack, at least to equalize. But let's see if Masa has enough here. I think the idea here is mainly to try to just say, hey, you killed some of my workers, I'm going to kill some of yours, and then we're going to go on our merry way as far as the game is concerned. Even if the battlecruiser is back.
Yep. Battlecruiser number 2 is popped out, and, well, the roaches will still get quite a bit of damage done in the meanwhile. So,
yeah, 11 kills is
do you think
great.
that was enough damage?
I mean, I think it's more so just to equalize, right? Like, you lose 6 workers, you get 12 of your own, but you lose the roaches, unfortunately. I would say, yeah. If you can get a 4th base during it, too, that would be great. Unfortunately for Starkiller, he has not put down that 4th base, but he's going for a Roach Hydra style, which is not something that you typically see in TVZ, especially against Bio.
I wonder
But we're looking at mech. Oh, Masa's going mech.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if this is because when he moved in there, he still saw, not too many, like, Marines didn't have combat shields. He didn't really see a whole lot, like a bunker or anything. I think it was actually, like, yeah, maybe he would just infer that it was going to be mech, especially with the 2nd battlecruiser popping out.
True. But you also have to understand that Starkiller will go Roach Hydra against Bio anyway.
True. That's
in
actually
2020.
true. You're right.
But you know what I mean? Like, I think it goes back to what you said in the beginning, where it's like Starkiller just plays the game that he wants to play.
Yeah.
Whether this was Bio or mech, luckily for him, I think it's going to work out a little bit better because of the fact that he's been working on his upgrades already, and Masa hasn't even started his at all.
Oh wow, there's a lot of Hydras out also.
Yeah.
10 more on the way as well. Yamato's coming out on a Queen and a Hydra, because I think that's pretty much all that Masa could really get in that situation. And has to back out of there. Still has teleport off of cooldown, so could just continue to go back in, harass and everything. But really have to be careful against that many Hydras.
Yeah. And it's not something you would typically be expecting, so some people like to go for Spire to deal with the battlecruiser. And if the Terran will invest into the Yamato cannon, Spire with Corruptors is usually the best way to go for it. But I think Hydras with upgrades are going to work out pretty well, especially if these battlecruisers don't have any armor upgrades either. So
yeah,
since we saw the Yamato cannon get researched, we are seeing Masa continue to make battlecruisers consistently. You know, usually Terran will stop.
You know, it's kind of funny because I do agree, and I think most people would say the Corruptors are a good answer, especially if the battlecruisers have Yamato and everything. But the Yamato will still kill a Corruptor, and I do wonder, you know, killing a Corruptor is actually kind of more valuable than killing expensive. A Hydra with a Yamato or something. Wow. Oh god, that Mansunner goes down fast.
That was really fast, and that's because Starkiller has +2 upgrades on his attack. He neglected the Overseer in this attack, so he will take a hit from the Widow Mine. But hey, you know what? Ever dream, this might actually be a really nice mech map, just for the fact that it's incredibly difficult to actually push in with Roach Hydra here.
Yeah, a very funny map to go Roach Hydra on, actually, the more than I think about it. Yet there's just so many choke points and everything. It's going to make it, like you said, very, very difficult. Now, we do end up seeing Infestation Pit being thrown down over here for Starkiller, and Moss is just, you know, doing his mech thing, getting up more tanks, getting up more Hellions, and getting up more battlecruisers.
Yeah. The main goal, or rather, at least I think the main positive thing for Starkiller here was the fact that he was able to kill that fourth base of Masa. And I think this might get a little bit more tricky for Masa when he does try to take a fourth, because the 3 bases are really nicely tight. You know, they're easy to defend, but once you go to the 4th base, you're open up on that side that's next to the natural. You go to the south one, I mean, you have 2 ramps that are going downhill into you, so it's like, where do you actually place your siege tanks to deal with a big Roach Hydra ball?
Yeah, I guess the answer for now is just get your 4th base and worry about that later. Yeah, I wouldn't mind if you got the one that's on the low ground of the main base as like a 5th base later on, and then just expand it upwards in that direction.
Yeah, I've seen that actually quite a few times too. I think that's what he's thinking. Or at least he's gonna go for this one, the middle. So I think that's all right. He has a lot of tanks, not to lie. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the traditional mech style. This is not the Hellion Cyclone that the modern mech, the battle mech that we end up seeing usually these days. This is super old school. All these units existed in Wings of Liberty: battle cruisers, siege tanks, Hellions.
Yep, but he's pumping out the battle cruisers too. So I like that he's continuing to do that. Yamato cannons are so good to be able to just like go in, pick off a few. Oh, Blue Flame Hellions trying to get something done on these or rather the Hydras, but yeah, you'll notice that the DPS of Hydras is a little bit too much sometimes. And despite the fact that Blue Flame does more against light, it doesn't matter when the Hydras just annihilate you.
Yeah. Well, battlecruisers are making their way along the south side, I will say. Starkiller is not known for his creep spread, and his Overlord spread is also not crazy, and that might partially be because the battlecruisers are also out. But that does mean these battlecruisers very much will ambush him in the main base.
Yeah, this is such a blind side. Or maybe Starkiller was able to see it, but gosh, it's such a different dynamic with the mech style when you add this many battlecruisers to it. Every single Yamato trade is going to be a favorable one. Get the hell out of there and continue on your meching ways, making it happen.
Tempo,
80 workers nearly.
How much damage does a Yamato cannon do?
I actually don't know the actual number.
I'm trying to how many Yamato? No, I actually don't remember off the top of my head. How many Yamatos kill a hive, I wonder?
Oh.
If you just repeatedly go back in and then Yamato down the hive and then back off.
I'm trying to wonder. Oh, I'm trying to remember exactly. I feel like it's like 4.
It's got to be more than 4, right?
Not 4, but 400.
Oh, 400. Okay. Oh my god, that's a lot of Vipers, Tempo! What the hell?
Vipers are going to be able to...
so many Vipers!
Completely nullify the effect of these siege tanks. There's really nothing, that Masa could do on the ground there with that many Vipers.
Only Starkiller would make 10 Vipers right now. Oh my god, that's amazing. I love it. It's actually going to be so effective too, because it can repeatedly pull the battlecruisers into the Hydras, which of course they'll immediately teleport out, but there's a window you can potentially kill them with.
Yep. And Masa's so good with his battlecruisers. Like, his efficiency is so good.
Indeed, yeah.
It's just a shame that he lost all of those tanks out the north. I don't even know, you know what I mean? Like, it was one of those things where a mech army is so strong together, but if half of your army is tied up in battlecruisers and you're trying to multi-prong, it's not the same way that Bio works, you know?
That's true, but I'm going to totally level with you, Tempo. This is as a Protoss player who has no stake in the matchup. I don't know what you do when your opponent has that many Vipers. Like,
you have to
what do you do about it?
Maybe.
Huh?
Ghost mech? You know, you add a ghost into the
EMP,
mech
snipe,
but it's still one of those things where Thors are actually really good with the high impact.
Thors have been weird though, because I feel like whenever a Viper gets close enough to the Thor that the Thor can attack, the Viper just also yanks it into a bunch of Hydras and stuff, and then you're like, oh, I killed a Viper, but I lost a Thor. Was that a good trade, really?
Was it? Right.
Oh man, this is brutal. This tank line is being totally broken.
Yeah. Starkiller with the Roach Hydra Viper, but it's mainly Hydras for the most part. Yep, he even kills both of the battle cruisers before they teleport away.
Oh, I actually think he can still fight this.
I think so as well, because there's only one more tank there, but he's more afraid of the fact that there's that many battle cruisers, and he doesn't think that he can kill them fast enough, maybe. But
I actually think with a combination of with how many Vipers he has, he can do both Blinding Cloud and, or sorry, not Blinding Cloud. He can do both Parasitic Bomb and the Yank. And I actually think he could kill them with that.
Yeah. Oh, it's 240, not 400. It feels like 400 damage for Yamato, but it's 240 by the way.
240. Oh, that's actually quite a few. So that's like almost more. It's actually more than 10 to kill a hive.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe 11? 11 with some regen or something?
I don't. Yeah, I'm trying to remember how much. I'm not gonna do math on stream.
Yeah.
You guys can do it in chat if you want.
Well, it's apparently like about 8 or something, 7 or 8 to kill a hatchery.
Yeah, and that'll kill it. Yep.
You said 250?
240, I believe.
Okay, we'll round it to 250. So
Sure.
4 for 1,000 damage ish.
Yeah, just.
And a hatchery has 1,500. So yeah, like 6.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, a little bit of a weird base trade situation here, and I don't necessarily mean full-on base trade just yet, but trading one base for one base. We'll see if both these players continue forward. They are.
They will, and I believe that the army of Starkiller is superior to the one that is pushing him from Masa. However, it's on the other side of the map. If he can get on the production of Mech, this would be so devastating for Masa if he doesn't actually obliterate everything.
Oh, locks onto some of the Vipers. The missile turret's also dealing damage to the Vipers as well.
Full energy, full energy.
Yeah. Remember, the battlecruisers are also killing off that hive in the main base, so both of these players are going to be losing their production, and after that hive goes down, I actually think use those Cyclones, lock onto the infestation with the Hydra Den. Actually, it would be a big, if you can kill the Hydra Den, you're also killing your opponent's production.
Yes, he wants to get rid of the tech of the Zerg player, so he needs to go ahead and make sure that Starkiller cannot replenish his Hydra count. However, Masa is screwed as far as production is concerned. He has all the money in the bank, but Terran production takes so much longer to get back on track than Zerg. So...
I really wouldn't hate if he just threw down like 3 command centers and got ready to build planetaries or something, because at least just holding the line a little bit. That's what this base trade is going to come down to, right?
Yeah, it's such a weird situation because it's about preserving the army that you have now until your other production gets on if you're Masa. Because right now, if Starkiller goes home, the only things that would really get away would be the battle cruisers, right? Because they can teleport. But, I mean, say Starkiller goes ahead, kills off, another factory, which is great for him. But if he kills the army of Masa, Masa's pretty dead, you know? It'll take way too long to go ahead and get the factories down, the tech labs. Perhaps he wants to even go more battle cruisers or something like that. That'll take forever. But he's set up a pretty decent, he's set up in a pretty decent way here at this 4th base. With 3 factories now, with the tech labs already, he definitely did this preemptively.
Okay, the Vipers are here to pull the battle cruisers.
Here we go!
Teleports and gets a Yamato off as well, and gets out with all 4 battle cruisers, I believe. No, 3. Only 3 get
3
out.
of them. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, 3, you know, glass is half full. Better than losing them all, right? It could have been worse.
And, you know, his fresher bases are, I mean, he did lose one of the bases that's to the north of his current bases, but, I mean, a lot of his fresher bases are actually still up right now.
Yes.
Same for
Starkiller. And that is the
Starkiller.
most important part. Yeah, the most important part is that, and also the fact that he made his factory so much earlier.
Yeah.
So, and I love the Sim City, right? This is going to make it so difficult for these Vipers to actually just abduct all of these tanks.
Yeah. Oh, one tank does go down, though.
He goes on the other side instead. And Masa doesn't have anything here aside from his mobile army.
Yep. Oh, command center also just flying straight into the Hydras alongside that orbital. A couple of Yamatos trying to come out, but the battlecruiser goes down right after extinguishing the life of one of those Vipers. And I think you just got to wait for this army to push into one of the planetaries and then pull everything to go in.
Yeah, this is such a weird situation for Masa, though. He needs to figure out how he's going to be able to at least either trap these Hydras or trade out. Because, I mean, with... I've never seen that happen before. That was weird, but... There's so many Vipers, man.
Yeah. But, I mean, the Vipers are actually running into the missile turrets again. One of the Vipers very low on hit points. It does end up falling there. And we're down to 4 Vipers. There's only 1 battlecruiser and 4 tanks out for Masa. That is his entire army. It's that and SCVs.
Right. You know, the lining or the silver lining in the clouds is that Masa did not lose that bottom right base. That is huge, right? Imagine if he lost that, and the only base that he really had mining efficiently would be the forward one, where all of his production is.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like
Yeah.
Starkiller would feel a lot more confident, but he's only on 31 workers, right? He has a great bank, but that's gonna deplete very soon, as he just gets his Hydras
battle
and
cruiser.
tech back on track. No,
Oh,
free battle
last
cruiser.
one. So it's a pure tank army right now for Masa. 7 tanks out. And a couple cyclones are finally being added in. The starport is coming back up. I actually would love something like a Banshee. I actually think a Banshee could do a lot in this kind of situation, right?
If it would, yeah, to be able to at least go to the other side of the map.
Yeah, and harass.
Exactly, because he's pretty much chilling. He doesn't really have a big enough mech army to feel confident to push out against this. There's too many of these Vipers out, and the issue is that the turrets are providing protection to the tanks. He doesn't have any anti-air, so if Starkiller had the bank to go for like mass muta, it would completely obliterate his army.
Yeah, that is true. The kind of also funny thing is that Starkiller had 10 Vipers at the very beginning of all of this. He's down to 3, and remember, he lost his hive. His infestation pit is only just now being rebuilt. He can't remake those for a bit. So that's actually, I think, part of the reason why he's been so wary, because every single time he's moved in, he's lost a bunch of Vipers, and he's down to such a low number now.
Yeah, that's a lot of gas too, by the way, Fear Dragon, to lose that many Vipers. Yeah, sure, he has a decent amount in the bank, but my biggest concern for Masa is how he's gonna actually push out. Starkiller cannot attack into this efficiently. He needs to find a weak point, and I think that's what he's trying to do by going from the south. And then use the Viper's pull up. Yep. Lightning Cloud works out too. Pulls the other tank from the right-hand side. But if he attacks down here, I don't know if that's the best idea. He's going to try to do it all with the Vipers. You know what? If he yanks them one by one.
Yeah. I mean, the siege tank count is down to just 4. Masa's army feels non-existent right now.
It doesn't, right?
I think, yeah, that's another tank down. 3 tanks remaining. Oh, but the last Viper with the energy does go down.
The last Viper. That sounds like one of those old Kung Fu movies, yeah?
Might as well be,
and
man.
This is not a good spot for Masa. He has the most immobile army that you could ask for. But Starkiller, he needs to be careful with those tank fires. You can't get too ambitious here.
Oh, yeah, he's taking a few more losses here and there. But remember that Masa has been losing all this mining, and Starkiller's getting up another base on the south side of the map. He's now also just got these Hydras behind enemy lines. I actually think
that's awkward.
This is actually, it's as weird as it is, because yes, Starkiller is trapped in now, but Masa has to trap him in with his units. If reinforcements come, all of the tanks have now left that planetary fortress on the front lines.
Yeah, that is maybe what Starkiller's aiming to do. I'm not really sure. But without a Nidus Worm, I feel like Starkiller is in a very awkward position. Maybe if he has Overlord speed, he can pick them up, and I think he does. But this is actually the best thing that could happen for Masa, I believe.
Yeah, but I mean, Starkiller just killed another command center on the top left because all of the tanks are situated to try and prevent Starkiller from moving out of the main. So he just lost his third base.
And he does not have the same economy as Starkiller.
Yeah.
Maybe he does, though, with Mules, perhaps. Nah,
That's
not quite.
No, yeah. The income still favors Starkiller, but yeah, mules would have been helpful. Moss is down to 0 gas mining, actually.
At all. Yeah, and I'm wondering if that's intentional or not.
Oh, he has 1 gas geyser with 1,700 gas left.
Yeah, and he has 24 workers at that base as well, so I'm wondering if it's just a blunder there. Maybe it is, man.
Yeah, he's only making siege tanks and battle cruisers right now. That has to be a mistake.
Oh, yeah. Nice little bubble play from Starkiller. So what Starkiller needs to do right now is either tech up to Hive in order to get more Vipers, or get a Spire and then go for Broodlords. Because I think Broodlord would be the ultimate unit here for Starkiller, but
yeah,
it takes forever to get to Broodlords, and I think he might be thinking the same thing right now.
Oh, I think Masa just realized he puts 3 workers in the other gas geyser that has 1,500 gas left over, and
do you know how long it's been?
Refinery. It's easily been like 4 or 5 minutes or something. At least since he got attacked over there, maybe longer.
Right. That's a big deal. Because like we're in this, you know, the most where every little detail counts here. Every second that goes by in this situation is so important.
Ooh. The Vipers are here to support the Hydras on the high ground that are denying mining. I think he's waiting for Masa to move a Sea Shank further forward so he can Viper pull it. Oh, he's going for it.
Yeah.
There it
Oh,
is.
to the high ground. Oh my god.
And he gets some more on sieging.
Yep. And he might be able to do one more. Oh, he doesn't even need to use it. And he pulls a battle cruiser as well.
Oh, cancels the Yamato as well. Teleport does get used to save it, but another Siege Shank goes down. Starkiller's getting such good damage done.
Yeah. Another battle cruiser gets pulled, and I think the teleport is on cooldown. Yamato goes off on the Viper, so at least he gets the trade.
Yeah. Hive is already done again, though, so Starkiller can use that gas and mineral bank he's been building up to remake some more Vipers. Actually, a lot of resources in the bank, considering he's not maxed out right now.
I know, but he's waiting for Broodlords, I believe. Unless he's going to do a gigantic Muta switch, which would be awesome.
He's not... He only has one
has to be going
Spire,
for
though,
it.
and he's getting +1 air weapons instead of a greater Spire. So I don't... If he's waiting for Broodlords, he's going to be waiting a long time.
Mutas.
Yeah.
I think I think it might just be that Jaedong Muta switch, you know, bringing it back. The lack of anti-air here, right?
my
Masa
God.
is so concerned about the Hydras, and
This is a nightmare situation, Tempo.
it's oh my god, 20 Mutas!
A Zerg that can make 20+ Mutas at once.
It's gross.
Oh.
It's gross, I'll tell you right now. But look at this run by from Masa with these Hellions at the base of Starkiller.
You know what that's doing, Tempo? It's freeing up supply for Mutas.
I know.
He's gonna see the Mutas now, at least.
Okay, well, a good scout.
Can
good
he
scout.
even start a Thor? He doesn't have the gas for
He
it.
doesn't have an armory, I don't think.
Oh my god, does he not? Never remade the armory.
He does have an armory. He does.
Oh.
There is one armory. But
Oh,
he
yeah.
doesn't have enough time. He has to make just turrets. That is
Yeah.
the most reliable thing to do here. But it's too late, Fear Dragon. The Mutas are here.
Yep. And honestly, missile turrets will nearly get one shot at this point. The Sea Shank's just getting right-click down. Masa sieges up his Sea Shanks because you know what? What's the point in running from the inevitable?
Yep, exactly. You can't burrow them. That's for damn sure. GG! What a game.
Starkiller goes up 2-0. Hot damn.
In a long game as well. That was a 20 plus, I believe. So
Yeah, that was easily 20+. That was like 25 or 26. 27, actually.
wow. Okay then.
Yeah.
Tech switch, yeah. It's so important, you know, to utilize your power as a Zerg to be able to switch it on the spot like that. And it might have taken him a long time to do it, but that was it. The end all be all when it came down to it.
Yeah. Man, really, really well done by Starkiller. Now up 2-0. Masa is, I mean, it's a best of 7. Not a match point or anything just yet, but this is getting into that dangerous territory now. We move on to Zen, another kind of funky map. We'll see what both these players are going to be able to throw out at each other.
Proxy racks. I need to see it, Masa. Give it to me.
Okay. Does he send it out? Yeah, he's sending it out.
I love it.
My favorite
And this
part
is something that Masa's so good at. His execution of this style is so good.
But there's an early pool. I saw the drone get canceled and everything. A fast pool here from Starkiller. Oh boy, Tempo. How does this play out, man? How does the early pool usually line up against one of these proxy raxes?
It's weird, man. It's all on the execution too. Like sometimes, like you go for the proxy racks and the pool first from the Zerg player means that they delayed their hatchery. So you kind of just say, okay, I'm not gonna commit too hard anymore. Yet you've kind of locked yourself into this pool first style. But I don't know. It depends who's doing it, and I feel like Masa has probably dealt with both of these styles, whether it's hatch first or pool first. But this would definitely favor Starkiller if there is gas involved, especially. Because I feel like without gas, it's a little bit more tricky.
Yeah, there is a gas geyser now being made here for Masa, a little bit later on. So I mean, you think about it just in simple terms. Gas geyser doesn't finish in time to start actually making a Reaper, right? So it's going to be those Marines coming out. But the factory follow-up is going to be ready and waiting for Starkiller. But Starkiller sending those Zorglings across the map is going to hit there before Masa will even get the full supply depot wall off.
Yeah, I believe so. If he recognizes that, then he would be able to wall off completely. But this is going to blindside him completely as well. And I am a little bit worried for Masa because he's starting his push, but what is he actually going to try to do here? He's trying to do it as if it's a hatch first, and now he has Lings in his base, and he has nothing to defend.
Oh, that's actually such a smart move. He immediately identifies it and says, if I go kill the depots, you can't make Marines on the other side of the map.
Whoa, boy. This is actually next level, too, because usually you would go right for the workers,
Yeah.
right? But this is going to actually stunt the pressure that Masa would be putting on him.
Oh.
And Starkiller can give this base up. He totally could.
Now, the funny thing is, Masa does still have some resources now he can't spend. The only thing he can make right now are bunkers, actually. And bunkers might also be able to at least contain Starkiller.
Yeah. And this might be the idea, right? He's trying to deal with these Lings as best as he can. Not pulling all of his workers, but only just enough, hopefully in his case, in order to actually deal with them. But I don't know if that's enough, dude.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely problematic right here. Some of the Lings are starting to get lower. One Ling goes down. Second Ling and third Ling getting very low. Okay, starting to get some kills here. And I think he gets the last round. There it is. But that is a lot of workers lost there for Masa.
Yeah, big deal there. He's only down to 10. Starkiller is down to 16. But it is a one-base Zerg versus a one-base Terran who has an orbital. So I wouldn't say this is completely the worst for Masa, but it is not how you want to start this game from a Proxy Rax, right? At all.
Well,
Oh my god, Starkiller put a Roach Warren down too. I missed that.
I think he wants to break out of the bunker contain. I can't. He's seen
Yeah, with
one
Ravagers,
bunker.
most likely.
Yeah. I mean, you can break out with Lings. Oh my god, Tempo. Is this a one-base Nidus Worm Roach all in?
Oh, maybe.
He's got
Yeah,
the
two
Overlords.
gas. He has the Roach Warren. He has Overlords in position. Masa's only on one base.
Watch it be like 2 mutas or 3 mutas. Because
The
it's
Starkiller way.
Starkiller. The Starkiller way, man.
That's like me though. Tempo, I have like my 4 muta hit squad because I get supply
Yeah.
blocked when my Spire finishes, but
Oh, Lord. Spikecaller tries to burrow on the low ground. It's taking a lot of damage. There's this nice transfuse coming on out. The
look at
roaches
the
are also
micro, too.
popping
Yep.
out.
I love the micro Masa. This is his specialty here.
He's so good at this kind of micro.
All right, so usually what you need are the Ravagers in order to try to get the better range and also throw Corrosive Biles, but just straight roaches? I don't know, man. I think he can kill the SCV. That would be cool. He targets down the SCV.
Oh my god. I cannot believe that Masa is still not taking much damage from even with the roaches here. He's just doing this bunker micro and killing roaches.
Yeah.
That is
Look at
incredible.
him.
It
He
is a
did lose
one
Marine.
base.
Oh, he lost 2 Marines
Aw.
there. And no salvage. Oh, he gets it.
Wow.
Okay.
Now, okay, the barracks moves in. And it's so slow, but it will scout out the Nidus Worm as the Nidus Worm is finished.
So this is great.
At which
for
point you're
Masa.
just-
I mean, it's
yeah.
not great because it's like, I know it's coming, but do I actually have the tools to
Yes,
deal
he
with
does.
it?
He has a Cyclone. He has Marines.
Okay,
Oh, the
he's targeting
Overlord
it
is
down.
just-
He's pulling SCVs.
The Overlord pulled back really late tempo. I'm actually kind of worried that Masa can lock onto it with a Cyclone and just deny.
Ooh.
No, there's another nice one coming out.
Okay. Okay.
This is
Masa
still
is actually
really
only
bad.
down by 2 workers, but it's the army value that really worries me.
Yeah.
If this Nidus Worm comes out, there's no tank here on the high ground. Starkiller with the Queens and the Roaches are gonna be pretty scary. I think Ravagers, he needs the Ravagers, you know, not just a straight Roach count, but just having a few Ravagers to kill the SCVs that are repairing on the outside. And also to bow down like a tank that just came out here would be great.
Oh, look at the safe position of this siege tank, ready for any of
Super
those
safe.
roaches.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna have to move all the way to the forefront lines here in order to get off any kind of corrosive biles, and the roaches themselves will not be able to do anything to that tank.
Nope. So I think the best thing Starkiller can do here is do that kind of hard contain. But the problem is that he's invested so much into these army units that he wants to break up here. He needs to, right? Like the ideal thing to do would be to get some Ravagers and then bile down the bunker. And then eventually slowly whittle away at Masa before he gets too many tanks or even like say a Banshee.
Yeah, oh my god, tempo, he's getting this fire!
Yep.
The Starkiller way,
Okay.
man. The Starkiller
Yeah,
way.
definitely the Starkiller way. I mean, at least he took the second base, but yeah, he's not gonna be.
He doesn't even know the gas geysers there, Tempo.
But the tank count's starting to rise. The anti-air is not that great for Masa once again. You know, the Cyclone can do a decent job. The Viking, man, I guess okay. But in due time, Masa will be able to get, you know, a decent army out here. At least to deal with the Roaches and Ravagers. I don't think he knows about the Spire, right? He has no idea.
No, he has no way of actually scouting around it. And remember, one really cool thing about all this creep spread is that it's going to force Masa to, okay, get up a Raven. I was gonna say you might have to, you might have to scan, which would mean that he couldn't scan his opponent to see what the follow-up was. But well, the Roaches trying to get some trades, not really finding the trades they wanted.
Okay. Well, yeah, nice move out of Masa, and because I mean you're limited on your scans and your mules here, so.
Oh, Viking! Viking in the main is going after an Overlord instead of scouting. He scans the natural instead of scouting the main.
He needs to go in deeper.
Oh my God, no.
Oh man, 9 meters are on the way, Fear Dragon.
How did he afford
Masa,
9 meters off of 2 gas?
This is a good game for him to go bio in rather than going for mech, because if he had reacted more to the Roaches, then going mech would mean that you'd just be pumping out those siege tanks right now. But getting Marines out, I mean, when you only have to worry about 2 bases, it's actually not that bad.
Yeah.
It's more so about the fact that if he were to go mech and had no anti-air, what if his Marines are all on the map?
Tempo, that's actually a real concern right now. They're just gonna, oh my God, even the Raven is gonna be over here. The Cyclone, gonna get right click down before, but oh, the rest of the Marines do make their way forward.
Yep. Okay.
Kills off 4 mutas. 4 mutas have died.
That's actually really good. Okay, Masa. Okay, so Masa's actually taking a worker lead. He secured the natural base, but he's starting to lose workers to the mutas. He has no way to really deal with these mutas, like in a very efficient way. But this Viking has been putting in so much work. I gotta give it up. As Roddy would say, the Tom Cruise Viking, right? Like just
2 kills, one of which is an Overlord, and I don't know what the other one is, but could be a muta.
Yeah, it probably was.
Stim is about to finish too, so that really makes it a lot easier for Masa to defend, and the engineering base done. So missile turrets coming on up. These mutas, did they get the damage done to warrant the fast tech up to those mutas?
I mean, I think Starkiller was hoping for a timing where Masa was just unprepared for it. And if he could have denied that natural base, like say no, if Masa did not go for a Raven, I do not think this would have been such a successful scenario, because he was able to clear out all that creep without even expending any mules. And 200 gas, if you're not dealing with Roaches, F it, man. Why not? Go ahead and get that mineral income in order to get your economy back on track and add so many more Marines to the mix.
All right, well, another gas guys are coming up over here for Starkiller. And just really committed into the Roaches now with a +1 missile attack, carapace upgrade and everything. It's all about those Roaches. The mutas are just going to try and get whatever value they can find, and hey, they're actually still finding some decent value, softening up a siege tank, killing off a few Marines here and there in production.
Yeah, they're getting some great value here. They are losing a bit of their HP, but they will regenerate that back up. I believe that Starkiller is done with the mutas, right? Like, he's not making any more, right? Okay, so it is going to be Roach Ravager, but Masa has been making tanks this whole time. And that does worry me a bit, because on a map like Zen, I guess the third base might be okay to attack into, but I feel like if Masa gets his third base up and secured, it is going to be very scary here for Starkiller. Oh, no! Oh, golly! Saves.
Well,
2 mutas.
That sucks, but, you know, again, like, the mutas were they weren't really there to get any massive extra damage done. They were nice to continue to harass, though, and if you had, like, 5 mutas still alive, that's enough to start picking off medevacs and stuff that are harassing you or doing drops, like this one in the main base, which now 2 mutas will not be able to stop.
Nope, they will not. Luckily, there are Roaches here, but, ooh, how do you kill those medevacs? This is going to become that nightmare that every Roach player faces whenever the Terran gets the medevac. So, there's really no... Okay, he's going to go Corruptors, which is cool. I like that, if he's going to be going for Hive a little bit earlier than usual. But Corruptors are great. You know, they sure can't kill mineral lines, but they definitely sustain a lot more damage than mutas do.
No, I'm definitely with you there. And they can still chase down pretty quickly those medevacs that are boosted on away. Drop comes back into the main. Starkiller has a little vision of it with the Evo chamber.
Whoop.
First Corruptor does get spotted and takes a lot of damage there. Marines are already getting some good damage done and can just pick up and get out of there.
Yeah, not bad at all. Boosting out of there. And if he drops them, he can kill the Corruptors, unlike where if they were mutas. Once those Marines start dropping, you can pick them off one by one. Oh, I love this. The Roach Sandwich. But did he use all of his Roaches to do it? Oh, we were talking about that thing where, you know, sometimes multi-pronged aggression could be his weakness.
Yeah, I think he did pull his entire army, but he's just going to follow it up with an attack. So maybe it ends up working out. He does end up killing off one of the medevacs. Second medevac nearly gets picked off, but does make its way out of there. And I actually think that Masa has a pretty well set up defensive position. I'd love if one of the tanks was behind the supply depots he's making right now. But yeah, I think it's actually going to be pretty difficult to break this many siege tanks with how many Roaches and Ravagers Starkiller has. We'll see if we can do it.
It should be. Yeah, it's going to be all about the bios here. They're on equal upgrades. Let's go. Oh, I like the Seeker missile. The anti-armor missile does hit the majority of the Zerg army. Decent bios coming out of Starkiller, but there are 2 tanks in the background just shelling. So much damage onto these Roaches and Ravagers.
16 kills on one of these tanks. The other tank also up at 10 kills. And even though Starkiller got really close to breaking that, that was everything he threw at that and couldn't break it.
No, and he did not start 2-2. So this is where it starts to get a little bit more complicated because Masa is working on 2-2. He has +1 on the mech, or I believe the ground, you know, siege tanks and stuff like that. And he's working on a 4th base too. So Masa somehow, some way has managed to get a supply lead. If you look at the units lost, Starkiller has definitely thrown a lot more away. So now, yeah, what the heck?
Dude,
I don't even know what to think right now.
I think it's really tough to break into 5+ siege tanks with a Roach Ravager army. If there's behind a wall and everything like that, I think it's a really, really tough position to break into. Especially with a bio there to like buffer. And the anti-armor missile. Oh my god, that was coup de grace.
Yep, the coup de grace. I would have loved it if he actually utilized the Nidus Worm again there, right? Like,
yeah, that actually would have been really nice to see. Oh my god, 2-2 bio, or well, soon to be 2-2 bio. Right now it's just +2 weapon bio, but still versus these Roaches. Ay.
Dancing around. Masa will lose one of the medevacs here, but he can't be as willy-nilly with his medevacs as he would against a regular Roach army because there are Corruptors in the mix. However, I feel like being able to secure that 3rd base is probably the greatest goal when a game starts off the way that it did, right? It's like, okay, 3 bases. I can work with this. I totally can work with the 3 bases here.
Yeah, I mean, if you consider where Masa started this game, where he
that's what I
was
mean.
up against an early pool, and this proxy racks kind of got to cancel on the natural, but then didn't actually do any drone damage, and he was down like 6-7 workers. Like, hell of a recovery in this game.
A beautiful recovery out of Masa, and this is a very scary 2-2 push coming out of here, and that's going to be all she wrote. Masa brings it back and puts one on the board.
Indeed. 2-1. Still in Starkiller's favor, but man, considering that again, I will pull this up one more time. Masa had not dropped a map the last 5 times that these guys played in tournaments. The fact that now Masa was sitting down 0-2 in a best-of-7 got a little bit scary. But Masa is he's back and building a little momentum now.
Definitely. And I mean, to come back from something like that shows just how good you are at the game. And it's like, okay, I can totally do this. Yeah. It's a situation where you have to be like, okay, the confidence level is there. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves when it comes down to at least some of these games where it goes so weird. I forget what that map was. Everdream, you know? Where...
Everdream was definitely a crazy hectic map. All right. So
wow. Okay.
Here we are, and we got another extractor trick over here from Starkiller, yet again. He does seem to love those extractor tricks.
I mean, it's a personal thing, right?
Yeah. I remember back before the days of Legacy of the Void. That's the name of the expansion we're on.
Yeah.
Back before the days of Legacy of the Void, I do remember Cats saying that the extractor trick, when those 6 workers start, would actually help defend against certain like types of early builds, like proxy racks or early pools and that kind of stuff, because you'd actually have one extra drone out at the exact moment that your opponent was hitting you.
Yep.
But in Legacy of the Void, I don't think that same thing applies.
Applies, yeah. I don't know if anybody did the math on it, but I remember there was somebody on TL that did that. Not only just about timings, but also the math behind like the mineral income.
Yeah.
You know, and how much you lose when you cancel the extractor. But I think Cats would be the type of guy that would say, well, regardless of the mineral income, it's also about the timings that potentially could hit you.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I never really solidified my codex of pregame, or rather not even pregame, but early game economy / drone count defense mechanism at all.
No,
that's like the next level.
I don't think you're alone on that, because I think a lot of people just kind of don't really know
it's a lot.
the answer to that.
Yeah, it's a lot, man. And Cats is like one of the most intellectual and very cerebral players as far as understanding so much about the game.
Absolutely.
The little intricacies that most people kind of disregard. So I could totally see him literally sitting down in his room for hours on end figuring out what is the most efficient way to deal with the 2 racks if it were to hit you.
Oh, absolutely. I am total agreement with that. And I think that's a credit to the way that Cats learns StarCraft, is that he learns StarCraft by just playing and not really watching a lot.
Okay.
I know that at least that used to be the case. I don't know if it's still as much the case these days, but he used to say, like, yeah, I don't really watch other people play. I just play. And figure out the game for myself. And I think it's a really novel kind of way, as opposed to the way a lot of people do it these days. Moss is exactly the opposite. Moss is the guy who will watch a game in the GSL and be like, oh, that's a cool build.
That's a cool build.
Do it into his important WCS challenger match the next morning versus Neeb with 0 practice.
Like, why not?
Yeah.
Hey.
I saw it once. I saw it someone do
yeah,
this.
that was oh my god, when was that?
It was Gumiho had done this I think some mech style
innovation with the Banshee, the speed Banshee.
Yeah, you're right. That was it. We do have 2 base layer once again over here from Starkiller. Masa should probably be thinking, all right, you still don't have a 3rd again. Like, okay, let me just double check maybe. Something like a watchtower or something, but I'm pretty sure your 2 base layer are inspiring me. I feel like Masa's gotta think that.
Oh yeah. Just judging from what we saw, it wasn't the weird opener that Starkiller did with the early pool into Roach. But this is very similar to game number 1, and it's something that he's actually well known for. So Masa did not do this last time. He did not run in with those Hellions. So this time, yes, he's going to be able to get into the main base. Not only be able to kill some of these lings, maybe even some drones, but it's also about seeing the lair, which is so important.
Oh!
He sees nothing else. There's no Roach Warren at all.
Oh my god. Oh.
How is he still getting damage done? Okay.
I know, 4 workers killed, and there's 2 more Hellions still running on in. Sees the Spire timing and everything. This is really, really nice for Masa, because remember, it's not actually even just about the workers killed, or even the mineral mining time loss. It's the gas mining time loss, and Starkiller isn't even putting workers back into gas of the natural.
For a 2 base muta, this is so
important. And he has
important.
1 worker, or 2 workers in gas in the main.
Oh no, the disruption of Starkiller's economy. And even just maybe his sanity. It's just like, oh my god, he's messing with me now. And he's getting another layer. This is totally.
Oh Lord.
Yep. Okay. Masa's got him. He's in the brain.
He's in his head, man.
You can tell. 100%. And when you get in Starkiller's head, usually people are like, oh my god, where am I? This is scary. Then Masa's like, oh.
I will set up shop here.
Set up shop here. This seems like a nice place to live. He pitches a tent. You know,
it's difficult to get into Starkiller's head,
smoking a cigarette inside of Starkiller's brain.
That is exactly what Masa would be doing. Yes.
Exactly. He's comfortable there.
Well, like if I can't go out for a smoke break, then
Fuck it.
I'll do it here.
Why not?
Yeah.
So yeah.
5 mutas are being made. That is not too many mutas, and especially since Masa knows it's coming, a missile turret in each mineral line. And you know, the old school style of getting up a missile turret by your production wouldn't hurt maybe this time. You got your stim sniped off one time, but
Right.
he's got a few Marines out and 5 Marines being made at a time. I think it's not too big of
Even
a
the
concern.
Liberator. And the Liberator, that the fact that it's not going over to the main base right now, it's staying here because with the small amount of mutas, the Liberator is actually going to soften them up pretty well.
Yeah.
The mutas can't really dive on it. It gives the Marines time to at least catch up. But he's actually leaving with the Liberator, so maybe never mind.
Yeah, I think actually it kind of makes sense, right? The mutas are there to kill the or to like also help defend against the Liberator. So if the mutas are over on this side of the map, this is actually perfect time for the Liberator to get damage done.
True.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the type of player that Masa is, though, right? Rather than just like double down on defense, he wants to see what he can get done on the other side while this is happening.
Yeah.
I love it. And you know what's important too is the fact that Starkiller kind of kills his economy by going for a 2-base muta. So if you can kind of cut that a little bit more, it feels pretty good as a Terran player, especially because Starkiller did not put any spore crawlers inside of his bases at all.
Oh Lord, that's gonna be a problem now. We'll see if the Queen can help defend. Right now it's not actually reacting because, well, I think he's busy controlling these mutas, but already seeing 4 workers going down. And a Queen also in range is gonna get taken out. Oh Lord.
Oh, not like this.
He's getting all the building units as well from the larva.
Yep. All of that larva just went down, and that Liberator was such a valuable Liberator. Masa secures the 3rd base. During all of that, deals with the mutas, doesn't take any real damage, and somehow, some way gets more damage done on the other side of the map. With the unit that usually dies to the unit that Starkiller was making. So
yeah, and now we're also we're also in a tough spot where Starkiller, yes, has got a lot of mutas and is building up a massive muta cloud. Don't get me wrong, that can be something, but it's also a Ling muta player versus a bio player with a fair amount of bio as well, and stim, and +1 weapons. And the Zerg player has no Baneling Nest.
No Baneling Nest, no upgrades. This reminds me of a Bly game almost, right? Where it's just like, okay, here we go. I got the tech, but do I actually have what it takes? And that is going to be a hard no, I believe.
Yeah. Gets 2 workers and the tanks. Well, 1 of 2 of the tanks. The mutas have to back off over there. I think that's still a majority of them managed to survive. Only 4 mutas have gone down this game.
Yeah.
But man, this
400 gas though, you know?
It's brutal. Right,
so he's gonna really hard commit to the mutas, and I'm really I'm very curious as to why he did not put down a Baneling Nest here. Right?
Yeah, it just, I kind of feel like this is the super duper all in, like, I'm going to catch you out of position once. The missile turret doesn't go down. Oh my god, he needed 17 or 19 mutas, not 18 mutas, I guess.
Right, if he had, yep.
Lord.
Okay, so he does put down the Baneling Nest now, and Masa realizes that it is indeed going to be Ling Bane muta. I wonder why. But...
Oh, he's gonna supply block. Oh, he's supply blocked at 103 of 106. No overlords on the way.
Yeah, this is a really rough situation for Starkiller, who was hoping that if he just doubled down on the mutas, then maybe he would overwhelm Masa. But without any Banelings and inferior upgrades, I just don't see it. It's just not going to, man. And here we go. Hot damn indeed.
Masa, absolute god, is demolishing Starkiller in this one. This is unlike a lot of the other games that have been very scrappy and back and forth. This is a convincing victory there for our boy Masa.
Very convincing. Very, very convincing there. And that had to do with like the scouting and then the reading of the situation and then reacting perfectly while still getting damage done, you know? Because sometimes, like, I mean, I don't know if you ever feel this way, but you know when something is coming and you over prepare for it.
Yes.
And then you still lose because of the fact that you over prepared for it. You didn't do anything to him on the other side of the map.
Proxy Marauders every time, man. Every time. I see one Marauder that is like clearly for a proxy. And I build 6 shield batteries, and it's like, and it's like, I only made 2.
Yep. And then the DJ Khaled meme plays in your head like, congrats, you played yourself. And it's like, god damn, I did it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
You know. Yeah, exactly. And it is definitely costly. We're heading on to Golden Wall for game number 5. It's a tied up series now, and Starkiller lost a lot of that momentum that he had going for him. at the very beginning when he was able to bring a 2-0 lead over Masa. We'll see what's going to happen as we move into game number 5. It's a best of 7, so this is not match points, by the way.
Yep.
There's that extractor trick again.
Yeah.
Overtime.
I'd like to ask him why he does it, because I feel like every person that I ask has a different reason.
Yes, but tempo. And don't get me wrong, I love Starkiller. Starkiller is actually one of my just favorite NA players because I think he's such a fun guy. He's got a fun playstyle and he embraces it. But is Starkiller the person who will have very well thought out reasoning for it?
Like, I don't know. I mean, I just sometimes forget to make an overlord.
Starkiller is the guy who will be like, yeah, well, you know, I used to do it.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I would say like, oh, I forgot my overload at 13, you know, and it happens a lot. So I just
that's actually true. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I love Starkiller.
Moss is the player who will have like too thought out reasoning for it. You'll be like, oh, why did you like delay this bear or like this SCV to get up your barracks or something like that? And you'd be like, well, because he sees my barracks go down 8 or like 6 seconds later, so that actually will look like a factory to a player that, or you know, look like I'm going for this mech style opening instead of a bio based off of this really small subtle timing. And then you talk to his opponent, and the opponent's like, wait, what? Is that a thing? Is that a timing? Should I know that?
Everyone knows that.
Yeah.
Duh.
Moss is like the super in your head player. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Moss's ability to play these kind of mind games, and at least, I don't know, maybe he goes through it before every game and it's like, all right, this happened last game, so there are certain possibilities that could happen in the next game, and I'm gonna kind of analyze those and play or use it to my advantage.
Yeah. Okay, well, it is just going to be that 1 Rax expand, but no Reaper this game, and that might be a little bit to do with the map and everything. This is one of those maps where you have to walk into the natural to get that Reaper in. No Reaper hop-up cliff by those back minerals and everything, so we just see the Reactor Marines coming on out. And it's not going to be like a 2-1-1 or anything. It's going to be just straight up going into that factory.
Yeah, very old school style here, right? Where you get an earlier factory, and perhaps he wants to go into his Hellion Banshee style that we've seen before. You know, a lot of the times we've seen Masa bring it back, and his Banshee control is something that we have not seen the series at all for the most part. So I would not be surprised if he suspects that Starkiller is not going to go for T-base Muta, that he would go for it. But lo and behold, we have another layer coming down at the 2-minute and 55-second mark.
Do you feel like fast Banshees would be more or less effective against Starkiller, who keeps going for the... Because the weird thing about the 2-base Muta, right, is that you are committed to getting some damage done, and the Mutas are going to come out, but I think the timing of the Mutas is that the Mutas actually come out a little, like, perfectly timed for 1 Banshee, but they will move across the map, and if the Terran player was just pooling to 2 Banshees and Cloak, the Terran player moves in, and like your Mu's out of position, and they don't get damage done, and you're losing a bunch of drones. Like
drones.
It's really
I think we saw that last game though, right?
Yeah.
But instead of going Banshee, he got the same thing done with Liberators.
Yeah.
Right. And it's a much less of an investment than committing to Banshee. So maybe if he went Banshee without Cloak, I would say yeah. But if he invests into Cloak, and just kind of banks on the fact that maybe I'll make it over there when his Mutas are here, it's a little bit too risky.
That's true.
But you never know. Masa might think that deep, where it's like, yeah, I know exactly where you're gonna do or what you're gonna do with your Mutas.
I think, yeah, I'm definitely with you. I think that reasoning makes a lot of sense. The one thing, and of course we're not actually seeing any of that from either of these players, but the one thing about Masa is like, when I think about his playstyle, is that he is willing, and this is what makes him so scary to play against, is he is willing to take risks that would put him at a disadvantage if his opponent was doing one thing, because he expects that they're going to be doing something else. Oh man, left the other Marines right in front of all the Zerglings.
Yeah, this is an interesting build, by the way. Notice that there was a Widow Mine built with this. There's no stim in this push at all, which makes me wonder. I've never seen this build before. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah, a 2 medevac drop with a single Widow Mine is definitely a little bit unusual.
Yeah.
And Starkiller's primarily just got Lings. He's actually going to kill one of his own Lings because he doesn't like it.
Okay.
All right.
Bad egg?
Bad egg. Yeah, literally a bad egg. It hatched out of one.
Like,
Ooh, Widowmine gets a really juicy connection. Was that
Wow.
8 kills? 8
damn,
lane
son.
kills. Drones are also being pulled right now, Tempo.
And you know what I think? I think the reason why he did this is because he's trying to capitalize on the fact that a 2-base Muta player does not want to go for any more lanes than they need to.
I think he also just supply blocks Starkiller really heavily. And the Mutas will finally clean all this up, but my god, did Masa kill a lot of lings, a handful of drones there as well. Actually only got one drone, but most of the drones did get pulled back.
Yeah, the question is, I mean, if the idea was to hit before the Mutas were to arrive, then it makes a lot of sense to me. Maybe he was hoping that Starkiller, with his lack of queens with the 2-base Muta style, wouldn't have anything on the ground until the Mutas came. That would do a lot of damage, for
Great
sure.
tank.
This is not... Yeah, it wasn't as effective as I think he was hoping it to be.
Yeah, it really looked like a great start, but I think toward the end, it definitely became a bit difficult, like you said, because of the Mutas being there. And the Marine count is just not high enough to actually contest the Mutas. 2 Marines on the map. Well, now 6,
no. Okay. I think this... Okay, good trades. I mean, anytime you trade... oh, God, no. If
no, not
horrible.
this time, Tempo, yeah.
Nope.
The Mutas are going to regen the hit points that they just lost before anything happens. I think there's a couple... There's a Liberator doing some damage on the other side of the map. That is the one bright side here for Masa. But it's only killed 3 workers.
What am I?
There's Stim. Oh, gets another Muta with the Viking.
All right.
Liberator still denying mining at the natural.
Wow.
So, I mean, there's actually... What is that? Is 17 workers not mining right now?
Yeah, they're just not mining at all, and there's nothing there to actually deal with them. And the fact that the 3rd base is so delayed, this might not be the worst case scenario for Masa.
I was afraid Masa would just straight up die right there.
I thought so as well. Yeah, I was worried about that.
He's still in a little bit of the doghouse here with only 6 Marines versus 12 Mutas now. But he has done so much economic damage that if he can just hold on, even if he loses workers, if he just hold on, he is going to be in an immeasurably good position.
Absolutely. Man, look at the worker count, though. This is something that I was not really paying attention to earlier. And the fact that there's been so much denying of the mining, it's not just the fact that he's not able to mine, but he's not able to inject. I don't even know if he has any queens. Okay, he has 2 queens, but...
He's doing the queued up injects.
He has to. He has to.
The 5.
But that was a
queued up
long
injects.
time. Yep.
Yeah.
Look at the lava count. The lava count is actually 0.
Oh, wow.
So
Yeah, that
he has
really
money
does
in the
hurt.
bank, and he would love to make drones right now, but he can't, simply because of the harassment. So
Yeah.
this is one of those situations where it's like, if Masa continues with the pressure, Mutas are not good in a 1v1, or not 1v1, but a straight up engagement. But oh god, oh no.
Got a little bit dangerous there. Forcing out another stim, though. I have to say, the medevac count is, well, it looks like there are more medevacs somewhere out there. They just popped out. They don't have a ton of energy, though, so these stims are going to become a little bit costly until Masa gets out some more medevacs. But,
yeah, and keep in mind that this is a 2-base Terran, too.
yeah.
So.
3rd base is now finished up and is going to start mining from that gold, given that a boost in income he's going to need to try and seal the deal. But Banelings are on the way. I think it's Starkiller is still in a bad spot, but maybe there is hope of a recovery with a really good fight.
Yes, a really good fight. You mentioned that Starkiller wasn't known as much for his creep spread. If he had better creep spread here, I think I would feel a little bit more confident, or maybe even a higher queen count.
Yeah.
But as it stands right now, that gold base, a bold move out of Masa. If he starts mining from that, this is going to get so difficult because he's already putting on pressure. And as every Zerg would say against a Terran, once a Terran puts on pressure, and you don't clean that army up, that pressure will be unrelenting with the right type of player until the end of the game.
You know what, Tempo? I actually think that... Yes! Oh, no, he canceled it! I was about to make, like, the 500 IQ prediction 3 seconds before he did it, but then he canceled it. I was going to say, Starkiller is actually the best player, possibly in all of, like, competitive StarCraft, to go for Burrowed Banes, because he doesn't get creep spread, so he can just burrow Banes wherever.
Oh, because of the...
You'll be used to not scanning.
Yep. Hey.
Oh.
Uh-oh, but things are looking pretty dicey.
Banes walked through the siege shank fire before Banes...
Oh, God.
He's...
Nope.
No.
They Starkiller.
Oh, okay. Gets a good Bane at the end, but it's still not enough, and that's all the Muta's also gone now. GG.
Holy moly, Masa bringing it back. Very different style, by the way, right? That opener was probably one of the most different approaches to dealing with two-base.
Bringing it back to old school openings, man. Yeah.
The Brood War where there was no stem.
there was stem. There's no medevacs.
Was there? Oh,
yeah,
no,
there was. In Brood War, so there was actually fun story is that StarCraft 1 vanilla had stim, but no medevacs. So you'd stim and you had no way to heal your Marines. You just
back up.
It was like super duper late game, and you'd be there with your Marines and you'd stim and be like, well, cool.
Well,
now it can't do
they're on the
anything.
timer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No healing.
Did not know that actually.
Yeah. The medics got introduced in Brood War. They were a Brood War unit. As were Dark Templar.
Yep.
Let me see if I can remember. It's the Brood War units that were introduced, because I am pretty good at remembering the StarCraft 2 ones. As we do have a Proxy 2 racks coming out over here from Masa. Might be a quick one, but the Brood War units that I remember: Medic. I think Valkyrie was also the other Terran Brood War unit. Dark Templar and Dark Archon.
Yep.
The Corsair, I actually think, also might have been a Brood War unit.
The more you know. I don't know these things.
Yeah, I know. You can't verify, so I just look smart. Or I look
like
really dumb.
too, because I really check out the original version. Ooh. You know, that was the lyric that was very true to me.
Oh yeah, I forgot you got into StarCraft with the King of the Beta tournament.
That it was indeed. I bought Brood War though, and I was in England, and I went to this random computer shop, you know, that had this bin with a bunch of these games in it, and I got like Heroes of Might and Magic 3. I got Freedom Force, StarCraft Brood War,
damn,
and some other random game, and I was like, oh, this game looks cool. Like the box art was so sick to me.
Starkiller's pulled the drones, so he doesn't know where he's assuming where it is.
No!
He didn't split them up early enough. Oh, if he'd split them up earlier, I think he could have maybe found the barracks and started harassing one of them or something, but
yeah.
Oh, there's just a lot of lost mining time for absolutely zero gain.
Yep, he assumed something, and now that he knows and he can confirm it, oh, it's a shame that he was not able to find the barracks, but
yeah,
here comes Masa doing what he does best.
2 barracks going on up.
Did Starkiller go for hatch first this game? Yep.
Yeah, he went for hatch first, and he also went for a drone scout, so that's how he identified and pulled the drones before he saw the barracks. Killed one of the SCVs, and actually the second SCV also went down, so that is both of them, but 5 workers killed. Tempo that's already brutal damage. 6
Another
workers.
One. Oh, Masa just cancels the barracks straight up.
He's just like, actually, he doesn't have another SCV to build the bunk or finish the bunkers, I guess, but
okay, true.
Even then, like, he's done enough damage that actually, as long as he could defend against like a Ling counterattack, I actually think he'd be fine from here.
I would say so as well, right? He sees all of the Lings that have been made, so those aren't going to be drones either. So we can assume that he's ahead economically, but
oh, that's such a sick position for that Marine. It's actually
yeah,
walled in.
What about home? Oh boy. I'm wondering right now, what is the play here? Do you just make one Hellion? Do you? Yeah, because I mean in GVT, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I
right?
think you just
Instead
make
of
one
going for
Hellion.
an add-on? Yeah, make an Hellion.
Yeah. Because I mean, you gotta deal with the Lings, right? So.
Exactly.
Yeah. You gotta do what you gotta do. Pull maybe like 4 SCVs, I think is what you need. No, you're just gonna pull 2. Gets away with even less.
And now Starkiller he's made all this army all this army, and he's like, oh man, without any Banes, without Roaches or Ravagers, it's like, But the positive side would be the fact that he did not lose his natural base. It just sucks that he did lose a lot of the workers, right? To lose 6 workers right off the bat, definitely not the way you want to start this game out.
Oh, absolutely. What's funny is Amasa has actually just kept making Marines out of 2 of the barracks, and then eventually just from 1 barracks. And now actually has enough that he kills off a few more of these Lings that Starkiller had made. So Starkiller does get some value out of them, but I mean value in the sense that he uses them.
Oh my god.
Oh no, the drones. Okay, Masa's gonna back off. He realizes he's on creep, but he's gonna kill. There's only 7 Lings out. The queens have to come forward.
Oh, with the Hellion though too.
Oh boy. 4 Marines are all that's left over, but I actually think 4 Marines to just retreat back home and establish the natural is great for Masa.
Oh, for sure. that Hellion really helped out.
Mm-hmm.
And the Queens, yeah, once they show up, it's like, okay, without Stim or Medivacs, it's incredibly difficult to do anything. So Masa is actually feeling pretty comfortable, it looks like. He has his base that he made in his main. Gonna float it over to the natural location. And he's even gonna go for a Hellion drop right now. But where is he actually gonna go? Right through the slow zone? Okay,
yeah.
I can dig it.
Well, there's actually no overlords there.
Nope.
0 overlords sent out around the map right now.
Noverlords.
No overlords. Oh, and Starkiller's starting up a Roach Warren right now. I think he was thinking about different placement and stuff to try and wall off versus Hellions and everything. That Medivac, where'd the Medivac go? Oh, here it is. It's
right
on the south side
and
of the
keep
main.
in mind, Starkiller did skip speed, so it's only going to be up to the Queens right now.
Oh, no. When you have to pull drones versus the Medivac Hellion drop. Tempo?
Oh, 10 workers have been killed already. All right.
So how do you
and
recover
it keeps
from
the
that?
Medivac alive. Fair Dragon.
yeah.
I don't know how you do. It seems like such a little thing, guys, but 10 workers at this stage of the game is so crazy.
Don't
to
let the
lose.
worker counts fool you. Remember that Starkiller does not have a lair, doesn't have any upgrades started, even with the Evo Chamber getting started, doesn't even have an army right now, and Masa is able to get all of those at once. Oh my god, there's more Hellions running, and he has Hellions running into the natural, or the third base, or sorry, the natural? No,
the natural
does get walled off.
Good wall,
Yeah.
but the thing that happened there was the Liberator went into the main mineral line, so Starkiller had to pull them off, and then he dropped the Hellions back up and got 7 more kills.
My
and he gets
god.
out of there with a Medivac, like literally all minerals, unless he lost the Liberator.
He's
which I
killed almost
think
as many
he did.
drones as Starkiller has right now.
Yeah, but the most important part is that he hasn't lost any gas at all. I believe. Let me just look real quick. Yep, he's only lost 2 SCVs, 4 Hellions, and 6 Marines. 246 build.
The 246 is, you measure it in how many units you lose, actually.
Yes. But that's actually really important there. You know, if you can kill economy trading mineral for mineral, and then it favors you, and then stay defensive here, he can refund, or rather get a refund with the salvage.
Oh
get a
yeah.
third base. Yeah,
Perfect
Masa's
way.
definitely taking control of this game since the jump.
I love that he even he didn't unfortunately with this Hellion scout every base, but he scouted a lot of the potential hidden base locations. Didn't scout the big one, which I would say is the gold base. But he does scout both of the rich gas bases, which I think would actually make a lot of sense versus a player that loves to go for low base count muta plays, like 2 base muta.
Yeah.
So
Especially when you take damage.
yeah. So
a corner.
that could have been a really good way for Starkiller to bounce back, and I like that Masa checked for them. But third base does get scanned and spotted here as Starkiller throws it down very late on. And I think that if Masa, I mean, it's been a kind of weird game in the sense that Masa's done a lot of damage, so maybe he won't 100% know that, yes, the teching up is happening right now for 2 base muta, but I think actually he just moved back into the Liberator. Saw not a lot, actually. Where would this fire even be made?
I mean, it could be in anywhere, right? He scanned the third base location, scouted with the Liberator, and the only other place it would obviously be the natural. But
I'm wondering because the lair is now done and the Marines are in the main base. So where do you throw it down?
holy crap, dude! Masa's right here in your face. Starkiller's been trying to drone back up because he lost so much. He has roaches out on the map, but I don't believe they have speed. And they were not in position to defend before losing 3 drones.
Oh, man. A Zerg player that's making roaches, Tempo. That is down 30, 40 supply.
Yeah, roaches do inflate your supply. So imagine that.
That's really tough.
Imagine that.
Well, Moss is going to establish his third base now with Siege Shanks on the low ground, get the supply depot wall off. And says, you know what? Well, the Marines are a little bit more mobile. The Siege Shanks can stay siege behind the wall. It's time to bring the full force of the Marines and the Medivacs to the front lines and make sure Starkiller cannot play too greedy here.
Exactly. And we talked about this, right? When you have the confidence to take that forward base, it means that you usually feel like you have control of the game. Triple Medivac going to drop on these poor roaches here. Do they have stim yet? I believe they do.
They
Plus
do.
1 stim and combat shield? Oh, hell no.
The roaches
Get ready for it.
do not want this fight.
It's going to be ugly, Fear Dragon.
Well, they have to take it. And there we end up seeing a few roaches going down. Ravages are in actually decent numbers, and of course, a few corrosive vials do manage to land. Moss's microing back to the drones, though, gets 8-9 kills before picking up and getting out.
Yeah. And even though he lost a decent amount of the Marines, he's always trading for economy and also keeping Starkiller at home. So, I mean, if you trade for economy for your army units, then usually you're vulnerable to a counterattack, but Starkiller has not felt comfortable enough to actually do that. So it's like one of those situations where it's perfectly fine to lose 2 medevacs full of units, keep the medevacs alive, but you've traded for economy, and it's like Starkiller cannot keep up. He will not be able to keep up if he keeps up like this, or if he continues like this at all.
Yeah, the only way that these kind of trades end up working out is that Massa gives up too much army.
Too much, yeah.
And then Starkiller says, I've lost so much economy, but I can now counterattack you because you've lost too many army units. And I don't think that point is hit.
It hasn't. Because a lot of these trades actually trade out with army before the economy goes down. So, like, look at this. Ready? He's going to push right up here. Probably siege the tanks at the low ground. And then he's going to use those rocks to his advantage because, well, I mean, it is Roach Ravager. Oh, my God. Starkiller's just going to get a good concave. But is it enough?
Yeah, Massa just sieged up so late that a lot of his bio ended up dying before the siege tanks actually even got involved there. But he does eventually start to make some headway. He right-clicks down the Roach Warren. No more roaches for a bit.
Nope. And remember, there's no speed resource here for Starkiller, so he can't even just panic lings, or can't even make panic lings at all.
Yeah.
It would be pretty useless. He doesn't have a baneling nest either. So the only thing that Starkiller has right now is the ability to make queens. And that would actually be useful. I don't know this is gonna work out so well for our boy.
Yeah, I mean at this point, queens and I don't even know spine crawlers, spore crawlers
yes,
for the medevacs to zone him out. Like you got to do something.
But lings are not the answer here because he does not have speed. Doesn't have banes. A creep spread is not there
have enough,
either. But he's
though.
actually gonna push.
Yeah.
Beautiful corrosive vials there from Starkiller.
Yeah, and snipes off those siege tanks.
my God,
A
the
lot of
Liberator
medevac
remains
supply,
Cave
but
Dragon.
oh my God,
Cave
he's
Dragon.
just snipe off more Ravagers.
Look at this Liberator in the main.
Oh my God, it's at 14 kills.
Oh man.
It's killing queens as they pop out. The 4 units over here at the natural are pulling the entire army of Starkiller back from going for a counterattack at a key moment when Massa just lost his army.
And that's the name of the game here, right? Keep your opponent on the other side of the map while trading army and economy for pretty much just an opportunity to not get attacked.
Oh
Fourth
my
base
God.
gets established.
The Liberator in the
Starkiller is in
3rd.
Oh, is that the same one or a different?
No, it's a
Yeah,
different one. He's gotten 17 kills. He's just actually killing all the larvae before the roaches can be made.
Come out, the eggs even. Ay, ay, ay. How many workers have been killed this game by Massa? Oh, hell no. 62 workers.
He has killed twice as many workers as Starkiller has.
Oh, yikes. Oh
my God.
Jesus.
The Liberator
So,
gets
yeah,
back.
Yeah, Massa decided to just kind of turn up here. And I feel like this push with the 2-2 is going to be very difficult. Although Starkiller does have 2-2 himself.
Yeah, and Massa's engaging without tanks or anything.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's funny though because you say all this and you're like, okay, then you look at the supply and you're like, all right, Massa has 4 bases, 83 workers, is getting up 3-3, and is still continuing to just drop uncontested because Starkiller can't afford to get anti-air.
Nope, and he's adding 3 more command centers behind it. Like,
Just 1 queen.
this is how you take advantage of a Roach player. It is so difficult to deal with drops. And against Massa, I would never dare go Roaches with Ravagers because unless you can finish the game off in the first, like, 7 minutes or so, you're going to be dealing with stuff like this. The main has gone down. Massa's working on 3-3, like you said, or at least +3 attack.
Yeah.
But look at how much the scrambling of Starkiller is just like...
It's a 5-base
doesn't know what to
Terran.
do.
It's a 5-base Terran versus a 2-base Zerg now. And that one of those bases is actually starting to mine out.
Yeah. It's not a good feeling at all. So yeah, Massa definitely took control of the game and never really let go. He never gave it to Starkiller, or even giving him a chance to do anything. And Starkiller is just stuck on the same tech, and he literally just cannot even leave his natural base. And I think this might be the end here, right? The tanks are now here. Corrosive Valves did miss. Gets one of the tanks.
I think Starkiller can actually clean up this army for Massa. The problem is he lost so much in the process of doing it that I think Masa can, just retreat back and look back and say, oh yeah, I actually already have another 14 Marines, like 5 Marauders, 2 tanks, another medevac or 2. I have another base going up. And by the way, during all this, I still had that drop active in your main.
Man. Yeah, this is just Mastercraft Terran play.
And I don't blame Starkiller for sticking it out, because this is the round of 8. This is the final potential game here. If Masa ends up winning this one, which it really does look like he's on the track to, that does mean he advances on to the semifinals and Starkiller gets knocked out. In a best of 7, you might as well give it your all until the last dying breath.
Absolutely have to, but we're seeing right now Masa just kind of run a clinic on how to TVZ against a player that doesn't have any anti-air.
Yeah.
Like, even just dodging the vial, so sick. GG, man, with the comeback. Masa!
Phenomenal. Yeah.
Very, impressive. Very impressive, by the way.
Super impressive. And congratulations, Masa is going to be our next semi-finalist for the CEA Collegiate Series. Hot damn, so excited to see him as, he really is just one of those top-notch North American players that sometimes has some ups and downs, and it's great to see that he's doing pretty well. And he had a bit of a rough start even to the series with the 0-2 deficit, but he bounced back. And, props to Starkiller. Starkiller had not won. I will pull this up so many times, but Starkiller had not won a single game against him in the last 5 series and tournaments that they played. And Masa ended up being down 0-2 at the beginning of the series because Starkiller had figured out how to make the adjustments. So really awesome job of Starkiller to overcome some of those mental blocks he probably had.
I would say so, right? I think the adaptability of Masa was a lot more on point. Starkiller actually did a lot of different things, though. You got to give him a bit of credit there, right? Like, even the early pulls into the roach attacks and whatnot on Zen. And once Masa was able to, like, overcome that, I feel like that's when things really started to turn around. Yeah. Because it was like, okay, well, you might have got an advantage earlier on, yet I still was able to come back and win and exploit your weaknesses. And he did it for the rest of the series. And that's what Masa does. He figures you out in a couple games. And best of 7, I think, is his stomping ground. Like, that's where...
yeah.
If you give him time to figure you out, or if it's a best of 3, then he'll just probably 2-rax you both times. But other than that...
yeah.
Different approach, yeah.
No, I definitely agree with you. Masa just... When he gets time to adapt and make those adjustments and everything, he is super duper scary. And we're going to end up seeing him face off versus Antis in the semifinals. On the other side of the bracket, it is Silky, who won earlier today versus Peely Peely. We saw that match broadcasted. Versus Kane, who defeated Riser 4-2. So it's Silky versus Kane as one semifinals. Antis versus Masa as the second semifinals. And that grand final is going to be the winner of those 2 series to take home $15,000 and give it directly to your college's bursar.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'll be real. Getting that debt out of the way earlier on,
game changer.
It's
game changer. That redirects the course of your life a bit. Honestly,
it really does, dude. It really does. Like, I'm still paying off student loans right now, and it's like, graduated like maybe 10 years ago.
And the earlier you do it as well, like the less interest there is and everything. So like it's about not just the fact like, oh, you could earn $15,000 or something later on in your life, and it's like not. It's obviously still $50,000, a lot of money, but it's
great. Paying
that off toward your student loans later in life versus earlier is a world of difference. So
it's pretty significant.
So because of that, I really want to give a huge thank you to the wonderful sponsor who has put up that prize money. And that's just for first place, by the way, guys. That's actually not even the full gambit of all of the different places of prize money that people can earn. All of the players that got knocked out today already also still earned $1,000 just for making it this far to the round of 8. But we do also, actually, I think top 8 is $250. So sorry, the players that won have already guaranteed themselves $1,000. But even third place is actually going to be $2,500. Second place is $7,500, and first place is $15,000.
Yep.
So unbelievable amount of money pledged by Shopify and Toby from Shopify, the CEO. Thank you so much for putting up this prize money. If you guys do enjoy the CEA and do enjoy the fact that this exists, then please send your thank you over to Shopify. Let them know that you enjoy this and you're really grateful for it. And maybe we could see the return of the CEA Collegiate series. You know, it'd be pretty great to see.
Yeah, boy.
All right.
Boy,
Well,
not
Temple,
bad. You know what? I'm actually gonna say one thing. It has nothing to do with this at all. I was so sad that we were not able to do our Fear and Temple in the finals for the Chiefs.
I was so sad, man. There was so for those who don't know, we were casting Cheese Delphia the week and a half ago or something, 2 weeks ago, and man, the delay that we had between hearing each other was brutal. It was like
imagine if
1 to 3 seconds, 1 to 3 seconds between hearing each other sometimes.
Yeah, if we didn't have that chemistry, dog, I feel like that would have been such a
that would have been a shit show.
Boy, kind of cast.
Yeah,
but you know what? We did it. We got it done. We're going through some tough times. Y'all gotta stay safe out there. You know what I'm saying? Like I forgot to take off my my COVID mask.
Yeah.
But I think it actually adds to my outfit, so I decided to keep it on.
That American flag, man, you're repping it.
Right.
Yeah. Well, where can people catch you as you're staying safe?
In my house, no, I'm just kidding. Actually, twitch.tv/tempo with the 0. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's Team Tempo with the 0, and my YouTube is about to blow up, dude. All right, I have like 4 songs ready to go. Okay.
Ooh.
I've been working on music. Yep. Twitch crapped the bed a couple of days ago, and then I made another one too. So I've been actually working a lot more on music. So I've been streaming a lot, but I'm gonna focus a bit more on music. And yeah, I believe if you check out that YouTube and the SoundCloud and all the good stuff like that, music related, you'll be in for a treat.
Fantastic, man. I am so very much looking forward to all of the music you've been working on. I know you've been working so hard that when we started our sound check today, you could not figure out how to actually talk or hear me or anything that I was saying because you were so into that music zone, which is
it's a different setup.
Yeah. It makes me happy though, because I know you're deep into it. All right. Thank you guys so much. Now I do want to note one really quick thing. There is going to be a different channel for next week of the CEA for both Collegiate and the corporate or the championship series. So I will be tweeting about that. And you can still follow this channel because this is still a channel where a bunch of corporate esports association stuff happens. I think they have a talk show and everything over here. But I believe in preparation for the playoffs for the championship series, the corporate side of things, we are going to be moving over to, I believe, and I'll double check. I really should have actually gotten this name prepared in advance. But there is going to be another channel that it'll be broadcast on starting next week, which I will check out. I think it's like CEA_SC2 or something. Let me double check this. Actually, I think they gave me the stream key, but I didn't actually get told what the name of the
channel. You just read the stream key online. I think it's like X329X.
Yeah, that's it. I'm pretty sure it's CEA_SC2 because I actually see that channel existing with the Corporate Esports Association logo and everything. Nice. So the finals are happening next week. I'm going to be casting that with Zombie Grub, and I'm also going to be casting the Championship Series finals in a few weeks with Zombie Grub, as the Championship Series is one round behind on the Collegiate Series.
Yeah. So let people know, word of mouth, you know what I mean? I believe more people do need to know about this because there have been some great games, and it's also amazing to see the fact that we got corporations that do play StarCraft too. We got these employees that are pretty damn good at the game.
Totally.
And it's so fun to watch them and cast them for sure. So.
I'm with you, man. All right. Well, thank you all so much for tuning in. Have a wonderful rest of your night after the end of our longest broadcast thus far, 5.5 hours. And
oh my God, yeah.
See you next time. Cheers.